So we'll import couple of things from React, use state, and we'll import the image, next image. We have to import the icon, so di allow shorted, let's call it down, and that's coming from React icons ti. And we have to import one more. This is the ti arrow shorted up. Okay, shorted up. So these are the two icons we are coming, and we want to take one more. This is going to be a tick, so tic tick. So these are the icons we have. Now we have to do the internal imports. So we have to import the css file that's coming from the same directory, and we have to receive the props. Okay, so come back to the author page, and here we have sending the props. Simply copy that and change this one. Okay, that's the props we have to change here, send here. Okay, simply copy this and receive the props here. So make sure you do the change. Okay, we want to send this function set collection. Okay, so make sure you do that, and now we can receive that function here, set and receive it here. So here we have all the props which we are sending. Now we'll come down and we're going to use this use state, and we'll call it open list false, and initially it will be false, and we'll take another use state, and this time we'll call it active button, and this would be, let's say, initially it would be 0, and we'll take another use state, and this will call selected menu. Okay, and this will be most recent. So these are the three use state we have taken. Now let's come down. We have to take this list, so we'll take the list of arrays, and we'll say created by admin. We'll take the most appreciated. We'll take another one. This will call most discussed, and the last one is going to be the most viewed. Okay, these are the list. Now let's start working on the JSX. So we'll have a div. It will have the class called style author tabs. Inside that we'll take another div. It will call author tabs dash box. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have the class called author tab box, and we call it, let's say, left. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called author tab box left button, and that will have the button, and we'll have a on click function on this, and the function we're going to create is, let's call it open tab. Inside that we're going to pass this okay, event, and we're going to call it, let's say, collectibles. Okay, simply let's assign a class to this as well. So we'll call it author tab box left, but this class is going to be dynamic. Okay, because we want to display the active state and non-active state. Okay, so that's why I'm taking this dynamic block, and we'll say active button. If that is equal to 1, then we want to display this class style dot active. Okay, otherwise none. Okay, so that's the normal style. Okay, so this will represent the active state. Now what we have to do is simply copy that button and change this to, and this will become the created. Close this one, replicate it, and this will become, let's say, liked. This will become 2, and come down, this will become 4, and this will become following. This will, on one more time, this will become 5, and this will become, let's say, followers. So these are the 5 buttons we have for the 5 tabs. Okay, now let's come down. We have to take a div. It will have a class called style author tab box right, and in that we're going to have a div. It will have the class called style author tab box right dash para, and that inside this div it will have a on click function as well, and we'll call the function open drop down. So this is the function we're going to create. Now inside that we're going to take this paragraph, and we'll have this data selected menu, and we have to display the dynamic block. Okay, so if open list is true, then we want to display this icon up, otherwise we want to display this down. So this is the icon. Okay, we have the icon. Now we'll take a dynamic block, okay, not a div, because we want to display the drop down menu. So we'll say open list, and if it's true, then we want to render this dynamic block. Okay, it will have the class called style author tab box, right? And it will call list. Inside that we'll have this list, and we have to map over it I, and it's instant return. And that we're going to take a div. It will have the class, so it will have the key, and it will have on click function on this. So the function we're going to call it, let's say select menu, and we want to pass this element, okay, the name, and it will have the class called author box, right? Okay, and this will call list items. So let me repeat what we are doing here. We have an array, and we are looping over it, and we are printing that array, and on every element we have this function select menu, and which will update the state. Okay, that's what we are doing here. Now let's inside that we'll have this paragraph, and it will display the menu, and it will have the span, and here in this we're going to display the icon. Okay, so if selected menu icon equal to this, then we want to display this tick icon. Okay, so that's the simple logic. I hope you guys are getting familiar. Okay, this is the dynamic state, and now we have to create this function. So let's do that. So simply come here, and what function we have to create? So let's call it list. Okay, list. Now drop down list, and it's going to be an arrow function. If we say, let's say if open list is false, then we want to set it true. Okay, and else we want to set to false. That's the first function. Now let's come down. We have to create this one, select menu, and open menu, open tab, and we have to say that const btn text, and we are receiving e here, e dot target dot inner text. So if button text is equal to our collectibles, okay, then we want to set it true, the collectibles, and we want to set other component to false. Okay, simple logic, not complicated, easy to understand. Okay, so simply copy that, and we have to increase the button number as well, 1. So let's else if btn text equal to what we have next created, then we want to simply copy and paste here, and it's a e, this becomes false, and this becomes true, and this one is become true. Okay, else if button text equal to, let's say third one is liked, then we want to save, complete, paste, and we want to set to false, and this will become true, and this will become 3. Third one is going to be else button text equal to, what else we have, let's close this one, we have following, paste here, and simply copy and paste, and we have to change the state to false, this become true, and this become 4. Now the final one is else if button text equal to, what else we have, follower, copy and paste here, and do the same thing, change this true, and this become 5. Okay, so that's the open tab function, which allow us to switch between different tabs, different component, and it will also update the active state. Okay, so let's have a look. So this is the internal, this is the functions, close this one, close this functions, and this is the entire JSX, looking fine. Let's come here, and here we can find that we're having some issue, and maybe sometime you will have this issue because you haven't opened your browser for a long time. So in such case, all you have to do is to reload the browser. Okay, so handle unrun runner. Okay, simply reload the browser, and you will find that we have no problem. And now we can scroll down, and we can have a look. So here we have all the buttons, we have the most recent, and here we have the drop down. So if we click on this, we'll have the list of the dynamic block, and if we click on this, we are updating the state menu. Okay, you can see on click event we can easily able to change the state discussed. Okay, and when we are clicking on the button, we are having this error message because we haven't defined it. Okay, we are not using that. So that's why we are getting this error. Okay, let's reload the browser and let's click on one more time. You can see still we are having this problem because we are not doing anything. Okay, and it actually says that set collectible is not defined. Why it's saying that? So let's come back to the code and let's, so before we test that, let's style it first. Okay, then we'll fix this bug. Okay, so let's just bring side by side and let's style it first. Okay, so we'll come here and simply target copy this one, author tab, and paste here. Let's say width is going to be 100%, margin 8 ram, 0, 3 ram, and 0. Box is going to be, width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display flex, justify content space between, author box left, btn, display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 2 ram, align item center, that's how it will look, author box left btn, button itself, border 1 pixels solid, and it will have our icon color, outline 0, background color will have our main color. Okay, font size is going to be 1.2 ram, border radius 2 ram, cursor pointer, transition all 0.3 second easy in, color is going to be our icon color. We'll target the box left button active state, and let's say border 1 pixel solid, our icon color, and background color is going to be our icon color, and color is going to be the main color. Okay, we'll come here, target the button itself, border 1 pixel solid where our icon color, background color is going to be where icon color, and we'll have the main color as a text color. So you can see looking perfect. Let's add this over effect on this. You can see on over effect we are getting this. Let's target the box right section and we'll say position is going to be relative, author box right, para, border is going to be 1 pixel solid where icon color will have the border radius 2 ram, width is going to be 15.2 ram, and padding is going to be 0 and 2 ram, align item center, and gap is going to be 1 ram, cursor pointer and get template column 9 fr and 1 fr. You can see it looks perfect. Let's work on this drop down button tab, sorry. So we'll target that para p and we'll say font size is going to be 1.2 ram, line height is going to be 5.5, and right para list, and we're going to target the background color to our main color. Padding is going to be 1 ram, width is going to be 15 ram, and left is going to be -3 ram. Padding is going to be absolute, z index high number, and border radius is going to be 1 ram. Okay, margin top is going to be 1.5 ram, and box shadow is going to be our box shadow. So that's how it will look, looking perfect. Let's come down at this right list item and let's make it display is going to be flex, align item center, justify content space between, and line height is going to be 0. Padding is going to be, padding right is going to be 1 ram. So you can see now it's looking good. Right list item p, we're going to target the transition all 3 second easy in, padding is going to be 0 1 ram, and line height is going to be 1 ram, cursor pointer looking better. We'll target the box right list item. On over effect we're going to change the background color to icon color. Color is going to be our main color, and border radius is going to be 0.2 ram. So you can see nice, we can easily able to change the state and it's looking perfect. Okay, we have to do a little bit adjustment but things are looking good. So let's come here and here we are in the author tab box left btn, and here we have to say padding is going to be 0.5 ram and 1 ram. So if you come, you can see this buttons are looking fine. Now we have space. Okay, now we have to fix this one. Okay, so let's come here in this author box right para, we have to say display is going to be great. And now you can see it's looking perfect. Okay, we have to do the adjustment in the width, but it's looking quite good. And here we're going to make it 17. Let it make it a little bigger, and okay, we have to make it a little higher, 5. And okay, that's look good. And let's come here and here make it 16 in the box right list. And if we come here, now you can see everything's working fine. Now we don't have this overflow, the tabs are also working fine. Let's come here. Now let's start writing the media query. Okay, so we'll say max width is going to be 35 em. We'll target the tab and margin 3 ram and 0 ram and 2 ram 3 ram, sorry, and 0 ram. So we'll target the box width is going to 90%. Display is going to be grid template column 1fr, looking quite good. Let's come down, target the left button, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column repeat to 1fr. That's how it will look. And gap is going to be 1 ram, and box shadow will have the box shadow, and padding is going to be 0.5 ram, and border radius is going to be 1 ram, and padding to 1 ram and 1 ram. Okay, so this looks pretty good. You can see this looks really good. Let's come down. We'll target that box right, and width is going to be, let's say, not a width, we'll tap the margin top is going to be 2 ram. Right para width is going to be 100%. Okay, you can see now line clicking taking the full space. We'll target the right list, and left is going to be 4 ram. So you can see now we have some space from the left hand side, and things are looking good on mobile device as well. Let's take a second media query, and this will become min device width and 768 pixels, and max device width is going to be, let's say, 1024 pixels. And remove that. We'll target the box width is going to be 90%, and display is going to be grid template column 1fr, and gap is going to be 2 ram. Okay, active box right list, and left is going to be 7 ram. So things looking good. You can see it's looking absolutely perfect. We have these buttons, but we don't have this function, that's why we're getting this error. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's reload the browser, and we have this drop down. We can easily able to change the text. Let's do the inspect element, and I have this problem, so I can see that. Let's zoom a bit, and here it's working fine. You can see this one is looking good, and this is also working fine, and this is, here we have to do a little bit touch up. Okay, and these components are looking really great. Okay, so let's come back to the code, and what we can do here, let's come here and simply copy this 100%, and simply copy that and paste here and save it, and now it will take the full width. Okay, so things are looking good, really good. We have this over effect ftx state, so it's working fine. Let's come back and let's make on a full screen, and now we have to work on the tab. So simply close here and come back, close this one, and here we are in Author.js page, and let's have a look what's the problem we have. So here we have this component popular array. Let's uncomment this one, remove this actually, and let's come here, and here let's come here and create one more folder in the author page, and this will come author NFT card box. Okay, let's create the JSX file, and we have to create the CSS file as well. Let's create RFC, and this is going to be the controlling point of the entire tab component. Okay, so in this we're going to do the internal import. We have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. And in this, what I want in this, we're going to do a couple more imports. So let's do that. Images. Okay, we have the images. Let's import the NFT card 2, Okay, this is the component which is coming from collection page. Okay, and here we're going to import the component like import, and we want to import the follower tab card. Okay, so this is the component we're going to import here, and that's coming from the follower tab. Okay, so these are the, so that's coming from this component, and here we have the follower tab, and this is the component we are importing here. Okay, so make sure you do that. So that's what we have here. So that's the concept. We'll close this one and close this one, and here we're going to make the things happen. Okay, so let's import the use state, imports from React to use state, and we're going to receive the props. So simply copy that, and here before we do that we have to export this component. So let's import this here and card box, and that's coming from the same directory, and we have to copy that and simply export it. So in that way we can easily able to simply close this one, and here we in the Author.js we're going to receive that component. Okay, simply receive it, and now what we can do, simply copy that component and simply remove this because we don't need this tab card. Okay, copy that, and that's what we're going to call it right here. Okay, right, call in the component, and in this we're going to send the props. Okay, so you can see right now here we are displaying this NFT card box. It's working fine, things are looking good. Now we have to come here, and this is what we have here. Now we have to send the props. So let's come here, we have to copy that and simply set that, do the same thing for others, created like followers, and the final one is following. So we are getting this props. Now we have to receive that prop, simply copy that and call all the props here, created, and this becomes like, this becomes follower, and the final one is following, paste here. So these are the props we are receiving here. We'll come down, and here what we're going to do, we're going to remove this, and we'll take a instant return. We'll have a div, and it will have a class called style dot, and we'll call author NFT card box. Okay, in that we're going to take this dynamic block. Okay, we're going to take all the components which we want to display. Okay, so we'll say that we'll take this collectibles. If it's true, then we want to display this component. Okay, we have the component, so NFT card 2. Okay, this is the component we want to display if collectibles is true. So simply replicate this couple of times, 5 times, because 5 components we are displaying. And let's change this to created, this becomes like, and this becomes follower, and this becomes following. Okay, at a time only one component would be visible. Simply copy this follower tab component, and that's what we're going to pass it here, because in the follower component section we want to display the follower details. Okay, so let's pass that, copy that, and simply pass it here. So in this way we can easily have the all the component. Okay, looking good. Now what's the problem we have here? So map is not defined. Actually we don't have the data, so we have to send the props. Okay, because each of these component needs data to render on the front end. Okay, so we have to send those data. Okay, so let's come here, and here we're going to take our demo data. Let's come down, we'll call it const, we'll call it collectibles array, and it's gonna be an array. In that we have to take this images, nft1, nft2, nft3, and simply copy and replicate it 3 times and remove last one. Okay, so that's the collectibles array. Now let's do the same thing from others, created array, and we'll simply change this. We'll have the same array, remove a couple of array from here, and let's take the third one, which is a like array. We'll paste that, and we're going to remove it couple of, so this time we'll have 5. Close this one, and the follower is going to be different. Okay, So in that, we're not going to have this. We're going to take the images user, and this become user 10, user 2, user 3, user 5. So these are the 5 array we have, and the last one is user 4. Okay, let's close this one, take the following array, so it becomes following array, and we're going to call the users 1, replicate it and change the data 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the final one is 8. So here we have the details about the followers. Okay, and that's what we're going to pass it here. So here in the NFT card 2 component, we have to receive the props in the name of NFT data. Okay, so simply copy this, come back here, and here we're going to pass that simply, and in that we're going to pass this collectibles array. Nothing is alien to you. Okay, you guys are familiar with the structure which we are following. Okay, so simply copy that and simply paste here, paste here, and paste here, and paste here. So we are sending the props. Now change the name. So this create, this becomes like, this becomes follower, this becomes following array. Okay, save it, come back to the applications, and here you can see that collectibles component is true. That's why we can easily able to have a look. We can easily able to render all this data. Okay, it's looking absolutely perfect. But if we're clicking on the component, on the buttons, we are getting this error message. So still we are having this problem. We having this one, and it says that set collectible is not defined. Right, so we are receiving the prop. Let's come back, reload the page one more time, and let's call the function. Still we have the same problem, and so things are looking good, everything's working fine. So let's come back to the code, and let's come here, let's make it this, it's a 0, make sure you should make it 1. So if you make it 1, let's come back to the, and here you can see the tab, collectible tab is active, so we can able to have this background color. Okay, active color, so looking good. But if we are clicking on other buttons, we are getting this error. We gotta fix this problem. Okay, so things are looking good. Now let console log out the text, that whether the function open tab function is working or not. So let's do the console, and let's simply close all this one if statement and comment out this for my being to find out the problem. Okay, so let's do the inspect element, and let's come back to the buttons, and let's bring the terminal up and console, and let's have a look. Created, so it's working fine. Collectibles, like, following, popular, followers, following. So these buttons are working fine, but what's the problem? Let's come here, so bring back. Okay, now simply check the text, that the text we have written, it's right or wrong. Let's do the create. Okay, it's right. Let's do the for the like, following, and the final one is followers. So everything's fine. Now simply remove this. Okay, select all this and remove that once. Still we are having the same problem. Still set collectibles is not defined. Okay, why? Let's come here, and here we are receiving that set collectibles, but when we are sending the props, okay, but here's the problem, we are not sending that set collectible. Okay, so that's the problem. We have simply copy and change this one, do the same to all this, and now it's looking good. Save it, and here we are receiving the props. Now we can come here, now it will work. So let's bring the terminal. You can see we can easily able to switch, and the problem we have in the followers, it says background is undefined, but the other tab is working fine. So let's come here, let's click here. You can see the data is changed, it's working fine. And when we are clicking on created, like is also getting activated. Why? So let's come here, so let's have a look. So this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Let's come here. Okay, here is the problem. We have to remove this to make it 3. Okay, now you can see If we click on this, we can easily able to switch to different components, and here we have the problem in the follower tab card component. Background is not defined, so we're gonna fix that. Okay, so let's come here, and here let's click on this and come back to the component. Here we are receiving that element and an element. Okay, so we are receiving these two, and here we are receiving these two. Let's come here, but here what we are doing here, we are sending the entire data, but we want to send the element. Okay, so what we can do here, so here first thing we have to do is to do the changes in the data. Okay, so we want to display the background and the user images. So this is not the data we're going to take. We're going to take an object and we'll have a background. Here we'll have the image of the background, and simply remove this one, and in this we're going to have the image of the user. So image dot user one, simply replicate couple of times, because this is the data we're going to display. Change this to this, become 3 3, this become 4 4, this become 5 5, and this become 6 6. Okay, so simply copy this entire data and close this one, and do the same thing from here. And here we're going to just reshuffling it. Okay, bring it up and then move our last one. Okay, and simply here we're going to take this dynamic block. Okay, and simply cut this and put inside this. Okay, close this one. Okay, so what I did, I simply removed that follower component from here. Okay, and because I was getting constant error, so let me show you how we can fix this problem. So we're going to take a dynamic data, okay, dynamic block, and we're going to call this follower. Okay, if follower is true, then we want to render this component. Okay, so we'll have a div, and that inside the div we're going to have this follower array, and we're going to loop over it. Okay, and this is the data we're going to pass it inside the follower tab component. So we'll pass the index I, and we'll pass the element. In this way we can easily able to render the data. Okay, and simply copy that and do the same thing from here. Simply copy that and paste here, and simply copy this following, and we have to replace this with following. So this is how we can send the props, because our follower tab component need not the entire data, we need the data which is getting loop, and that data we want to send inside this follower tab component. Okay, so this is the trick which we can use. So coding is all about problem solving. Okay, so this is the way I found to solve this problem. Okay, there are many ways to fix this problem. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's close this one, and let's come here, and here we are receiving that, and here simply are rendering. Simply come here, and now we can simply click switch between the components. When we click on the following tabs, the data is displaying, but it's not in the perfect order. Okay, so the data is working. Okay, the dynamic block is working, we can able to switch, but the design is not good. We have to fix that. Okay, things are looking good. Okay, let's come back to the code, and here we're going to do one thing. So we will assign a class to this div. We'll say class style dash box, card box. Okay, simply copy that and assign the same class to this div as well. And now we have to add the CSS styling. So let's come here and go to this NFT card box, and here we're going to target that. We'll say width is going to be 100%, and we'll target the box, and we'll say, let's say width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column 4, repeat 4 1fr. Okay, and we'll assign a gap to, let's say, 2 ram. Save it, and here you can see things are working fine, but the user image is broken. We have to see what's the problem in that, but things are looking good. Right now it's look much better. We can switch, and things are looking perfect. Okay, it's looking perfect. Okay, let's come here. We have to assign the margin from the bottom side, and let's make it to, let's say, 14. Okay, we'll have some space from the bottom. Things are looking pretty good. Now let's come here and let's have a look. Come back to the follower tab and follow card. follower tab card, and we have to look that why the user image is not displaying. So let's come here we are receiving the data, and the background image is working fine, but here we have the user image, so we are passing that element.user. So it's a user, but we have passed image. Okay, so simply copy that, and we'll come here and where we are passing the data, and here we have to do the change. Instead of image we have to say user. Change this all. Okay, now do the same thing from the upper one, user, 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 and user. Save it, come back to the application, and here you can see it's working fine. We have the data, we have the component, things are looking pretty good. We can easily able to switch to different components, and this data is entirely dynamic. Okay, so we can follow, unfollow. Okay, looking perfect. Now this one is also working fine. Okay, we have to fix this problem, so let's reload that. Still we have this problem. Okay, so we can fix that, not a big deal. So let's come here and close all this one. Let's go to this is the where we have that, we have the tab, and go to the tab css file, and here we have the list. Go to the css one, and simply what we can do, this is the one. In this we're going to provide z index something high number. Okay, so it will come on top of that. Okay, now it's looking much better. Remove this one. Okay, looking good. Let's come here and close this one. Let's come here and follow tab. So we have to call this follow tab as well. Simply copy that, and simply we're going to paste it here, and let's reload the browser, and we don't have the data, so let's come here, and here we have the data. Okay, so this is not the data we need, so let's come here, author, we'll go to this card, and this is the data we need. Simply copy that and come back here and simply replace this one, and that's the data we have to send. Simply copy that, and we're going to follow the same structure. We're going to take a, let's say we'll take a div, and we'll have the class, we'll call it, let's say, style dot author, and here we are calling banner. Okay, I don't know why I have called banner, so let's come here, and simply we're going to call this author box. Okay, so make sure you do the change on the top as well, and we'll have this, we'll have the data, we'll loop over it element, and it's gonna be instant return, and in this we're going to call this component, and we'll send the props. So we'll send the I, and we'll send the element itself. So that would work perfectly, and you can see, reload the browser, and let's scroll down, and here you can see the component is displaying, but we have to fix the order. Okay, not a big deal, things looks are good. Now let's go to the authors model, the css file, and make sure you do the change, so make it author. Okay, copy that and simply copy, come here and simply target that box, and we'll say width is going to be 80%, margin 0, auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat for 1fr, and gap is going to be, let's say, 2 ram. Save it and come back, and here this looks perfect. Okay, things are looking good. Okay, but we need to provide some space from the top, so let's say margin top is going to be 4 ram, let's make it to 6. Okay, that looks pretty good. So this component is also looking perfect, and you can see that how easy it can become, because we have spent a lot of time building this component, and now we are using it. Okay, all the functions are working. We can click, unclick, follow, unfollow, and this is the brand component. So let's look good. So let's check here, just simply delete this, okay, and come back to the home page, okay, to check final terms. So here we are on home page, things are looking good. Let's come here on top, okay, let's bring it up. Let's click here, click on the collection, search collection page, okay. So here you can see we are on the collection page. We can easily able to navigate to the different pages. Let's have a look. Things are looking good on this page as well, no problem we have. Okay, so make sure you should always check, because sometimes when you do the refactoring and use the same component, you make some certain mistakes. So it's always good to check the component in other pages as well. So this looks fine, okay, this looks fine. Now let's come here, simply remove that, or let's come here and click on this author profile. And here we have, actually we don't have this page author profile. Okay, let's come here and we have to do the changes in our navigation bar, okay. So let's open that component and we have to go to the nav bar. In that nav bar we have this discovery component, and that we have this array. So simply open that array and here we have to do the changes. So instead of author profile, we're going to remove to only author. Okay, let's bring it back and remove this and have author. Okay, save it, reload the browser. Okay, my bad, I have to remove this profile and hit enter. And now it's working fine. You can see things are looking good. We can easily able to switch to different pages. Okay, this is the first card component. Okay, this is the user. We can copy the address, short descriptions, this follower, dynamic block for the following, the report. Okay, that's looking fine. Here we have the tab. You can see the state it's changing. We have this component. We can switch to different components, follower, following. Okay, things are looking good, but we have to make it responsive. It's not responsive for the mobile device. It's looking perfect on the desktop, but we have to make it responsive. So let's have a look and check everything's working fine. So okay, things are looking good. We have no issues in this. This is the popular creator section, that's also looking fine. And this is the branding sections. Okay, and this is what we're going to build in the next video. Okay, this is the search page which we're going to build in the next video. Okay, so let's see, this is what we're going to build. Let's come back to this and let's have a responsive. You can see this is the problem we have to fix it. Okay, it's not responsive for the mobile device. Okay, that's the problem we have. We're gonna fix that. So okay, it's overflowing. So let's close this one. And here we are in the author modules, and here we have to write the media query. So we'll target the and it will say, let's say max width is going to be around 35 em. Okay, we'll target the author box and we'll say width is going to be 90% and grid template column is going to be repeat 1fr. Save it and let's reload the browser. Okay, that's what we have here. Let's reload the browser, and here I have this problem. I don't know why it's not displaying on a mobile device, but just make it side by side, and here you can see it's working fine. Okay, so the media query is working fine. This is also function, and we have one in a row in our mobile phone. Okay, so that's looking fine, and this is also working fine, but we have to fix this follower tab. Okay, this follower tabs we have to fix this one. So for that, what we can do, simply close this one and close this one, and we have that inside this author page we have to go into this card. Okay, and in this we have to write the media query. So we'll target that, and this will become max with 35 em. We'll say width is going to be 90% and grid template column repeat 1fr. Save it and you can see the changes. It's looking fine. Okay, things are looking good. We have to do the inspect element, and now it's looking fine. You can see everything is perfectly aligned. So this looks good on a mobile device. You can see 100% responsive. We can easily able to have this over effect. We can switch to different tabs like component, and things are looking good. The image is taking a little bit time to load because these images are heavy, and we're going to optimize that as well. Okay, so you can see these breakpoint, and this is not look good. We have to add the second breakpoint here. So it's going to be between 768 to 1000 something. Okay, from here. So we'll take the second breakpoint and we'll take max min device width is going to be, we'll start from 768 pixels, and it will go max device width will go to all the way to, let's say, 1024 pixels. Okay, so in this we're going to target the box and we'll say width is going to be 90% and grid template column repeat to 1fr. Okay, so we want to display two components. So as you can see, it's working fine. Things are looking better. Simply copy this entire css and close this one and come here and go to this, let's say, where is it, author. Okay, here in the author modules, and here we're going to simply copy that and paste here, save it, and here you can see it's looking fine here as well. So things are looking absolutely great. Let's have a look. 100% responsive. We can easily able to switch to different tabs. Amazing. Okay, let's come here, let's have a final look. So this is what we have. We can easily able to switch to different tabs. Make sure you open up the project which you are working on, and you know the drill what we have to do. So first thing we have to do is to create the page. We'll call it search page.js. okay, and we have to create the css file for that. So let's create that search page.modules.css. so here we have the search css file, and we'll come here and we'll type simply rafc to create the react's functional base component. And now we have to import the css file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, nothing new, we are following the old pattern. Okay, so here we have the css file. Now let's come here and let's close all these files, and we have to create one more file in the main directory. Okay, so this is the pattern we are following. So we'll call it, let's say, search component. No, let's call it search page. Okay, inside this folder we're going to create the search bar folder. Okay, so let's create one more folder, search bar, and simply copy that, and we have to create the css file search bar.jsx, and we have to create the css file for this module.css. okay, so this is the component we have, type rfc. okay, and here we're going to create let's come here, let's on the main search bar folder we have to create the index. Okay, so we'll say search page index. Okay, in this we're going to import the component. So let's come here and simply do one thing, close all this open tab, and let's bring this and type this internal import and import the style file. Okay, and that's coming from the same directory. Let's come here and go to the search bar index, in which we have to import the component. Okay, so we have to import the search bar, and now we have to export that search bar, and that way we can easily able to receive in the search page. And here we're going to receive all those components. Okay, so everything's working fine. So here we are on the search page, and here we go to do a couple of imports. So first thing we have to import the slider, and that's coming from the component main component and slash component index. Okay, so you'll simply remove this one, and that's coming from the component index. So here we have the slider, and we want to get the brand as well, brand, and let's import the search bar, and that's coming from the search page slash search bar index. Okay, so that's the component we are getting from this export. Okay, so here we have that component. Let's come down, we have to import let's say filter, and that's coming from the component index. Okay, so this is the filter component we are using here, so that's also working fine. let's simply come down. We have to come here and go to this collection page, and in that collection page we have this NFT card too. Okay, so this is the component we're going to use here as well. Okay, so let's import that as well. So NFT card 2, and that's coming. Remove that simply, and simply bring it from author slash page, not author, we have to say collection dot collection slash collection index. So we have this, and simply wrap this inside a bracket, so will not get an error. And we need a banner as well. So this is the imports we have here. Now we can start working on the JSS. So simply remove that, and we'll take a dynamic block. We'll have a div, it will have a say style, we'll call it something like search page, and inside that we'll have another div, and inside that we'll have this sidebar component. And here we're going to import all the components. So we'll have the banner, we'll have the, let's say, slider, we'll have the brand, and we need one more component, which is a filter. So we're going to import the filter here, and we have this NFT card too. So this is the card which we have to. So simply start the application, and let's have a look how things are looking. So let's click on this and open in the browser. So let's come here, and inside this discovery, okay, and here we have to do the changes in the menu. So here we have that search, we'll type search page. Okay, so this is the change we have to do. Now simply click on this and open the application. Let's close all the other tabs and just wait. And here you can see everything's working fine. Click on this search, and here we are on the page, but we are getting this error. Okay, we have invalid, expect a string. Okay, so let's bring this down and let's see what's happened here. Okay, we are getting this error once again. So reload the browser, and let's come here and simply comment this all and reload the application. Still we are getting that. Reload everything. Okay, so things are looking fine. Now let's uncomment, reload the browser. It's working fine. The image is broken. We have to send the image in that as a prop. So we'll take the image which we have inside this image folder. Okay, and from there we're going to pass that in here. So banner image, and we'll pass the image to number. Okay, so let's reload the browser, and here we have the image. Okay, it's working fine. Image is working fine. Now let's uncomment this, and so we have problem in the filter. Okay, we have the problem in filter. So let's come here, and this is the problem we have. We have to wrap this filter in this bracket. Okay, because we are exporting for the component index, we are not individually importing it. Okay, so we have to wrap that. And now if we come and reload the browser, and here you can see the filter we have here, everything is working fine. Okay, now simply uncomment this and reload the browser, and here you can see we have the slider. It's also working fine. Titles, and let's remove this, and let's come here. This is the brand section. So everything's working fine. Everything's working fine. Now we have to bring this slider up, and you can see here we have the slider, but the slider is not displaying. Okay, because we have to work on that. So let's simply copy that component card, and we have to pass it right below the filter, and in that we have to send the props, the data. So we'll take a const and we'll call it, let's say, collection array, and in that we're going to pass the images. Okay, so we'll pass the NFT1, NFT2, NFT3, and we're going to simply replicate this 3 times and remove the last one. Okay, altogether we want to have 8. Okay, so things are looking good. Okay, simply remove the last one. So things are looking good, and that's the data we're going to pass inside this. So we'll type this NFT data, and in that we're going to send this prop. So things are looking good. Now let's come here, and it says that map is not defined. Okay, that's the problem we have. So let's come here, reload the browser, and you can see everything's working fine. Sometime you will have this problem. So if you get this problem, make sure you restart the application or reload the browser. Okay, that will solve the problem. So here you can see we have the data. All the data is displaying perfectly, and everything's working fine. Filter, and this is the component we want to build. Okay, so let's come down, and now we can start working on the slider. Okay, so let's close all these tabs, and let's come here and go to the where we have inside the slider. Here we have the slider. Now we can start. So simply take a class and we'll call it style dot sidebar, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a style. We'll call sidebar dash box. Inside that we're going to have a, let's type hey sidebar to see things are working. Okay, it's working. Now what we can do, simply come here. We have to import couple of things from React. So we need to import the search icon, and we need to import the, let's say, arrow icon. Okay, and this will call arrow right. Okay, so these are the two things we need to import. Simply remove the demo text, and we, in this we're going to take this icon, first icon, search icon, and we'll have a class. So we'll take the class, we'll call it style dot search box, and it will call icon. Okay, we have to close this one properly. So we got in an error, so simply remove this here, and in here we're going to take the input, and it will say type is going to be text, and we have to assign the placeholder. So the placeholder, I would call it type your keyword. Okay, so this is the text we want to pass, and here we're going to take the second icon, which is the arrow. Okay, and it will have the class, will say, let's say, search box icon. Okay, it's the same class we're going to assign. So that's the only JSX part we need, and you can see it's displaying perfectly. Now what we can do, we can come back to the CSS file, and now let's get styling this. Okay, so we have to copy this, and let's come back here, target that, and we'll say width is going to be 100%. And so let me make this side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. And we'll target the box, and we'll say width is going to be 40%, and margin 0 auto. Background color is going to be our main color. Color is going to be our main color, and display is going to be flex. Border radius 5%, 5 RAM, and align item center. Margin top is going to be 2.7 RAM, and margin bottom is going to be 3 RAM. Box shadow is going to be our custom box shadow color. So that's looking perfect. You can see it's looking beautiful. Let's come down. We'll target the box icon, and we'll say font size is going to be 3 RAM. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 0.8 RAM. Cursor pointer, and we'll have this color is going to be our icon color. So things are looking pretty good. We'll come down. We're going to target that box input, and we'll say width is going to be 85%, and border is going to be 0, outline is going to be 0, and it will have the padding to 2 RAM, and background color is going to be our main color. So that's how it will look. Let's come down. We're going to target that box input, and placeholder, the color is going to be our icon color, and font size is going to be, let's say, 1.2 RAM. So that looks pretty good. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's here write the media query. So it's gonna be a max width 35 EM, and we'll target the box width is going to be 90% on a mobile device. So that looks perfect. And we'll say margin top is going to be 2 RAM, and margin bottom is going to be 1 RAM. So that looks perfect. You can see it's looking perfect both on the mobile device and a desktop, and things are looking really good. So it's perfect. So it's working fine. Let's come here and go up here, and here we need to do the changes. Let's type 4, let's make it 14. Okay, let's make it 8. So this looks perfect. Okay, we have nice space from top, so that's looking perfect. Let's scroll down and let's have a look. This is also working fine. So the slider is also looking great. This is the component we have. Okay, so everything's working fine. Let's check the responsiveness. So that's how it will look on a tablet. Things are looking good. Make or break. Mobile fine, I'm having this problem. So okay, let's come here and let's do the inspect element. So still I'm having this problem in Chrome browser, but if I copy this and if I open my other browser, simply paste here and just wait, and here you can see it's looking perfect on mobile device. So it's looking absolutely perfectly align everything. Okay, you can simply check. This is the search bar, these are the tabs buttons, and this is the open tabs, this is the cards. All you can able to see here, you can expand and you can check the media query. Okay, you can check the media query. So looking fine on this. Okay, this one is also good. We need to add the second breakpoint, I guess. Okay, but this looks perfect. Okay, this looks perfect. So let's come back. So here I have already opened the project in my code editor, and you know the drill what we have to do. So let's come here, and first thing we have to do is to create the page, and we'll call it NFT details. Okay, and here we're going to type RAFCE. Okay, simply remove that and type details, copy and simply replace this. Okay, so this is the NFT page now. So let's create one folder in the root directory, and we'll go call it NFT details page. Okay, in this we're going to keep all the components for this particular NFT page. Okay, detail page. So in that we're going to create folder, and the first folder would be called NFT description. Okay, in that we're going to create the JSX file, and we have to create the CSS file for this descriptions. And in that we're going to type this, close this one, and let's come here and create one more folder, and this will call NFT details image. Okay, in that we're going to create two files, so image.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. And here we're going to type the RAFCE, so that's the file. Okay, so these are the two components we're going to import in this NFT page detail. Okay, and let's come here, let's create one more folder, and this folder will call tab NFT tabs. Okay, so let's create the CSS file for this and JSX file for that. So JSX, and let's create the CSS file module.css. Let's come here, type RAFCE, and close this one. It's okay. So these are the three components we're going to import in this NFT details page. Okay, now in the main folder we have to create this NFT details page.jsx. Okay, and in the same folder we have to create the CSS file. Okay, so let's click on that, and we have to create the CSS file for this page. Okay, so this will call NFT details page.module.css. So these are the folder and file structure for this NFT details page. Okay, so everything's working fine. Type RAFCE, and things are looking good. So let's have a look. Okay, so let's close this one and close this one, and let's come to just bring it here, and now we can start working on the NFT detail page. Okay, so here we are, and we're going to import the CSS file and do some internal import. So, and actually I remember that we haven't created the CSS file for this NFT details page. Okay, so let's create that. Okay, so let's come here, but before we do that, let's import all the component in a single file. So let's call it NFT details, and this will call index.js. In this we're going to import the component, and here we have to import the files. So import, and we have to import this NFT descriptions, and that's coming from the same folder. So descriptions. Now we have to import the NFT details image, and that's coming from the same folder. Now we have to import the tab, and that's also coming from the same directory. Okay, tab. Okay, and now we have to export that all components. So we have to export the descriptions image, and we have to export the tab as well. So these are the import and export we are doing. Okay, nothing new. Let's close this one and come here, and we'll come here in this NFT details page, and we have to import this. So we have to import the button, and that's coming from the component slash button. Okay, not from button, we're going to import from component index, and we need to have this category, we want to have this brand. Okay, so these are the three components we are importing from component index. Now let's come here, let's come here, and we have to import the NFT details page. Okay, and that's the component we're going to pass in here. Okay, simply call the component, and we have to call the component category, we have to call the brand. Okay, these are the three components we are displaying on the NFT details page. Okay, things are looking fine. Now you can come here, and let's come here. So let's close all these open tab, and we have to start the application. Type npm run dev and click on this 3000, and here we are on the browser. So here you can see it's working fine. Now let's click on this NFT details, and you can see we are successfully redirected to the NFT details page. So that means that our router is also working fine. So here you can see, here we have the category, here we have the brand, so things are looking pretty good. Let's bring this down, and now we should start working on this NFT details page. Okay, so let's click on here, and here we have to import couple of things. So we'll type internal import, and in this we're going to type NFT to see things are looking fine. You can see here the NFT is displaying, that means our component rendering perfectly. Come back, so let's remove that one, and we're going to import a couple of things. So first thing, we want to import that NFT description, and that's coming from the dash from the same directory. And now we have to import the image, and we have to import the tab. So these are the three components we can import, and now we have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so these are the internal import. Now we'll improve this, and we'll take a div, and we'll have a class called, let's say, remove that, style dot NFT details page. In that we're going to have another div. We'll have a class called style NFT details page dash box. Well, in that we're going to have that this component. Okay, simply copy that NFT, simply this one, image one, and we'll simply call the second component, this is the description. Okay, so we'll have this two component here in this NFT details page, and now we can start working on the details. And let's come here, close this one, and let's come here. First we'll start with the image. Okay, NFT details image. So here we are, and let's type image, and here you can see it's working fine. Now let's come to the descriptions, and let's type something description, and here we have description. That means our both the components are working fine. So let's come here, let's close all these tabs, and let's start working on the image first. Okay, so we'll come here, we're going to import couple of things from React use state, and it's going to be a use effect. We'll do the import the image, and that's coming from Next.js, and we have to import the BS image, and that's coming from React icons slash BS. Okay, now we have to import the AI fill heart, and we have to import the AI fill heart, AI outline heart, and that's coming from React as well, React slash AI. Okay, so these are the icon we have. Now let's come down, and we have to import the, let's say, TI arrow shorted and TI arrow shorted, and this would be, let's say, up, and this one is going to be a down one. Okay, so these are the two icons we are getting. Simply get back, and that's coming from React icon slash TI. Okay, so we have this icon. Now let's come here. Now let's do the internal import. So we'll type this command, internal import. So first thing we have to do is to import the CSS file. So styles, that's coming from the same directory. Okay, dot slash and CSS file. Now we have to import the images. So we have that images inside this image folder. Okay, simply import it from here. Now we have to come down. So these are the external and internal import we have. Okay, nothing is new, we are following the same pattern, and in this video I'm going a little faster. Okay, so let's come here, and we're going to take use state. Okay, and this will call description, and initially it will be true, and then we'll take another use state. This will call details, and this will be true. We'll take another use state, and this will call like, and initially it would be false. So these are the use state we have. Now let's come down, we're going to remove this, and we can start working on the JSX. Okay, so we'll have a div, it will have the class called style, and we'll call it this detail image. Okay, we'll have another class as well, have a NFT details image dash box. In that we're going to have another div, it will have that box dash NFT. Okay, in that we're going to have another div, it will have the class called style NFT detail image dash box dash NFT like. Okay, like, and in that we're going to have this icon, and we'll call it NFT box NFT like dash icon. Okay, let's provide this icon I, and this will have an icon. Okay, icon. So this is the icon we have. Now let's come down, we'll have a paragraph, and it will have on click functions, and we'll call it like NFT. Okay, and in that we're going to target that if like is true, then we want to render this component. Okay, this icon. So AI outline heart, and it will have the class called NFT like icon, and if it's false, then we want to display this icon, fill icon. Okay, so this is the like and unlike but icons we are displaying. So we're done with that. Now let's come down, we'll have a span and we'll say 23. Okay, here we're going to display the actual data of that NFT likes. Okay, so right now we are going with this hard code. Okay, so let's come down, we'll have another div, it will have a class called style NFT image, and in that we're going to have this image tag, and it will have the source, we'll call it image dash NFT1. It will have the class called style NFT box image. Okay, so that's what I'm calling. Let's provide all tags NFT image. Width is going to be, let's say, 700, and height is going to be, let's say, 800, and object fit is going to be the cover one. Okay, so these are the objects, and now this, as you can see, it's looking perfect. Now let's come down, we'll have a class called NFT box dash descriptions, and it will have a on click functions, and in that we're going to call this functions, let's call open description. Okay, so this is the function we're going to call it, and in that we're going to have this p tag, and it will call this description, and it will have this dynamic state. So we'll say if description is true, then we want to display this icon, otherwise we want to display this icon. Okay, so arrow up, arrow down. Okay, so nothing new. Let's come down, we're going to take this description dynamic block, and we want to render this component. Okay, so we'll have a div, it will have a class called style dot NFT box descriptions dash box. Okay, in that we're going to have this p, and let's come here and simply grab this text and come back and simply paste here. Okay, so these are the texts we're going to type, and we'll have another div, it will have the class called style NFT box dash details. In that we're going to simply take this p tag, and then we'll call it details, and let's assign a class to this. Okay, let's remove that, and we'll provide this on click function, and this function will call open details. Okay, and here we're going to do the same thing. Let's come here and simply copy this entire and paste here and change this to details. Okay, so here we have the icons. Now let's come down, we're going to take this dynamic block, and it will have a class called NFT box details box. Okay, and that we're going to take this small tag and copy this and come paste here. Simply take this p tag, and inside that we'll have this small tag, and that come here and simply copy this. Okay, address, and come back, and here we're going to display we'll have this brick, and we'll have that account address. Simply copy this account address and come and paste here. So this is the detail of the account. Now let's come down, we'll have another p tag, and in that we'll have the token ID, and here we're going to display the token ID. Okay, so that's the complete JSX part of this image section. You can see right now we don't have this like function, but it's working fine. Okay, so let's reload the page and let's have a look one more time. So things are looking good. You can see we have all the details, things are looking everything good. So now let's come up here, and now we can start working creating the functions. Okay, so let's come here, we're going to create a function, so we'll call it open. So what function we have to create? Open descriptions. Okay, so let's come here, we have to create open description, and it's going to be an arrow function. We'll say if description is false, then we want to turn it to true, set it to true, else we want to set it to false. Simple function. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to open and close the description. Simply come down, we're going to create another function, and we'll call it open details. It's going to be an arrow function, and we have to build the same logic. So if details is false, then we want to set it true, and else we want to set to true, set to false. Okay, simple, false. Now the third function we have to write is for the like NFT. Okay, it's going to be an arrow function. If like is true, then we want to set it true. Sorry, if it's like is false, then we want to set to true, and if it's true, then we want to set to false. So let's remove that and set false. Okay, so these are the function we have. Okay, and let's come here, and here you can able to see. Let's test. Click on this. You can see we can easily open and close the description, but here we have problem in the detail one, so we can fix that also. So we can easily able to switch the icons, but the data is not switching. Okay, so something's wrong. So let's come here, and things are looking good here. And I've noticed one thing, that I haven't wrapped this details in a dynamic block, so we have to wrap that. So simply what I have to do is, let's come up here, and we're going to take a dynamic block. We'll say description is, if it's true, then only we want to display this. Okay, so let's come here, simply copy this entire, close one, copy this entire and paste inside this. Okay, now save it, and now we can easily able to open and close. Simple click, open, close, open, close. So this function is also working fine. Okay, you can see we can easily able to change the states, so it's look good. Okay, this is the other component we have, which we start working shortly. Okay, so this is looking fine. Now let's come here, and let's come up here, and let's have a look. So things are looking good. Now we can start with the other component. So let's come click on this, close this one, and we can go to this description. So let's come here, where it is, here we have it. So close this one, zoom a bit, and now we can start working on the description component. Okay, so let's import couple of things from React. Use state, and we want to import the image, and we want to import the icon. So MD verified icon we need from, and that's coming from React /MD. Okay, and that we're going to import couple of more icons. So this is going to be MD cloud, let's say upload, and we want to upload one more, which is a timer. Okay, MD timer, and we want to have one more, this is called report problem. Okay, so these are the 4 icons coming, and the final one is going to be, let's say, MD outline, delete, swap. Okay, so these are the 5 icons which is coming from material UI. Okay, MD. Now we have to import the one more, which is called BS 3 dots, and that's coming from React icon BS. We have to import one more, this will call FA wallet, and that's coming from React icons FA. And that we're going to import one more, this will call FA percentage. So these are the import of icons and external imports. So let's come here, click on this, and let's get back here in that, and you can see these are the social media icon we need in the detail page as well. So simply copy that and come here, and we're going to paste it here. Okay, so in this we're going to need couple of things. So remove this one, we need only this 4 social media icons. Okay, so these are the icons we are using in this page. Now let's come here, we have to import the, let's say, bid transfer, and that's coming from that BI. Okay, so we'll have options where of the transfer of the token. So for that we are importing the icon. Okay, so this is the icon for the transfer. Now we have to import it, let's say bid dollar, and we can come down. Now let's start working on the internal import. So we have to import the style file, that's coming from the same directory, and now we have to import the images, so that's coming from the image folder. Now we have to import the, let's say, button component, and that's coming from the component index. Okay, so that's pretty simple, and we have to do one more import, and we have to, let's say, import the NFT tab component. Okay, and that's coming from the NFT detail index. Okay, so here we have the NFT tab, which we're going to use display in the description section, so the user can click and they can switch between the tabs. Okay, so these are all the external and internal import we have. Okay, so let's come down, and here we're going to create a use state. We'll say social initially would be false. We'll take on one more, this will call NFT menu false, and let's come down, and now we can start working on the JSS. Okay, simply remove that one, and we'll take a div, and it will have a class called style dot NFT description, and that we're going to have another div. It will have the class called NFT description box, and that will have this comment, because I have divided this description section in 2 components, first component and the second component. Okay, so let's call it part 1. Okay, here we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style description box dash share. In that we're going to have this p. In this we're going to call it virtual and work world. And here we're going to take another div. It will have the style dot nft description box share box. In that we'll have the md cloud upload icon, and it will have a class called box share box, okay, icon, okay, and it will have an on click function, and we'll call the function, let's say, open social. Okay, so when someone will click on that cloud option, it will all open the social media icon, so user can share that nft to the different social media platform. Okay, or they can get the url of that nft. Okay, so that's looking fine. Now let's come down. We're going to have this dynamic block. We'll say that if social is true, then we want to display this div, and it will have a class called style dot description box share box icon. Let's remove this icon and let's call it social. Okay, it will have this href, and in this we're going to display the icon, social media icon. So first one is Facebook, and replicate it couple more time. This will become, let's say, let's provide this name Facebook. Okay, this will become Instagram, this will become LinkedIn, this will become Twitter, and this will become YouTube. Let's type the name. So Instagram, this will LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. So these are the 4 icons we are displaying, social media we are displaying. Okay, so it's looking fine. Now let's come down. We're going to take this bs icon 3 dot, and it will have a class called style nft box share box dash icon, and it will have on click functions, and the function we're going to call it open nft menu. Okay, so we'll come down, we'll take this dynamic block, and we'll say nft menu true, then we want to render this div. Okay, so div, and it will have a class called style. We'll call it style dot nft box shared box, and we'll call it, let's say, social. And that we're going to do the same thing. We have to take the icons. So this time we're going to take this icon of, let's say, dollar, and we have to say change price. Simply we do the another one, and this time we'll have that transfer alt, and this will call transfer. Okay, you can call it transfer token, and we'll take another one. It will have that report problem, and this will call report abuse. Okay, so these are the 3 icons we have. Now we'll click the 4th one, and we'll take this modern outline delete swap, and this will call delete item. Okay, these are the 4 icons, 4 menus. Okay, simply close this one, and things are looking pretty good. Let's come down. We're going to say that we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot nft box profile, and that we're going to have this h1, and we'll say the beer x, and we'll give this random numbers, because every nft will have a name and unique id, and that's what we're going to display here. So this is the h1. Will have another div. It will have a class called style nft description profile box, and that will have a div. It will have a class description box profile box dash left. In that we're going to have image. We have to assign the source, and we have to take the image which is inside the image folder user1, and it will have all tags. Will say profile width is going to be 40, and height is going to be 40 as well. And we have to take the style, which is called nft box profile box left image. Okay, so this is the image class. Now simply come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style description nft description box profile left image. So left info, not image. Okay, because this one is another div. Okay, info. In that we'll have this small, and we'll call it creator, and here we'll have the break. Down below we'll take another span, and this will be the name of the creator. Let's call it Carly, and it will have the verified badge. So that's what we have here. Now simply come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot nft description box profile box right, and that will have the image and it will have the source. So simply do one thing, come up here and we have to copy this and simply paste here. Okay, we need the same property, the only thing we have to change is the image. Okay, so things are looking good now. Let's come down and we have to take this div. It will have a class called NFT box profile box, and we'll call it right info, and that will have this small and we'll say creator, and down below we'll have the span, and this will keep the name of the creator. Okay, so Carly. So here we're going to display true creators. Okay, so let's come here, change the image to, let's say, image number 2, and we let's come down, and so things are looking pretty good. So this is the profile section we have. Now let's come down. Here we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style NFT description box profile dash bid. Actually, let's call it bidding. Okay, and here we're going to have this paragraph, and that we're going to have this verified batch, and we have to take the span, and in that we're going to say auction ending in. Okay, and down below we will have another div. It will have a style, we'll call it NFT description box profile bidding, and we'll call it, let's say, what name should we give? So dash box. Okay, and timer. I know these names are getting very long, but it will save you a lot of time in future when you will refactoring the code. Okay, that's why I'm giving this huge name, so you can easily identify that which part of the component we are working on. Let's come down. In that we're going to have a div. It will have a class called NFT description box profile bidding box timer dash the items. Okay, in that we'll have this p, will display the number 2, and we'll have a span, in that we'll say 2 days. Okay, so let's come here, simply copy and paste and change this to 22, and this will become hour. Close this one, copy and paste, and this will become, let's say, 45, and this will become minutes. Paste, and this will become, let's say, 22, and this will become second. Okay, so here we're going to display the timing of the NFT. Okay, let's 12. So these are the times we have. Okay, things are looking good. Now let's come here, we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box profile bidding and box price, and in that we're going to have we'll have a div, and it will have a class called style dot NFT box profile bidding box price dash, and let's call it bid. Okay, in that we're going to have the price. Okay, so we'll say current bid, and down below we'll have this p tag, and in that we're going to display the price of the NFT with the span. This will contain the converted price. Okay, so let's do one thing. So let's come back to the original application, and simply copy the price and paste here. Okay, so that's the price, and remove this extra bracket from here. Okay, remove this one and paste here. So that's the price we have. Now let's come down, we'll take a span, and this will contain the stocks, that how many stocks are left. So same thing, copy and paste here. So this is the price and the stock we have for this NFT. Now we can come down, we're going to have another div. It will have the class called style NFT box description box profile dash bidding, and this will call box button. Okay, so in this will have the button, and we'll call the button component. We already have that, and here you can see everything's working fine. We haven't provided the name on the button. Okay, things are looking good. And here you have noticed one thing, that this button has an icon. Okay, these two buttons have icon, but other buttons don't have the icon, so we have to do the modification in our button component. Okay, so you can see, let's come back here, and so let's send the props. So the first props we're going to send the icons, so let's send the icon. Okay, because we want to use the icon as well in the button, so we're going to send this prop, and we're going to send the name of the button. Let's call it button name, and the button name is going to be called place bid, and it will also have a, let's say, handle click function. For the time being it's an empty function, and now we have to send this custom css class. We'll call it class style and in that we're going to call this style dot button. Okay, so these are the props we are sending in the button component, and now we have to do the little bit modification in the button. Okay, so let's come here, go to this, copy that, and go to this button component, click on that, and here we're going to receive those two props. So first thing is going to be the, we are already receiving two props in the button component. First one is the name and the function, and now we have to import two more. So this one is going to be the icon, and let's come back here, and what did we have called it? Classes style. Simply copy this, and that's what we're going to pass it here. Okay, so this is going to be the custom class styling for the button. Okay, and that's what we're going to use. Is simply copy that and simply paste around here. Okay, icon, paste here. Okay, so in this way, if we send the props, if we send the icons in the button component as a props, then only the button will display with an icon, otherwise it will display only the name. Okay, so here we have the icons, and here we can provide a space. So let's type np html space tag, and we have space. Let's copy that class list, and here we're going to provide. Okay, so here we'll convert this into a dynamic. Okay, and we'll take this dollar and wrap this in the bracket, and this is how you can pass multiple classes. If you want to use multiple classes in a single div or a single component, this is how you can do it. Okay, so now we're going to take this, and that we're going to pass the class. So, okay, so that's the only setup we have to do in the button component. And if we come back to here, we can see that we can easily able to see the button displaying, and we're having a space as well. Okay, but if we come here, and here we can see that we have some problem in our button structure because we have used that extra space HTML space tag. Okay, so that's the thing we have to fix. Okay, I don't want to have that excess space, so let's come here and simply remove this one. I don't need it. I'm going to add that extra margin with this custom CSS class. Okay, so looking good. Now we can see it's normal, and this one is also looking good. We're going to provide some space in that, not a big deal. We need two more buttons. Okay, replicate that, and we're going to change the name, so make offer, and we have to change the icon, so this will become the percentage icon. Okay, so that's the props we are sending. Now let's come down. We'll have a div, it will have a class called NFT description box and profile bidding dash box, let's call it, and that we're going to take the buttons, and it will have on click functions, and the function we want to call it is, let's say, open tab, and this will call, let's say, bid history. So all the bidding history we're going to display, and simply do one thing. In this we're going to pass this e, so we can easily able to receive that text, and on the base of that we're going to open it, which we are already following in the previous component design. Okay, pass that e and simply replicate 3 times, and we'll have to change the text, and this will become, let's say, provenance, and this will become honor. So if I'm making any spelling mistake, please forgive me for that, because I'm really very bad at spelling. Okay, so let's keep working on it. So here we have all the buttons. Now here we're going to take this dynamic. Okay, so here we're going to have the dynamic state. We'll say if history is true, then we want to display this div, and it will have a class called style.nft description box profile dash bidding box card. Okay, in that we're going to display the tab component. Okay, so NFT tab. So that's what we have, and in that we're going to send this data. Okay, data as a prop. Simply replicate that, and we have to change this to provenance. But what I have noticed one thing, that we haven't created these states. Okay, so what we can do, let's come up here and let's create those use state. Okay, so we're going to create that. First will be history, and this will become true initially. The second one is going to be, let's say, provenance, and it's false, and third one is going to be the honor, and it's false. So these are the 3 states we are taking, and now we have to take the data. So data for the each of the components. So first is history array, and in that we're going to just take the images of the users. So replicate it couple times and change this to 3, 4 and 5, and do the same thing for other components. So replicate 2 times. So altogether we want to have 3 arrays, and let's change this to provenance array, and we have to just simply change this users, so we can easily display different user. Okay, so looking fine. Now let's change this to honor, and and then we have to change this as well. So make it 8, this will become 2, this will become 6, and that's it. Okay, so these are the 3 arrays we have for each of these tabs. Simply copy that, and that's what we have to pass as a props. So let's open it and send it as it props. Now here we're going to say provenance, and here we have to pass the provenance array. Simply replicate it one more time, and this will become, let's say, honor array, and this will become honor array. Okay, so these are the props we are sending. It's looking fine with things. I think we are done with that, the entire JSX part. So let's have a look, and here we have a couple of functions. That function we have to create, and what I have noticed that I made a mistakes. Okay, so simply close this one, and okay, this is the first component we have here, and this is the second component. But why we have one more component? We want to have 2 components, not more than that. So something's problem I have. So cut this one and simply bring all the way down to here and paste it. Okay, that's the thing we have to do. Simply cut it from there, and now you can easily able to wrap the entire NFT description box profile in the same component. Okay, simply close it, and here you can see these are the 2 components we have. Things are looking fine, everything is working fine. Now let's start creating the functions. Okay, so let's bring this down, and we'll call it open social, and it's going to be an error function. If social is false, then we want to set it true. Okay, and we set the other social menu is false, else we want to make it false. Okay, simple function we have here. Simply remove that and bring it down. We have to take another one, open menu. If menu is false, then we have to set it true, and set social false, else we have to set menu false. Okay, so this is the second function we have. Now let's bring it down, and let's come down here in the profile and simply open that. We have to create this open tab function. Okay, simply copy here and come up here. We'll call it open tab, and we have to receive E. It's going to be an arrow function, and we have to take that button text. So when someone will click on the button, we want to get that button text, and on the base of that we're going to open and display that tab. Okay, so it's going to be e.target.inner HTML, inner text, sorry, and we'll say if button text is equal to what we have here. So it equal to, let's scroll down, it's history bed. Copy that and paste here, history bed. Then we want to set the history to true and set other component to false. So false, and this will become honor is also going to be false. Else if button text equal to, what is that, provenance. So copy and paste here, and then we have to simply copy that, and we want to set this, let's say set this true, and this become false. Come here, this is the 2 function we have. Now let's create the final function, and this will call, so we have to change this function to, let's say change this to open honor. Okay, and we can remove that E, or you can keep it. Okay, so I'll remove that E. Okay, now let's come here and we'll say const open honor, and we're going to say if honor is false, then we want to set it true, and other component is going to be false. Okay, history and provenance false, else we want to set the honor, let's say false. Okay, so that's the function we have here, and things are looking fine. Okay, simply close that and simply copy this and simply paste here. So this is the second component. Okay, so here you can see everything is working fine. Now let's come up here and open this one and scroll down, and here we have that component. Okay, now we can start working on the, let's say, tab component. Okay, so this is the component we're going to create now. So we have to receive all the props which we are sending. So copy this data tab, and we're going to import the image that's coming from React next image. Okay, and we have to do the internal import. We have to import the CSS file. So this will become, let's say, come here and so start working on the div. Okay, simply remove that, and we'll take this dynamic block. It will have a style, and style, actually I haven't received the style file, so let's do that. So import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Now we can say NFT tabs, and then we're going to have this dynamic data. We're going to loop over it, and we want to make it instant return. And that we're going to take this div, and we have to assign this class. We'll call it style NFT tab dash box. It will also have a key I plus 1, and then we're going to take this image. It will have the source, let's say element, and I'll tag. It will have the profile image. We have to assign the width is going to be 40 and height is going to be, let's say, 40. It will also have the class called NFT box tab box image. Okay, so these are the couple of things we are sending to the image. We'll come down, we'll have another div. It will have the class called style.nft box, and this will call info, and that will have the span, and this will call the name. So we'll call it offer by the price and the name of the person. So this name is the dynamic one. Okay, so that's why we are taking inside a span, and we'll call it Schwab by. So this is the data we have. Now let's come down here. We're going to take a small, and we'll provide the date. So June 14 slash, and this is the time. Okay, so this is the data we are passing here. Now I think with this, let's convert that into a span. Okay, so with this, I think we are done. Everything's looking fine, and we'll come here, and we have to receive one more thing. We have to receive the icon, because the owner tab is going to have an icon. Okay, so that's what we have to receive, and that the icon we're going to display right up here. So we'll display the icon. Okay, save it, and here in the owner we have to send the props as an icon. Okay, as a prop. So let's send that. We'll call it icon, and we want to send that MD verified icon. So you can see these are the data we are passing, and that's working fine. Now let's come up here. If we go here you can see we have all the data, and something problem we have. Why two components are open? Okay, something's wrong. Let's click on this tab. Things are working fine. Okay, we're gonna fix this problem. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's come here and let's have a look. Everything is working fine. Okay, we're going to fix this problem later. So you can click and you can switch between different tabs. Okay, you can see you can click and you can tap to different. So let's simply close that, and now we can start working on the CSS file. Okay, so let's come back to the close this one and close this one and go to this NFT details page, and here we can see that. So let's come here in that NFT detail page and go to this. So we can start working on this detail page first. Simply copy that, and we can start working on the CSS. Okay, target that. So let's make it side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. So okay, so I'm opening in the not in the Chrome browser, because I was getting that white blank paper. I don't know why. I'm using different browser. So now we can start working and styling this component. So let's assign a first width is going to be 100%, margin block is going to be 5 RAM, and let's target the box, and it will have the width to 80% and margin 0 auto. That will hold the entire content in the middle. Now we'll say display is going to be grid, and grid template column 1.2 FR and 1 FR. So that's how it will look. Gap is going to be 5 RAM. Let's come down. We'll take this media query, and on the mobile device 35 EM, we want to make it to margin. Let's say margin block is going to be 2 RAM, and box is going to be width is going to be 90%, and grid template column is going to be 1 FR. Okay, so that's the setup we have to do in the NFT detail page. Okay, so things are looking good. We can easily able to open and close all this. Let's close that one and go to this image component. Okay, now we can start working on the image section. Okay, simply copy that, and let's come back to the CSS file, and now we can target that. So first thing we have to do is we have to assign the width is going to be 100%, and box is going to be, let's say, box NFT is going to be, display is going to be grid, display grid, and we'll say that NFT box NFT image is going to have this, let's say, grid column 1 -1, and we have to define the row as well. So /end. We'll come down, we'll come to the NFT image itself. We have to say the border it is to 1 RAM. We'll come down, we'll target the NFT box NFT like. It will be display is going to be flex, align item center and justify content space between. Grid column 1 minus 1 and grid row is going to be 1 slash minus n. Okay, n, sorry. And z index is going to be top, and align self is going to be flex start. Padding is going to be, let's say padding inline is going to be 2 ram. So that's how it will look. You can see it's perfectly aligned on top of the image. And let's come down. We have to target this NFT box, NFT like paragraph, and background color is going to be our icon color. So that's how it will look. Padding is going to be 0.2 ram and 1 ram. Color is going to be our main BG color. Display is going to be flex. Align item center. Gap is going to be 0.5 ram. Border radius 0.2 ram. Cursor pointer. So that's look perfect. You can easily able to see the functions are also working. We'll come down. We'll target the NFT box, NFT like, okay, and it's going to be an icon. We'll say font size going to be 1.4 ram, a little bigger. NFT box, let's say NFT box and details, we'll target that, and we also target that NFT image box dash descriptions. So we are targeting both the component together, and we want to say display is going to be flex, okay, align item center, justify content space between, and line height is going to be 0. Let's assign a background color to our, let's say, icon main BG, and it will have the border radius 0.5 ram, and padding inline is going to be 1 ram inline, and margin, let's say top is going to be 1 ram, and cursor pointer. So that's how it will look perfect. Here we're going to target that NFT image box details and box, and we have to target that NFT description box, and this will have the padding is going to be 1.1 ram, and it will have 1 ram. Font size is going to be 1 ram. Okay, let's come down. We'll target the NFT box details box P, and this will have line height is going to be 1, font size is going to be 1 ram. This looks pretty cool. You can see this is how it will look on a desktop mode. You can see perfectly aligned. So let's make a normally, okay, it's too big. Okay, that's how it will look perfect, and this function is also working fine. That's look good on a mobile device, looks absolutely perfect. Let's come back here and let's start working on that. So with this we are done with this entire image component. Okay, image component. Now let's come here and let's start working on the description section. So click on that, copy this, and now come on the CSS file, description CSS file, and now we can start working on it. We're going to say that, let's say width is going to be 100%, NFT box would be width is going to be 100%, and margin 0 auto. NFT box share is going to be display is going to flex, align item center, justify content space between, positions relative, and let's make it 80. So that's how it will look. Okay, let's come down. We'll take this media query, and on a mobile device it's a 30 em. We'll simply copy that and we'll say 90% width. Okay, so that's how it will look pretty cool. Now let's come here. We're going to target that description share box icon. We'll say cursor pointer, and we'll target the box share box social. Position is going to be absolute, top is going to be 5 ram, left is going to be 65. So you can see our dynamic block is also working fine, and let's say width is going to be 40 ram. Background color is going to be have the our main color, main BG color, and it will have the block shadow to our custom box shadow. So save it. We'll have the border radius 0.5 ram, padding is going to be 1 ram. So here you can see this looks perfect. Okay, looking fine. Now let's come down. We'll target the box share box social, okay, A, okay, anchor individually. First thing we have to do is to display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1 ram, transition all 0.3 second, easy in, Padding is going to be 0.2 RAM and 0. That looks pretty cool. Let's come down. We have to target that box share box icon, and not icon, social. An over effect, we want to have this. So background color is going to be our box shadow, and we'll have the color is going to be, let's say, our main color, and we'll have this border radius 0.5 RAM, and padding is going to be 0.2 RAM and 0.5 RAM. Okay, that looks pretty cool. So let's have a look on a mobile device. You can see on over effect we are getting the styling and things are looking pretty cool. And this is how we look on a mobile device. And here we have to do the changes. It's not box shadow. We have to provide the, let's say, icon color. Okay, save it, and now on over effect we are getting this nice icon color over effect. Okay, it's looking fine. And okay, it's not looking good right now, but it's taking shape. Okay, we're gonna make it more responsive. So let's come down. We have to take this NFT box share P, and we'll say background color is going to be icon color. Color is going to be the main color, and padding is going to be 0.2 RAM, and this will become 0.8 RAM. And border area is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, now let's come down. We'll take this box shared box, and this will become, let's say, display is going to be flex. A line item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, so a little bigger. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box profile, and h1 is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be 0.2 RAM, 0.3.2 RAM. Okay, line height is going to be, let's say, 1, and we'll target the NFT box profile box, and this will be display is going to be flex, a line item center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, padding bottom is going to be 1.5 RAM. Okay, so we'll have some space from the bottom. You can easily able to switch and open close, working fine. Now NFT profile box left, and we'll say display is going to be flex, a line item center, a line self is going to be start, and gap is going to be 1 RAM, line height is going to be 1. And let's come down. We'll target that. We'll target the NFT box profile, and right section right info small, and we'll target the another left info small together. And font size is going to be, let's say, not fonts, font width is going to be 500. Okay, you can see the both profile. That's what we are targeting. And so small tag is working fine. And what else we have to target? Okay, so change this to box. Okay, so this is the problem we have. So change this to box, and now you can see the stylings are taking place. And simply copy that and replicate it one more time, and here we have to do the changes to span, and here we going to make it. Okay, now we have to target this profile box left section image, and width is going to be, let's say, border radius is going to be 50%. You can see we have this nice border radius, and here we're going to make it to 8, not 500. Okay, so this is little bolder and looking perfect. The name is little bolder, is looking good. We have to take this NFT box profile box right, let's say display is going to be flex, a line item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, line height is going to be 1 RAM, border left is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and it will have this icon color. Okay, we'll have the padding left is going to be 2 RAM. Let's come down. We have to target this profile dash bidding, and this will become margin block is going to be 1 RAM, and simply come here, copy that, and come here, and let's have a look. We are assigning the same class, so where is the bidding? And here we have that. Simply copy here and simply paste here. Okay, so both are the same class, and change this to 11. Okay, it's working fine. Let's copy that and simply paste here, and we'll target the P. We'll say display is going to be flex, align item center, font size 1.5 RAM, gap is going to be 1 RAM, so looking pretty cool. We'll target the box profile dash bidding dash box I timer. We'll say display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 3 RAM. That's how it will look. Align item center. Okay, We'll target the profile bidding box timer dash item, okay. And P will say that font size is going to be 3 RAM, line height is going to be 0, width is going to be 900. We'll come down, we'll target the profile bidding box timer item span, and font width is going to be 600, little bolder. And we'll target that profile bidding box timer item, and let's remove that, let's call it price, okay. So we are targeting the price section, not the timer section, okay. And this will become line height is going to be 0, margin top is going to be 4 RAM, display is going to be grid, and grid template column 4 FR and 1 FR, gap is going to be 3 RAM, and align item flex end and justify content space between, okay. That's how it will look. So we'll target the box profile bidding, and that's a bidding, okay. Let's come down, bidding box price, and this is the price we have. Now let's call it bid, and we have to target the border is going to be 2 pixels solid, and we have this icon color. We'll have this border radius going to 0.5 RAM. That's how it will look. We'll come down, we'll target that bidding box profile price bid small, and we'll say, let's say font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, and background color is going to be have icon color, and color is going to be our main color. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM, and border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Margin left is going to be 2 RAM. So that looks pretty cool. Let's come down, and we'll target that, copy simply and paste here, and target the P, and we'll see padding is going to be 1 RAM, and font size is going to be 2 RAM, and font width is going to be 900. Okay, so that looks pretty good, pretty big and bold. We're gonna fix it, okay. So description profile, and this will become but bidding box price, and simply remove that, it's a button, not a, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM, display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 3 RAM. So that's how it will look, the button, and you can see it's looking pretty good on a desktop, okay. So we have that virtual, we have the icons, we have the name, we have the creators, and things are looking good. We can open, we can close, so it's looking good. So we have to fix this dynamic data, okay, and this is quite bold. We're going to fix that as well, not a big deal. And this is how we look on a mobile device. Now let's come here, we have to target that box profile bidding box button, and remove that button. We have to call it tab, and top is going to be 3 RAM, and display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 1 RAM. So that's the button, how it will look, perfectly working fine. We'll come down, we'll target the profile bidding box tabs button itself, and font size is going to be 1 RAM, padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM, border is going to be 0, background color to be having a shadow dark color, and we'll have the color itself is going to be the icon color. Border radius is going to be 2 RAM, cursor pointer, and font width is going to be 600. So that's how the button would look. Let's come down, we'll target the NFT box profile bidding box card, and we'll say margin top is going to be 2 RAM, and padding is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, so that looks pretty condensed, it's looking fine and working fine. Now we can start. What we have to do, let's have a look in the code. Okay, let's come in the media query, and we're going to target that NFT box, and we'll share box social, and we'll say left is going to be 35%. So you can see it's looking fine, and we'll have to say that box profile box, and this will become display grid. Okay, that's looks pretty fine, and remove this code. So now it's looking good. Okay, it's looking perfect. So let's come here, and here we're going to make it 100. Okay, 100. So it's looking fine. So make sure this is the changes you have to do, and now we can scroll down. Let's come here, and if we go to this, close this one and go to this main one. Okay, NFT detail page modules, and here you can see the width we have assigned is 100% and 80%. So the entire width we are controlling from this CSS file, okay, NFT description page, okay. So details, sorry, NFT details page, main CSS file. Now let's come here and we're going to target that NFT box profile, and let's say box, and we'll target the right section and we'll call it, let's say, border left is going to be 0 and padding left is going to be 0, so that will be aligned equally, looking perfect on the mobile device. Now let's come down and we have to target the profile bidding, box price, and gap is going to be 1 RAM, and create template column 2 RF and 1 FR. Okay, we'll come down, we'll target the profile bidding box price bid P, and we'll say font size going to be 1 RAM, so little smaller, look good on a mobile device. Let's come down, we'll target that profile bidding box button, and it will have a gap point 2 RAM, okay, and we'll have a description bidding box tabs button. We'll say that font size is going to be 1 RAM and padding is going to be 1 and 1.2 RAM, so that looks perfect. You can see the button's looking good, and here in the desktop we have to still fix a little bit. Okay, this looks fine, so we can click on this and it's working fine, but we have to fix this. Okay, it's very close to each other, and we have this nice animation, but they're very close to each other. We have to do something about it, and this is the price we have to fix. Okay, so the tabs are working fine, we also have the problem in the tab, but styling is looking good. Okay, now let's come back here, change this to 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Okay, now let's look good. Button, we'll target the font width is going to be 500, and we'll target the button itself and the dynamic class we are adding in the button, and that we're going to say if button size is going to be 1 RAM and padding is going to be 1 RAM, 1.2 RAM. So that's how it will look, perfectly aligned. Okay, the buttons are also looking good. Now we have to fix this one, and these are it's also looking good, no problem in that. We have the only changes we have to do in the text. So let's come here and let's see where we having the text. So let's scroll up here. So this is the price width, and that we are having this price. Okay, so price width, let's come up here, and where we have here we have to do the changes to, let's make it 1. Okay, 1 RAM, and let's make it 2. Let's see, okay, 1.5 is better. Okay, 1.5 is look good, so 1.5 is look perfect. And if we look on the mobile device, it's looking perfectly aligned, everything's working fine, open and close. And this is the fix we have to do. The price is also looking good, and we can easily able to switch to between different tabs. Okay, so let's come up here, and so this is the menu component we have. Simply copy that. Okay, this is the component we have. Come back to the CSS file and let's have a look where we are styling this. So here we are styling. Okay, so simply do this to 1 RAM. Okay, padding, save it. Okay, 1 RAM is to 1.5 RAM is look good. Okay, this looks perfect, 0.5 is good, and here we have to make it 0.5 as well on over effect. So make sure you do the changes in the NFT description box, shared box, social A. In that padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, and on over effect we have to also change that padding to 0.5 RAM. So looking perfect. You can see nice over effect we are getting, but we have to work in this tab, so we have some problem in the tab. And if we come here in the full desktop modes, it's looking beautiful. So this is the image component, these are the price box. Now it's looking good. We have this. Okay, and this is the name, this is the creators, this is the auction timing, this is the price section and stock. Okay, auction, we have to change this icon as well. Okay, let's come back here and go back to this JSX description JSX, and let's see where we are rendering that. So let's come here, let's come down, and here I have noticed where we are displaying the timing. Here Instead of this MD verified, we have to display the timer, MD timer. Save it, and here you can see we have the timer icon. Looking pretty good. The pricing, the tabs, but we have this tab problem in the tabs. So okay, so let's cut that and come back to the NFT tabs and let's have a look. So here we are receiving the data, not a big deal. Let's start styling the tab component. Okay, so we'll target the tab and we'll say, let's open that. We'll say that display is going to be flex, and let's target the box. Okay, align item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, align height is going to be 0, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0. Border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we'll have our shadow dark icon color. Okay, so that's will look good. Okay, looking good. Just come down, we'll target the image and we'll say that border it is 50%, and we'll target the box info. We'll say display is going to be grid, and align self is going to be flex start, and line height is going to be 1, and margin top is going to be 6 pixels. So that looks pretty cool. Now we have to target the info span itself, and font size is going to be, not font size, font width is going to be 700. Okay, we'll target the small, and this will have margin 0.2 RAM. Okay, so it will have some space from the heading. Now let's close that one and let's have a look on the full screen, and looks incredible. You can click, you can switch to different tabs, but here we have the problem in the icons. Okay, in the honor. So that's the fix we have to do, and we are rendering this 2 component on the click event. Okay, so let's come back here and let's go to this, and let's come to the, here we are, and let's go to this description one. Okay, and let's scroll. So here we have to do the changes. Okay, instead of sending honor array, we have to send the honor. Okay, so that's the change we have to do. Honor, I made a silly mistake. So honor, and if you save it and come back to the application, and you can see right now we are displaying only 1. So you can click, you can switch to different tabs, and it's working fine. Okay, and this is the icon we have to fix. Okay, that's the small fix we have here. So let's come here, and the fix we want to do in the tab component. Okay, so let's come here in the tab component, and here where we are rendering the tab icon, so here we have the icon. Simply cut this icon and paste right here. Okay, not outside the span, but inside the span we have to paste. Now save it, and here we have the icon looking perfect. Okay, you can simply click, and this looks pretty cool. Okay, and this looks good, and if we click twice it's getting off. So let's come down here, and here we have to do the fix on the honor, and here we're going to say that set history to true. Okay, save it and click, and it's looking fine. Now it's working fine. Okay, looking pretty good. So things are working fine. Okay, with this I think we are done with this entire components. So that looks good. Now let's close this one, and come here, and let's have a look final time, because we have built this entire beautiful component. And let's see, let's come here, and as you can see everything's looking good. This is how it will look when someone visits us for the very first time. NFT details, so we have this tab component, we have this nice drop downs. Okay, things are looking good. Do we having any overflow? Okay, it's very close to that. This is also working fine, and our media query is also working. Okay, we are having a little bit overflow somewhere. Okay, not a big deal, we're going to fix that later. Okay, because we are almost done. When we do the final touch up at the end, that time we're going to do this. Okay, so you can see our media query is also working fine. We can easily able to make it more responsive, looking pretty good. Now on a desktop you can see it's looking good. So this is the category section we have. Let's come back to the, in this video we're going to build the user account page. Okay, so I have opened the project in the code editor. Make sure you do that. Follow the general convention. We have to create the page, so we'll call it, let's say, account, and let's type RAFCE. Close that, and we have to create the CSS file. account.modules.css. Simply we have to import that CSS file here, internal import, and that's coming from the style folder. Okay, style/account. Okay, so close that one. Now let's click on the main directory and we have to create a folder, and this folder is for the account. So we'll call it account page. Inside that we'll create another folder. This will call form. Okay, and we have to create the JSS file for this form, and we have to create the CSS file for this as well. Okay, nothing new, following general convention. Okay, now let's type RAFCE, and now we have to import that, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, let's close that one and close this one as well. And now we can come to the pages and go to the account page, and let's start working on this. So first thing we have to do is to import the use state coming from React, and use memo, use callback, and we have to use context, and we have to import the image, and we have to import the use drop zone, and that's coming from, and I remember that we haven't installed the drop zone. Okay, this will allow us to drop the images. Okay, so we're going to use this package. Let's open up the terminal. Let's split the terminal, and let's come here I'm on the npm, so react dropzone.org, and this is the package we are using for dropping the images. So make sure you install this package. Simply copy that and come back to the code and install this. This will take a little bit of time, and here we have installed the packages. Now simply clear a terminal, and here we're going to import that. So let's call it react dropzone. Let's come here. We have to import all the images. So we have inside the image folder. Now we have to import the, let's say, form component, and that's coming from the account page.form component. Okay, so in this page we need only one component. That's why I have not created the extra file that's like component index file for the account page. Okay, so I'm directly importing that form here. So that's the form component we have, and that's the internal external import. Now let's come here and let's bring this down. We have to take this use state, and this will call file URL. So when someone will upload the images, that's the data we want to store in this. Okay, file URL, and initially it would be null, and we have to remove that, and we're going to do the enter return, and inside that we're going to have a div. It will have a class called style dot, let's say, account, and that will have a div. It will have a call a style account dash info, and that we're going to have this h1, and we'll say profile setting. Remove that comma and come down. We have to take this, come back to the original application, and we have to copy this text. Okay, simply remove that, go to this account page, and you can see, copy that and come back and paste here. So that's the paragraph. Now we can come down here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot account dash box, and that will have a div. It will call class style account box image, and that will have the image. So we'll have the image. So before we take the image, we have to take this input. Okay, and it would be a blank, and down below we'll have the image. So we have to provide the source image, and we'll say, let's say user1. It will have the all tags as well. So account upload will have the width is going to be 150, height is going to be 150, and we have to assign the class as well. So style dot, let's call it account box image. Okay, so that's the images we have. Now here we're going to take a p tag, and we'll say change image. Okay, it will have a class called style dot account box image para. Now we have to take a div. It will have a class called style dot account box form, and that we're going to render this form component. Okay, so that's the entire JSX for this account.js file page. Okay, simply come here and visit the application, and right now you can see this is how it will look. Okay, profiles, data, and let's come here and close this one and go to this component. Okay, and in that we have to do the changes in the navigation on the URL. Okay, so click on this, go to this discover menu, and here we're going to do the changes. So we need to only add this account, remove this one setting. Okay, and click on this discovery, go to the collections, click on this collection, and here we are on the collection. But now we can click on this account setting, and you can see it's working fine. Okay, things are looking good. Now let's come back, close this one, and we can simply come here and go to this. Let's come here and go to this account page and form section. And now we can start working on this form. Okay, so now we have to import couple of things. So first thing, we need to have the icon. So outline mail, that's coming from React Icons HI. Now we have to import the icons MD outline HTTP, and that's coming from icon MD. And we have to import one more, outline content copy. We have to import that TI social Facebook, and that's coming from React icon TI. And we need to import one more. This is gone of social Twitter. This becomes link Instagram, sorry. And we have to import the button component, and that's coming from the same component index. Okay, so that's the internal external import we have. Now simply remove that. We'll take a div and we'll have a class called style dot form, and that we will have the div. It will have a class called form dash box, and that will have a form itself. We'll remove that, okay, for the time being. And that we're going to have a div. It will have a class called, let's say, style, let's say dot form box input, and that will have this label, and we'll call it name. And here we call the user name. Okay, down below we'll have this input, and type is going to be text. Placeholder is going to be, say, let's say Shoaib Bhai. Okay, and it will have a class called style form box input username. Okay, now we'll come down. We'll have another div. It will have a class called style form box input, and that will have the label. We'll call it email, sorry. And here we're going to take the div. It will have a class called style box input box, and that we're going to have this div. It will have a class called style dot form box input box icon, and that will have the icon. So let's have that icon to outline mail. And here down below we're going to take the input tag, and placeholder is going to be, let's say, email. Okay, so that's the second input box. Close this one, close this one. Now let's come down. We'll take another div. We'll have a class called style dot form box input, and we'll have the label to descriptions and description. And down below we're going to have this text area, and initially row is going to be, let's say, 6. Okay, and we'll have the placeholder will say something, type something about yourself in few words. Okay, so that's the text area. Now simply come down. We'll have a div. We'll have a class called style dot form box input, and that will have the label, we'll say website. And down below we'll have a div. It will have a class called form box input. Okay, and in that we're going to have another div. It will have the class called, let's say, form box icon, and we'll have the icon itself. In that down below we're going to take the input tag, and let's remove that input, and we'll say placeholder is going to be, let's say, website. Okay, now let's come down, come here, and we will take another div. It will have a class called style dot form box input social. Down below we'll have another div. It will have the class called style, and that we're going to take this label, and we'll call it, let's say, Facebook. And here we have to type Facebook. Down below we'll take a div. It will have a class called style docs box input, and that will have the icon. So we'll call it TI social. And here we're going to take the input, and it will have a type to text, and placeholder is going to be, let's say, we'll give this demo data. So it should be, let's say, Shoaib Bhai. Okay, simply close this one and copy and replicate 3 times. And here we have to change this to Twitter, and this become Twitter, and this icon become Twitter. Close this one, and we have to replicate one more time. This will become, let's say, Instagram, and this will become Instagram. Okay, so these are the 3 social media URLs. Okay, we're going to take from here. Come down, we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot form box input, in that we're going to have the label, and we'll call it wallet, and let's call it address. Okay, in that we'll have a div. It will have a class called style box input box, in that will have another div. It will have the class of the icon. So icon, in that we're going to have the icon. So the icon we want to display here is outline HTTP, and we're going to come out of the div, and we're going to have this input, and placeholder is going to be, let's say, our wallet address. So okay, that's how it will look. Copy. So this is the placeholder I'm giving, random address. Okay, so that's the address we have here. Let's come down. We'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot input box icon, and in that we're going to have this icon. Copy. Okay, so let's come down. We'll have a div. We'll have a class called style dot box button, and in that we're going to have the button. So we have the button component, so remove that button component, and then we have to send the props. So we'll call it, let's say, upload profile, and it will have a handle click functions, and it will also have a class. So custom class we are providing. Okay, button class. Okay, that looks pretty cool. So with this we are done with this entire JSX. Let's have a look. So close all this component. So come here, and so altogether we have 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, 5 6 7. Okay, so we are done with this, and now here we are in the account.js, and now we have to use this drop zone. Okay, because we are not using that, let's use the drop zone, and let's write the function for that. So what we can do, let's come here, and we'll take a const, we'll call it on drop. We'll take this use callback, and it's going to be async function, because when we receive the data with this, it's going to be an async function. Okay, so we'll type it expect and file. Okay, and we have to call this function, and we want to set the URL to the exec file, the first file. Okay, and with this empty array. Okay, so that's the function. Now we'll come down, and we have to import couple of things from drop zone. So this is going to be a get props, and if you want to know more about this drop zone package, you can easily visit the documentations, and you can know everything that how you can utilize this. There is a lot of property which you can explore, and that's always a good idea to know that how this work. Okay, so you can read more about it. So this is the one props we have to get this input props, and that's coming from use drop zone. So we have to give this, and we have to call the function. In that we're going to provide the object. So what are the first object is going to be the function. Okay, and we have to provide the size accept file. So what are the files we want to accept? So we want to accept all the images. Okay, so we'll say image slash this star. Okay, and we have to define the size. So what size? So this is the number we want to take. So this is the standard number, which most of the time you will find in the high scale application. So that's the standard digit I'm using here. So that's the props we have here. Now we can simply copy this and props, copy this props, and let's come down here, and we're going to call on the div. Okay, so in this div we're going to call that prop. So take this dynamic block, and that we're going to call the props. Okay, so that's how we have to call the prop. And now let's key that, and we have to call this on the input, because it's an input prop. Okay, and we have to call it. So things are looking pretty good. And if we come back to the application, and here you can see, if we click on this, we can easily able to open our image uploading folder. Okay, so from your directory you can easily able to save the image. Okay, you can click and you can open. Okay, you can click and you can open. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's come back here. So we are done with this entire JSX and all the functionality. So things are looking pretty cool. Okay, and you will see the real magic when we'll connect our smart contract and create the NFT, and when we'll get the data from the IPFS. Because when someone will upload the data, first what we will do, we're going to upload that image or in the entire data to the IPFS, and from there we're going to fetch it and store into the smart contract as well as in the backend. Okay, so you will see the real magic when we're going to display this entire dynamic data from the smart contract. Okay, so that's looking absolutely perfect, no problems we have here. Close this one, and now we can start working on the CSS file. So let's come back to the account model CSS and make it side by side, and let's target the account. Width is going to be 100%, margin block is going to be 6 RAM, account info is going to, width is going to be 50%, margin 0 auto, border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we have the shadow dark color. Okay, that looks good. That's how it will look. Let's come down, we'll target the account info h1, and font size is going to be 4 RAM, and line height is going to be 0.5. Account P is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, and width is going to be 80% on a desktop mode, and line height is going to be 1.2 RAM, and padding is going to be bottom 0.5 RAM. So that's how it will look. Let's target the account box, and we'll say width is going to be 50%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column 1FR and 5FR, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM, gap is going to be 3 RAM, align item flex start. So that's how it will look. Let's add a account box image. Margin top is going to be 2 RAM, cursor pointer, positions relative, and text align center. Account box image border is going to be 5% border, 50% border radius. Account box image para, this will become font size is going to be, let's say, 700 bolder, and font width is going to be 700, and font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. So save it, and that's how it will look. You can see bold. Now let's come down. We'll take the media query and we'll say max width is going to be 35 em, and that we're going to target that info. We'll say width is going to be 90%. We'll target the account box, width is going to be, let's say, 90%, grid template column 1FR. That's how it will look. Pretty cool. Okay, it's looking pretty decent. And let's come here, and we have to take this H1. We'll say font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Okay, we'll go to this font H1, let's make it 2. Okay, that's look cool. And we'll target the font information P. We'll target the font size is going to be 1 RAM, and here let's make it 100. Okay, width is going to be 100, and let's make it 90. That looks good. And let's come here in the para, and here we have to make it to, let's say, copy that, and here we have to make it to 100%. Okay, so that looks pretty cool on a mobile device. Pretty cool. So things are looking good on mobile device. You can see it's responsive, and that's how it will look on a tablet. We're gonna fix it and make it more responsive. Okay, that's how it will look on a desktop. Pretty good. I can see the beauty. I hope you guys can see the beauty I can see. Okay, it's looking beautiful. Now what we can do, we are done with this. And let's close this one and come here, come back to the form and start styling this one. So let's copy this, what we have called form. Okay, now let's come here. We have to target the form. So let's say width is going to be 100%, font box is going to be, let's say, input, margin top is going to be 2 RAM, and form box input label is going to be, display is going to be block, width is going to be 100%, margin left is going to be 1 RAM, and font width is going to be 700, font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. That looks pretty good. Now let's target the input username. Width is going to be 100%, border 1 pixel solid var, and we'll have our icon color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, border radius 1 RAM, background color transparent, margin top 0.5 RAM, and outline is going to be none. Save it, and that's how you can see it looks beautiful. We having getting that style, looking beautiful. Let's come down. We have to target the font box input placeholder, and font size 1.2 RAM. Color is going to be our, let's say, icon color. We'll target the form box input box, and width is going to be, let's say, 100%, border 1 pixel solid var, and we have our icon color. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM, align item center, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. Outline, let's say, overflow hidden. So that looks pretty good. You can see all the inputs looks nice, having this nice border. We'll target the box icon, and font size is going to be 2 RAM, and background color to be the icon color, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, and color itself is going to be our main BG color. Okay, that looks pretty good, but we have some issues. So display is going to be grid, and cursor is going to be a pointer. Okay, we have some issue in the icon. We're going to fix that. Okay, let's work on this icon. We'll come down. We're going to target that box input itself, and we'll say width is going to be 90%, border 0, and background color is going to be transparent, and outline is going to be none. So that looks pretty awesome, you can see that. And we'll simply come down, we'll target the, let's say, form input text area, and it is going to be 100%, and border color, background color is transparent, outline is going to be none, and border radius is going to be 1 ram, padding is going to be 1 ram. So that looks pretty awesome. Okay, let's come up here, and here we need to provide that, let's say where it is here we have to provide the display is going to be flex. Okay, now you can see it's look perfect. So I forgot to add this display flex, and here see this looks beautiful. We have this nice form style, so it's looking good. Now we can come down, we target the form box input social, and let's say grid temp display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat 3 1fr, and we'll have a gap of 1 ram. So that's how it will look on a desktop. We'll have this 3 in a row, and we have this font box btn, and margin is going to be 4 ram and 0 ram. And we'll take this custom style button, and we'll target that button is going to be 100% width, and display is going to be flex, justify, content center, and font size is going to be 1.5 ram. So that looks pretty awesome, you can see. Click on a full screen, and here you can see it looks absolutely stunning. So it's on media query, this is how it will look. We're gonna fix it, but this is how it will look on desktop. On a full screen, this is how it will look, perfectly designed. We have to fix this change image, and this looks really good. You can see this look beautiful. This looks, this form, so this looks good, and we have to fix on this breakpoint. So let's come here, add the media query, target the max width is going to be 35 em, and we're going to target this social first, and we'll say grid template column, it's 1fr on a mobile device. So that's how it will look on a mobile, and let's make it, and that looks pretty good. And that's on a, how it will look in a 3 row, and here, and that's how it will look on a big screen. Let's come here, and we'll take the second breakpoint, and this will be min is going to be 425 pixels, and the max is going to be, let's say, what we have here, 768 pixels. Okay, we're going to target that, and we'll say 1fr 2fr 1fr 1fr. Okay, and let's come here, and simply, so what we have here, let's come back here, go to the css file, and come here, and all we have to do is simply grab this css file. Okay, so this one, copy this, and come put this account one and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. Simply copy this entire css, okay, and paste here, and now it looks perfect. You can see now it looks beautiful, both on tablet and a bigger screen. Okay, that looks pretty good, and the only changes we have to do is this in search bit, and this one is also working fine. You can see, you can click and you can open it, and that's the fix we have to do, a little bit fix. So here we are, and on the account page, and let's come here on the account page. So this is the profile, it's fine. Let's scroll down, and here we have that account box image para. So that's the class where it is, and here we have that. Let's make it 1 ram, and let's save it. Now it looks perfect. Okay, this looks perfect, and that's how it will look on a full screen. It looks beautiful. That's the profile setting we have. We can click and open. You can type the emails, descriptions, websites, Facebook, Twitter, and the address, and upload. Things are looking beautiful, and we can easily able to navigate to different pages, socials, and we have that search page. It's looking fine. We have this author, that looks also good. We have this NFT details, and this is the details page. It's also looking good, which we had built in the last video. Okay, and this is the account page. Okay, that's what we have built here. This looks pretty good and awesome. You can click and you can open this folder, and that looks pretty good. All the things are looking fine. Let's have a look final time. Okay, it's working. Things are looking good. So here in my code editor, let's click on this page and we have to create the page. So we'll call it upload NFT.js and we'll type RAFCE. Simply close this one, come here, and we have to create the CSS file for this. So upload NFT modules.css. Here we have the CSS file. Now we have to create one folder in the main directory. Okay, in that we're going to keep all the component for this NFT upload. Okay, so we'll create a folder and we'll call it upload NFT. In that we're going to create one more folder and this will call drop zone. Okay, drop zone, and in that we're going to create the file dropzone.jsx and we have to create the CSS file for this as well. So let's create that dropdown module.css. So this is the one component we have. Simply let's do the internal import our CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. So here we have the drop zone and we have to create one more component. So let's come here, and that's we're going to do in the upload NFT. Okay, so we'll click on that and we'll create a new folder, and this will call, let's call it, actually we're not going to create a folder, it's a component itself. So we'll create in the same folder. Okay, so we'll create this file upload nft.jsx, and in that we're going to create the CSS file for this as well, modules.css. Let's type RAFCE and we have to do the internal import. We have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so here we have the CSS file. Let's close all this and simply close this folder and close this drop zone as well. And what we have to do is come back to this pages, and here you can see we have to simply replace this, select this on, change this to upload NFT, and make sure you have to type in a lowercase because the component we're going to import here, that would going to be in uppercase, but it will have the same name. Okay, so let's do the internal import. We have to import the CSS file, so that's coming from the same style folder, and we have this CSS file. Now let's come here and let's click on this, and now we have to create a file in that we're going to import all these components. Okay, so let's create that file. So we'll call it upload nft index.js, and in that we're going to import the component. So we import the drop zone, and that's coming from the same directory, and we have to import the, let's say, upload nft component, and that's in the main directory root folder. Okay, and now we have to simply export that both the components so we can use them in our upload NFT page. Okay, so let's close that one and we can come here and we can upload that. So we'll upload the upload NFT, and that's coming from the, let's say, /upload index. Okay, so here we have the upload component we have. Now simply remove that and let's start working on the JSX. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is to take the div, and it will have a class called style.upload NFT. In that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style upload dash box. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style upload box dash heading. Okay, in that we're going to take this h1 and it will have the heading create new NFT, and down below we'll have a p tag. And let's come back to the application and simply copy this text and paste here. Okay, so this is the paragraph we have. Now let's come down and we'll have another div. It will have a class called style.upload box, and this will call title. In that we're going to take this h2 and we'll have this h2 heading. Simply copy this one and paste here. We have to take the paragraph as well, copy and simply come back and paste. So that's the second heading we have. Okay, now what we can do, let's simply come down and we have to take another div. It will have a class called style dot box, and this will call form. So this will hold the forms. Okay, so in that what we have to do is we're going to call this upload NFT component. Okay, so this is the component we're going to call in that. So here we have to call it in uppercase because we are importing and exporting in uppercase. So make sure you do this change and simply copy and do it here. And if we come here and have a look, is it in uppercase? Yes, it's in uppercase. So simply copy that, come back here and simply change that. Okay, so that's the upload NFT. That's what we have here. Now let's simply open up your terminal and start the application. To have a look, type npm run dev and just wait and bring this down. Okay, Let's come here, and before we do that, before we check, let's come back to this component, and we have to change the router. So go back to the navigation, okay, nav bar, where it is. There are so many folders, okay. That's why it's very important that you have a better folder structure when you're working in a application like this, okay. So right now we have this full navigation folder, so it becomes very easy to navigate, okay. So let's open that folder. Simply open the folder, and we have to go into the discover section, and here we have that. So here we have this upload NFT, so the name is right, okay, and that's the name we have given to the pages, okay. So close this one and look, have a look. This is what we have called upload NFT, okay. Simply rename this, okay, type upload NFT, okay, save it, and that's looking good. Now simply close this one, and now come back to the application, and here we have that. Click on this and click on this upload NFT, and just wait. And here we are on upload NFT page. You can see all the data we have passed, that's here. So we have the title, we have the second titles and the paragraph, so everything's working fine. Now let's come back to the code and simply scroll down, and let's close this one and go back to the upload component. Okay, close this one and close this entire component, and here we have to come upload NFT, and now we can start working on this, okay. We have to import couple of things from React use state, and we have to import the icons, outline, HTTP, and that's coming from React icon MD, and we have to import one more outline attach file. We have to import one more FA percentage, and that's coming from React FA. We have to import, let's say, AI to property safety, and that's coming from the AI, okay. Now we have to import the, let's say, tick icon, and that's coming from TI. And now we have to import the image tags from Next.js, okay. So these are the icons we have here. Let's come here, and here you can see in the account we have this form, and that's the form we're going to use here in this component, okay. So we're going to use the CSS file, we're going to import the CSS file, and we're going to some copy and paste some of the components, some of the input component, okay. So that's the thing we're going to import here, okay. So let's close this one, and we have to import the form CSS style, okay. So this is the name I have given to the form style, okay, form style, and this is style is for the NFT, okay. We don't get confused. So that's coming from the account form module CS, okay. So that's the external and internal import we have. Now we have to import the images, all the images, and that's coming from the image folder, okay. We have to import the, let's say, button component, and that's coming from the, let's say, component, okay. In the component section we are getting from component index, okay. And here we have to import the drop zone, and that's coming from the drop zone NFT, okay, from the index folder, okay. So that's what all the external internal import we have here, and now we can start working on the actual JSX part. But before we do that, we have to take a use state, and this will call active. Initial would be 0, and this will become active name string, and this will become website, this will become description, this will become royalties, this will become, let's say, file size, and this will become, let's say, category, okay. So these are the internal, external, and use state we have here, okay. So everything's looking fine, and we have to take one more category array, because we have to loop over it altogether. I want to display 5 category, okay. So let's have a data for that. So we'll take an array, and it will have this object. So we'll have the image, and we'll have the name, okay. So let's do one thing. Simply images, we have to get the image NFT1, and we'll call it category, let's say, sports, okay. Right now I'm going with this hardcode value, but later when we'll get the data, and when we actually define that what are the data, what are the categories of NFT will allow user to upload, on that time we're going to do this modification. But right now I'm just going with this hardcode value, okay. And that's what we have here. Now let's simply replicate it and change this to art, change this to, let's say, music, and this will become digital, and this will become 2, and this will become time. Let's repeat one more time, and this will become photography, okay. This 3 images. So all the data we have. So simply close this one, and let's come down, and here now we can start working on the JSX part actually, okay. So let's zoom a bit. We have a div, and it will have a class called style dot upload, okay, and that will have this drop zone, and in this we're going to send all the props, okay. So that's props we have here. First props will send the title, okay. So the title we call it something like what are the file will accept from the user to upload in our application. So the file format we have to define, so jpg, png, we will go with this webm, and max width is going to be 100 MB, okay. So that's the first title we have. Now we have to, let's take a heading, and this will have drag and drop file. We'll have a subheading as well, and this will call, let's say, the reason why I'm using this drop zone as a reusable component, because we can use it in multiple places, or you can do this value hard code, but I don't want to go with any hard code value. I want to make the component as reusable as possible, so we can use in different application or in this application, okay. So we'll have a subheading, we'll call browse media on your device, okay. These are the title components, subtitles, and now we have to send the actual data. First we'll send the name of the NFT, we'll send the website URL, then we have to send the descriptions of the NFT, then we have to send the royalties, and royalties we have, then we have the file size, now we have the category, and let's have the final thing is the image, okay. So we'll have this upload image. So these are the props we are sending in the drop zone, okay. That's all we have here now. So let's come down, we'll have a div, and we'll have a style tag, and we'll call it upload box. In that, we want to do is we're going to use that form component, okay. So we'll come here and we'll go to this our account page, and we'll go to this form, okay. Here we are in the form JSX, and now we're going to import couple of things from here. So we're going to simply copy and paste. So let's open this one, and this one is a username, so we need this one. Simply copy and come back to this and simply paste here, okay. So that's the one import we have, and what we have to do is simply we have to change this name to, let's say, item name, and we have to call it, let's say, NFT, okay. This is the first thing we have, and it will have a on change function, because when someone will type anything, we want to get the data and update into our state variable, okay. So it will have this set item name, and in that we're going to use this e.target, in that we're going to pass the value, okay. So here we have to take the e, okay. So when someone will click on type anything in the input, we can easily able to update that name in this state, okay. So that's the input we have. Now let's close this one and come back once again to the form, and this time we are looking for, let's say, open this one. Last time we are looking for the website, okay. Simply copy this one and come back here and simply paste down below. And here what we're going to do is simply open this one and simply copy this and simply paste right here, okay. And the same thing, we have to pass the data. So that's the website component. Simply close this one and close this one, close this one. Now come down, and in this, and this website will have a p, okay. So in down below we'll have another class, and here it will have a upload box input para, okay. So we'll come down to the applications, and this is the text we want to simply copy and simply paste here, okay. So that's the paragraph we have. That's looking good. Now let's come down, let's come back to the forms once more time, and here we're going to need the description. So okay, come back and simply paste here, okay. So this is the description component we have copied, and that's what we have, okay. So this is the website section we have, and simply cut this one, okay. Simply cut this one and wrap this here, okay. And what we have to do is simply cut this portion and bring all the way down, okay, here, okay. So it's looking perfect. So make sure you do this fix, okay. So things are looking good. Now down below we'll have a p tag, and we're going to display the text. So simply copy this p tag and paste here. So that's what we have here. Now let's come down, and here we're going to take a div, and we'll take a style tag. We'll call it form style, because this time we are going to use that form, okay, form style, okay. So it will say form, and the name is dash box input, and copy that, and we have to change all the field we have copy and paste here. with this form. Okay, so that's the one we have. Simply copy this and change this one. Okay, and now we have to change this style. Okay, so simply copy this portion, that's what we have, and simply come here and replace this one as well, and replace this one as well. So whatever we have imported from the form component, make sure we have to replace that with this form style. Okay, and that's the name we have given on top when we have importing that css file. Okay, so simply change this one and change this one, and not that. So this is okay, and here we have to do the changes. So that's the form one, this is the form, and this is also a form change, this one, both one. And let's see where else we have. No, this is not one, and that's what we have, and this is what we have. So simply bring this down, and we'll take a label and we'll call it, let's say, name. In that we're going to give this message, so choose collection. Okay, we'll come down. In that we're going to have the para, it will have a class called style dot upload box into paragraph, and here we're going to copy the text, copy, and simply come back here. So that's what we have. So you can easily able to find the difference when we are importing the component from the form component, we are applying the styling from the form style. Okay, but when we are writing any custom JSX, we are using this style. Okay, and we are giving the different relevant name. Okay, so that will make the difference. Okay, so make sure you follow the same pattern. So that's what we have. Let's simply come down. We'll have the div, and it will have a class called style dot upload box slider and div, and in that we're going to have this dynamic data. We'll call category array. We have the data, and we're going to map over it, and it's going to be an insert return, and in that we're going to have a div, and let's say it will have a class called style dot, let's say it's gonna be a template literal. Okay, we're going to have two type of styling. One is the normal styling, and the other one is going to be active styling. So when someone will select that particular category, we want to display different styling, or we want to change the background color simply. Okay, that's why we're going with this dynamic styling. So we'll call it, let's call it upload box slider, and this will become active. We have already taken this active state, use state, and we'll say I+1 is this, then we have to add this active class, otherwise it's gonna be an empty. And make sure you copy and simply paste here. Okay, so now looking fine. So this is the normal, and this is the active one. Okay, so save it, and let's come down. We have to assign a key as well, so I+1, and it will have the on click function. So on the on click function, we want to first do something. Okay, we're going to set the active state. Okay, I+1, and we want to call this function as well. So set category. Okay, that's the data we want to update. So we'll say e dot category. Okay, and then we have the category. So simply save it, and let's bring down, and we have to take a class, and it will call, let's say, upload box slider dash box, and in that we're going to, let's say, have another div. It will have a class called style upload box slider box dash image, and that we're going to have the image. So we'll have an image inside this image dot, not that, element dot image. Okay, so we have to provide the alt tags. So background image, we have to assign the width to 70, height is going to be 70, and we have to assign a class as well. So upload box slider box image. So that's what we're going to call it, dash image. Okay, so that's the data we have. Okay, now let's come down, and we'll have another div. It will have a class called style box slider and box dash image, and this will call icon, and that we're going to have this tick icon. Okay, so that's the icon we have. Down below we're going to take this paragraph, and here we're going to call it, okay, crypto legend, and let's come here, simply copy the text from here, and copy and simply paste here. So that's looking perfect. Okay, this is the dynamic block we have. Now we can come down, and before we come, let's come here in the form section, and we need a couple of things from here. So this is the social box. Simply close this one and copy this entire box. That's the one we need. Form box input social, copy, and come here, and we're going to paste right down here. Okay, That's all the component we need. And now simply open this, and now we have to do the changes, couple of changes we have to do. So simply change this royalty A and simply copy and paste, and here we have to change the icon to FA percentage, and this will become, let's say, 20%. And it will also have an on click function, so we'll say set royalty. Let's come here, what do we have called here? We have called here set royalties. So let's come down, and here we're going to pass that, okay, e.target.value, okay, and then that we have to pass this E. So things are looking good. Now let's come down, do with the same with the Twitter. We'll say size, and we have to change this to, let's say, set file size, and this is going to be, let's say, 165 MB is allowed. And here we're going to say the properties and paste your properties, and this is also going to be, let's say, initially what we should type. Simply copy that and paste the properties as well, and it will also have this on change. Simply paste here, and we have to change this to set properties. Actually we don't have that, okay, so we don't have. Let's come up here, and we have to create another use state. So that's what we're going to do now. So let's come here, we'll take another use state, and this will call properties. Initially it would be empty string. Simply copy and bring it down, and now we have to call that, okay. So things are looking good, okay, and things are fine. Now close this one, okay, this one, things are looking good. Close this one, and let's come down. We're going to have another div. It will have a class called style dot upload box button, and that we're going to have this button, okay, and that we have to send this prop. So the name of the button is going to be upload, and we have to have this handle click function, and it will have this custom class style, and thus we'll call it style dot button, okay, style button, sorry, upload box button style, okay. So that's the button we have, and that's all the component we have. So things are looking good. Let's have a look final time. And we're missing something, I guess. So let's copy this one, and simply that's what we have to pass here in the description as well. So simply paste here, and we have to change this to, let's say, description. Copy that one, and here we have this twice, okay. So we have to call this set website, okay. So now we have updating all the use state, and here is the property we have, okay. Simply copy that, and we have to send that in a drop zone. So simply bring it down, and we have to send the props, okay. So send it properties. So here you can see, here we are getting an error, and that's obviously because you are trying to import the Twitter icon, but we don't have it. Reload the browser, and you will find that this error is true, okay. Simply come down, and here we're going to simply, what we have to do is, here we have to remove this icon, okay, Twitter account, Twitter icon, and simply copy this file size, and simply come back to the Twitter and change this tag. Now we have to reload. What else we have? Again we have this error, Instagrams. Come up here and simply copy this one and bring all the way down, and simply change this one, okay. So that's what we have so far, and here you can see. So here we have the function problem, okay. That was my problem. We have to wrap that component. So here we have to do is simply remove this one, and we have to write this on click function. It's gonna be an arrow function. So, and we'll wrap this function, and we'll call it now, okay, set active i+1, and we have to call the second function is category element. So when we want to call the two function in one click event, then this is how you have to call it. You have to wrap that both the function in a bracket like this, then you can easily able to add as many function as you want, okay. So make sure you do that and save it, and if you come back to the browser, and you can see everything's working fine. We have this already styled description, website, and items, okay. It's already styled, and here we have the collections we are rendering, and this is the royalties, okay. This is a small fix we have to do. So things are looking good. Now let's come back here, and simply these are the imports we have. These are the use states. Simply close this one, and close this one, close this one, and close this one, close this one, and close this one. So these are the components we have worked on. Now simply close this one and come back here and come to this drop zone, and now we can start working on this drop zone. Okay, now we have to simply receive the props which we have set. So let's open this one, and we have to import it one by one. So title, heading, then we have item name, subheading, sorry, and then we have the item name, website, description, royalties, file size, category, properties, and the final one is the image. Okay, so these are the all props we are receiving in the drop zone. Working fine. Now we have to import couple of things from React, use state, and we need use memo, use callback, and use context. And now we have to import the, let's say, use drop zone package. We have to import the image from Next.js. We have to do a couple of internal imports. First is the images, so that's coming from the image folder. Now these are the external internal import we have. Now let's come down, and now we're going to take a couple of states. So first it would be, let's say, file URL, and initially it would be null, so that's the null. And we can come down, we can have this on drop zone. We have to create one function on drop. This is not new, we have already created this function in the account page. Okay, so I'll go a little faster here. So we'll have this use callback, and it's gonna be an async function. Okay, and it will receive the file, so accepted file, and gonna be an error function will say set URL to accepted file 0, so the first file. And down below we'll have this, we have to import couple of things from the drop zone. So the first one is going to be the get root props, and that's coming from the use drop zone, and that we have to send a couple of properties. So the first property is going to be the function we have created on drop, and here we have to define the file size, that what are the files we want to accept. So we want all type of image, and we want to define a specific size of the file. So the maximum is going to be, this is the convention, 1, 5, and 60. Okay, and we have to import one more, is going to be a get input props, and here I made a spelling mistake, simply remove this R to T. So these are the two props we are getting from use drop zone. Okay, so that's the function, simple function we have here. And now we can start actually working on our JSX. So simply remove this one, and we're going to take this div, it will have a class called style and drop zone, and that will have another div, it will have a class called style drop zone dash, let's say, box, and it will have this props, the props we have created, get root props. Okay, that's the props we're going to call it here, and we'll have this input, and in this we're going to call the prop as well. So we'll have this get input props. Okay, so that's the two props we are passing. Down below we'll have this div, and it will have a class called style drop zone dash box. Okay, here I have to provide this box, and this one is going to be called input. Okay, input, and in that we're going to take this title, and down below we're going to have another div, it will have the class called style dot box dot image. Okay, and that we're going to have the images, so we have to display the image which we are receiving from the props, and that's in this image, and we have to assign the alt tag, and the alt tag will call it upload, and it will have a width to, let's say, 100, height is going to be 100. Okay, so these are the data we are passing. It's going to be this class also, so we have to assign the class drop zone box input image. Okay, so these are the data we are passing. We come down, we'll have another p tag, and it will have the data, so it will have the heading, it will have the subheading. Okay, so these are the props we are receiving, sorry. Okay, displaying, sorry. Okay, we'll come down, and we'll have this dynamic data, and this dynamic block we are creating to display the data which user are filling for the NFT. Okay, so once we get the data, once we get the image, then we want to display this dynamic component. Okay, which will make sense, so just follow along with me. So we'll say if there is a file URL image, if there is an image, then we want to simply render this component. We'll have a div, not a div, we'll have a aside element, HTML element, it will have a class called style dot drop zone box aside, and that we're going to have a div. It will have a class called style drop zone box aside dash box. In that we're going to have a image tag, and with the image we want to display is, for the time being I'm doing hard code because the drop zone we have created, it's not working. So the drop zone will work in such way, because what I will do when we actually allow the user to upload the image to through this drop zone, we're going to connect with this IPFS. So first we'll upload that image to the IPFS, and then we'll get the URL of the IPFS, and then we'll display the image. Okay, so that's the entire plan I'm going, and this is the approach I'm taking for displaying the image. So for the time being I'm just go with the hardcode value. Okay, so just give the hardcode value, and the image is coming from the image folder. Okay, NFT one that. Okay, so that's the image we have. Now we'll provide this alt tag and we'll call it NFT image. It will have a width to, let's say, something 200. Okay, and here we can have this object fit on, and we can say object to fit to contain. Now let's come down. We'll come down. It will have a div. It will have a class called style drop zone box aside box preview, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called drop zone box aside box preview dash on one, and it will have the paragraph, and this we're going to display the name. Okay, and here we're going to display the actual name of the NFT. Okay, if there is a name, then we want to display the name, but if there is no name, then we want to display this empty string. So that's the simple logic, nothing new, simple JavaScript. So what we can do now, now simply copy this portion and replicate one more time, and we'll change this to website. Now this will become website. We'll simply come down, and well, let's say we'll have another div. It will have a class called style, let's say drop zone box aside box preview, and this will become 2. And down below we'll have a, let's say, paragraph, and this will have a span, same structure we have to follow, descriptions, and we have to say if there is a data, then we want to display the data, otherwise empty string. So that's simple logic. And we'll come down and we'll have another class, another div, and we'll have a class called, let's go 3, and in that we'll have this piece, span, royalty, and this will become the data, otherwise empty string. And now this time is a little tricky because I want to do changes. I want to give a space, a big space for the description, but for this royalty, a 2 or 1 word keywords, I want to provide a little space. Okay, so what I will do, I will simply replicate this. Okay, so replicate this 3 times and just change this, actually 4 times. File size, this will become the, and file size, this will become the properties, this will become properties, and this will become the category, and this will become category. So okay, so these are the data we are displaying. Okay, so we have all the data, and by the way, we are getting done with this drop zone. Okay, so let's have a look final time. So let's remove this, we are not using this one. Okay, so let's remove this one, and things are looking good now. Things are good, and here you can see we have this, and now it's looking fine. Okay, all the props we are sending, that's working absolutely fine, but we have some problem with the image. Our image is not displaying. We can see what's the problem. Okay, if you come here down, and here you can see that, let's come back to the code, and let's come back here and click on this, go here, and in the CSS file, and where it is, so here. So let's start with the CSS styling. Okay, so we can target the main page. Okay, so we'll make it side by side, and let's start working. Upload is going to be, let's say, width is going to be 100%, and margin block is going to be 8 RAM. We'll come down, we'll target that block, and width is going to be 60%, and margin 0 auto. That's how it will look. Now let's come down, we'll target the box heading. This will become the border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and it will have the shadow dark color. Okay, shadow dark color. Okay, that's the color we want to assign to our heading. So you can see there is a, now let's add the media query, and on a max width 35 em we want to provide, let's say, box is going to be width is going to be 90%, so nice wide. We'll have to target the heading and paragraph, and we'll say width is going to be 100%, and And let's come here and let's come up here out of the media query, and we're going to target that heading h1, and we'll increase the font size to, let's say, 3.5 RAM, and line height is going to be 0.1. Okay, we'll come down, we'll target the heading P, and we'll say font size is going to be 0.4 RAM, width is going to be 70%, and line height is going to be 1.2 RAM. Okay, that looks awesome. Okay, now simply come down, we have to target the title, and we'll say border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and it will have our dark color. So let's reload the page, and looking fine. We'll target margin top is going to be 4 RAM, so we'll have some space from the top. And here you can see it's looking really good on the larger screen, so we have this nice title, paragraph, and all the details, and you can see it's looking perfect on our desktop. Okay, we have to do a little bit of adjustment in the mobile device. Okay, so let's come here, and we have to do the adjustment in the mobile device. So let's come here, and okay, let's come here, we have to target the title h2, and we have to say font size is going to be 2.5 RAM, and line height is going to be 0, so that both will have on top of each other. Now we'll target the P, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.1 RAM, and font width is going to be 500, a little smaller. Okay, now target that and simply paste here title h2, and we have to say font size is going to be 1.5 RAM on a mobile device, and line height is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, look good, 1.1, that's better. Now we have to target the heading h1, and we have this font size is going to be 1.6 RAM. Let's make it a little bigger. Okay, 2, yeah, that looks perfect. Okay, so now it's looking good on a mobile device as well, looking fine. Now let's come here and let's have a look. You can see it's looking absolutely gorgeous on a larger screen. It's absolutely beautiful. Titles, subtitles, but we have the problem in the images. But if you click on that, you can see this pop-up is opening. So this is the title, this is one, and here things are looking good. Okay, let's do the inspect element, and here is also looking good. Now let's simply close this one, come back here, and simply go to this and go to this CSS file, and we have to start working on this. So simply copy that, and we can target that upload. So we'll target that upload, and we'll say upload box input para, and we'll say padding is going to be 0 and 1 RAM, and we'll come down, we'll target this para input box slider div. Okay, and this will have the border 1 pixel solid var, and it will have our icon color. Okay, looking good. Now simply scroll down, and here you can see we are working on the category section. Okay, so let's target that border radius is going to be 1 RAM, padding is going to be 1 RAM, cursor pointer, and we'll come down, we'll have the upload box slider, and we want to target that, and we want to say simply cut that. Okay, cut that and paste here and in the slider, and here we have to say display flex gap 1 RAM. So that's how it will look. We have to target that slider box, and we have to say display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 3 RAM. So that looks pretty awesome. It's look good on a large screen, but we're going to make it more responsive. So that looks awesome. Let's come down, and we have to target that box slider box image, and we're going to say border radius is going to be 50%, and we have to target that box slider image icon, and we'll say background is going to be our icon color, and the font color is going to be, let's say, our main BG color, and we're going to make it to border radius to 50%, and display is going to be grid, and padding is going to be 0.2 RAM. So that's how it will look. Now we'll come down, we're going to target that slider P, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Let's say font width is going to be 700, line height is going to be 1.2 RAM, little smaller, beautiful. And come down, we're going to target that upload box, and this will become the buttons, and we have to say that display is going to be grid template column repeat to 1FR, and let's assign a margin block is going to be 4 RAM, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now we have to target that box BTN style, so the custom styling color, and we'll say width is going to be 100%, and let's target the display is going to be grid, align self center, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. Okay, that looks pretty awesome. That's the custom styling we have. Now we have to target active. Okay, background is going to be our icon color and color is going to be our main bg color. Okay, now we have to start working on the media query. So we'll target that max width is going to be 35 em, and we'll target the, let's say start with the slider div, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column repeat 3 1fr, and this is how it will look. And 3 1fr, let's have a look. So this is how it will look. It's having a little bit overflow on a small screen. Okay, here you can see we have a little bit overflow, so let's make it 2, and here you can see it's looking perfect. So, and our active state is also working fine. You can see on click event we can easily able to change the state, so it's looking perfect. So this is looking good, already good on a desktop. Everything is looking good. So this one is fine, and this data is already fine. This we can easily able to choose the category we want. Okay, and by the way, so why this is not working, royalties size. So close this one and come back, make a full screen, and simply go to this JSX part, and here we have this form. So go to inside this social where we have all these 3 component. Okay, I do understand what's the problem. We have to change the style file name. Okay, so simply copy this and simply change this, select and select and change that. Okay, replace this with form style, and here you can see we have the style. Okay, so it's looking perfect. We are getting the style, and we can simply type, make a check on the mobile device. It's already responsive. Okay, it's already 100% responsive and taking place. Let's go on a small screen, and this is how it will look on a smaller screen. Okay, but we have one button, but we need 2 buttons. Okay, so simply come down in the button component and replicate this one. Okay, and this time we'll call it preview. Let's call it preview. Okay, so that's the button component we have here. It's looking already much better. So it's working fine, all the effects are working fine, all the components are perfectly aligned and responsive, and the data are also looking fine. Now we have to work on the drop zone as well. Okay, this is how it will look on a mobile phone, 100% responsive, and on click event we can easily able to see data. Okay, this one is looking good. Now close this one and simply open the drop zone, and we have to start working on it. Okay, so first thing we have to do is to simply copy this and come back to the CSS file, and let's target that. So we'll target the drop zone, and let's make it side by side. And so we'll say width is going to be 100%, margin block is going to be 3 RAM, and drop zone box is going to be, let's say, border 5 pixels, so 5 6 pixels dot, and we'll have our icon color. Okay, save it. Here you can see it's working fine, and we'll target that border radius is going to be 1 RAM, and we'll target text align is going to be a center, cursor pointer. Okay, the border radius is not taking place, but you can see it's looking really much better, and everything's working fine. And here we have to do the changes, not box sizing, it's a border radius. So simply change that to border radius, and here you can see it's looking perfect, and that's looking good. Take a padding to 1 RAM, and we'll come down, we'll target the drop zone box input P, and we'll say line height is going to be 0, so that's looking awesome. Let's come down and we'll target the drop zone box input image, and we'll say border radius is going to be 1 RAM, but the image is not there. So let's come here and go to the images folder. Actually, what I have noticed that I haven't have the image in the image folder, and that's why we are getting this broken image. Okay, so first thing we have to do, get the images. Okay, so here you can see we are passing the exact data, the image in the props, and that's what we are receiving here in the, and that's what we are trying to display in the component, but we don't have the images. Okay, so we don't have the images. So let me copy that image from the project. So I will simply open my project, come back to this index.js. I have already imported that. Okay, so I will stop the video and I imported the video. So I stop the video and I'm copy the video and paste it inside this image folder, and now I'm importing. So I'll import the image, I'll call it upload, and that's coming from dot slash upload png. Okay, so this folder, this all the images would be provided to you in the article. Okay, so make sure you get that folder, starter folder, from the articles. From there you can easily able to have this all the images. Okay, and now what I have to do is simply I have to export this so I can easily able to display, and you can see here it's working fine. The moment we have exported and provided that image, it's displaying on the application. So we can close this one, and here I want to show you a small trick. So if you want to turn it something lighter to dark or dark to light, this is how you can do it. Okay, and we're going to use it actually when we convert this into a dark mode or into a other color design. Okay, because I'm planning to create this close to 5 to 6 version of colors. Okay, so right now you can see in a gray color we're going to have a dark, we're going to have a yellowish, we're going to have it's reddish. So the entire application will have in a multiple colors. That's what we will do in the letter, because we have to do a little bit changes and the entire state of the application, the color would be changed. Okay, so here we're going to use this filter. Here we're going to use this filter and we're going to call it invert, and the moment we call this function, you can see the white image turn it to dark. But for the time being, I'm just commenting it out. Okay, I leave it on you guys. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now we can simply come down, we're going to target that drop box aside, and actually we can't see. So let's come back here and go to this drop zone, and here we have to turn it to, let's say, true. Okay, provide this exclamation marks, and here you can see the moment you save, here we have the all the hidden block we have created, and now we can start styling on it. Okay, so let's come back and let's target that. So first thing we want to do is padding is going to be 2 RAM, and let's come down, we're gonna target the border is going to be 3 pixels dotted, and it's gonna have our icon color. Margin top is going to be 3 RAM, border radius 1 RAM, and we'll have the drop zone box a side box, and it will have the display is going to be grid template column 1.5 and 4 for 4 RAFR, and gap is going to be 3 RAM. This is how it will look. Let's come down, we're going to target the, let's say, we'll take the media query, and on a max width is going to be 35 em on the mobile device, and we're gonna say width is grid template is going to be 1FR. So that's how it will look. Okay, we'll come here and we're gonna target that aside box, and we'll say preview p span. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, font width is going to be 700, and margin left is going to be 1 RAM. So you can see nice bold effect we have. We'll come down, we'll target that box preview. This is going to be a 1, display is going to be flex, and align item center, justify contain space between. So that looks pretty good, and it will have the font width is going to be 700, and it will have the font size 1.2 RAM. So that's how it will look. Okay, and we'll come down, we're going to target the box 3, and we'll say display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat 3 1FR. So that's how it will look on a desktop mode. You can see it's looking beautiful. It's looking beautiful. Okay, it's already looking much better. Let's make on a mobile device, and here we have to simply copy that and paste here, and we're going to say that grid template column 1FR on a mobile device. So that's how it will look on a mobile device. Okay, now we can target that 1, and we'll say display is going to be grid. It's also looking fine. Now let's have a look final time, and things are looking much better. Close this one, and go to this drop zone and just turn it to normals. Okay, and let's come here and let's test it. If you click on this and select this author image, and here you can see the dynamic block is open because we have something in that drop zone. We have the images data. Okay, so that's turn the div, and if you come here, if you type anything, you can see the live update. Okay, you can see the name of the NFT, Daulat Hussain NFT. You can provide the website name. I'll call it daulathussain.com, and here I can provide the description. Simply copy that and paste it. So here I have the description, and here I can provide the royalty percentage, and this is the file size, and this is the, let's call it best. Okay, so all the data, and right now you can see all the data we can able to see here. This is the digital, because right now we are selecting digital, but if you click on this, and here you can see it's a sports. If you click on this, it become arts. If you click on this, it will become music. If you click, so here we have this data. Let's change this data. Okay, so let's come back here and let's scroll down. We have to go back to upload NFT, and where we are rendering the data, the category. So where it is, let's open that, and here we have that professor. Simply change that, and in that we're going to say element dot category. Here you can see we have all the categories: sports, art, digital, time, and photography. So if you click on this digital, you will have this digital, but you can see these, the category and the data, they are very close to each other, so we have to provide some space between them. Okay, so let's come back to the code and close this here, and here simply copy that one and preview, and simply come here, and where is that? So here we have that margin left, so let's change the value to margin 2. Simply remove that one and say margin inline, and this will become 1 RAM, so it will have some space. You can see we have some nice space from these data. Okay, looking fine. Okay, this one is also working, this one, and reload the browser. Let's have a look one more time, and everything's working fine. If you click on this, this pop-ups open, and here we have that data. We can type it whatever you want. You can simply make it side by side. It's 100% responsive for all the devices. You can see image is stretched a little bit. We're gonna fix that. Okay, but it's looking much better now. And this is the category section. We have file size, upload, preview. Okay, so things are looking much better. Let's reload the browser and let's have a look final time. So this is the heading, subheading. This is the box. You can click and you can upload the images. You can simply update the data. You can type the website if you have. You can give the description, simply copy and paste here. You can see the data is here. Now you can simply select the category. So sports, if you want to select this art, you can see art. If you want to provide a royalty, some type of discount, you can do that here. You can provide this size, you can provide this properties. So all the data is updating dynamically, and all we have to do is to simply pass this data into the smart contract, and the NFT is ready. Okay, so the details are already ready. All we have to do is to pass this all data. Okay, so things are looking pretty good, and this is the upload section we have now. You can, so in this video we're going to create the connect wallet page. Okay, so let's create a page for that. So we'll call it connect wallet.js, and we have to type this RAFCE and simply close that, and we have to create the CSS file for this. We'll call it connect wallet.modules.css. So that's the CSS file, and in this we're not going to create any extra component folder, because this is going to be a very simple page. Okay, we're going to do a couple of imports. So the first thing we need is the use state, and we need the use effect. Okay, and we're going to import the images. Let's come down, let's do the internal import. We have to import the CSS style file, and that's coming from the style folder, and this will call connect wallet. Okay, so these are the imports we have. Now we have to import the images, so all the images, and that's coming from the image folder. Okay, so these are the external and internal import we have. Now what we have to do is, let's come here inside the images. I have to get a couple of images. So right now you can see I have this provider 1, provider 2, provider 3, and provider 4. So that's the image we want to use in this project. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'll make this side by side, and I'm going to simply drag and drop the CS images. Okay, grab this one, grab the 2, 3, and the 4. Okay, so all the images we have for the providers. Okay, so because in this NFT marketplace we're going to provide 4 providers: one MetaMask, and Connect Wallet, for Matic. Okay, so we're going to provide different providers. So here we have the logo of that providers. Okay, nothing. complicated. Now we have to import the images here, and we'll call it NFT provider 1, and that's it, called provider 1. Simply replicate it 4 times, and we have to change the file name to 3, 4, and here we have to change as well, so 2, 3 and 4. So all the providers we have here, simply copy and export that. Copy this one and paste here, replicate it 4 times, and we have to change this 2, 3 and 4. Okay, and now we can easily able to utilize that images here. Okay, so we have that one. Now we can come down, we can take this use state and we'll say active button, and initially it would be 1, so we want to make it MetaMask active. Okay, initially, and we'll say provider, it's going to be an array, so in that we'll take an object. This will call the name MetaMask. So simply copy this. Okay, select this one, and we have to take the object, simply cut that and paste inside this. Okay, now replicate it 4 times, and we have to change this to, and this will become, let's say, what we call wallet connect. And by the way, if I make any spelling mistake, please forgive me for that, because I'm really bad with the spelling. And by the time you are watching this, following this course, you have already seen me making a lot of spelling mistakes, because I'm bad. And this will become, let's say, 3, and this will become, let's say, wallet link, and this will become 4, and this will call it for Matic. Okay, all the 4 providers we have with the name image. Okay, simply close this one, and now we can start working on the JSX. So remove that, we'll take that, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot connect wallet, and that we're gonna take this style connect wallet dash box. Inside that we'll take this h1, and we'll say connect your wallet. It will have a p tag, and this will have a class called style connect wallet dash box dash para, and that we can say something like connect with one of your available wallet provider, or create a new one. Okay, that's the message we want to pass here. Now we can simply come down here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called style connect wallet box, and this will call, let's say, provider, and that we're gonna take this, we'll have the array, we're gonna loop over it, element I instant return, and in that we'll have a div. It will have the class called connect wallet box provider. Okay, connect provider dash items, and it will also have a key, otherwise React will give you an error. And it will have a on click function, and we'll call it, let's say, set active button I+1. Okay, that's the function we want to call it. Now let's turn this class into a dynamic class, because we want to make it active whenever someone click on any one of the provider. Okay, so let's take in a template literal, and we'll take this dollar and wrap this entire in a bracket. So this is the normal CSS file, and now we have to take this active one. So we'll say active style active equal to I+1. Then we want to say active, add an active class active, and otherwise we don't want to add anything. Okay, so that's the simple logic we have built here. Now let's come down, we'll take the image, and that we have to take the image as well, so which is inside the element and provider, and we'll take the alt tag, and in that we're going to pass the provider. So element dot provider, we'll have to assign the width. So width is going to be, let's say, 50, and height is also going to be the 50. Okay, nothing new, very simple. And we have to assign a class, so this will become like connect box provider item image. Okay, and we can come down, we'll have this p tag, and we'll display the element name as well. Okay, so that's the simple JSX which we have written for this entire connect wallet function. Okay, connect wallet page, sorry. So looking fine, and right now we are not using use state because we need this use state when we actually connect with the smart contract to check whether the user is connected with the application or not. Okay, so I'll just keep it that use state there right now. So let's come here, start the application, npm run dev, and as I've noticed that we are not using this active btn. Simply copy that and let's come here. Okay, here is a mistake I made. It simply do one thing, simply remove this style. It's not only active button. Okay, so make sure you do this change. Open the application on the browser, and before you do that you have to change the navigation. So let's go back into the component navbar in the discover section, and here we have to provide this, and what we have called the page, let's say we have called this connect wallet with w. Okay, capital W. So remove that and add a capital W. So this is the URL we have. Save it, close it, and now you can come back to the application, and here we are. And now you can simply click on this and click on this connect wallet, and here we are. Okay, here we are on the connect wallet. You can see all the data it's already displaying, connect wallet and all that. So things are looking fine. Now let's make it side by side and let's get start styling this components. Let's make it side by side, and okay, things are looking good. Now we can simply copy this and come back to the css file. We'll target that and we'll say, let's say width is going to be 100% and margin block is going to be 5 RAM from top and bottom, and we tag with the box. We'll say width is going to be 50% and margin is going to be 0 auto. Okay, save it, it will hold the content. And now we'll target the box h1 and we'll say font size is going to be, let's say 3 RAM, line height is going to be 0, and let's come down. We'll take the media query, and the max width is we're going to have is 35 em, and we'll target that, let's say box connect box, and we'll say width is going to be 90% on a mobile device. So that's how it will look. Simply copy that and we'll say h1 font size is going to be, let's say 1 RAM, very small. Make it 2 RAM, that's too big. Let's make it to 1.5. that looks awesome. Okay, this looks good. Now we can come down, we can simply target the box para, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.5 RAM, and padding is going to be, padding bottom is going to be 2 RAM, border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and it will have our shadow dark color. Okay, that's the color we want to assign. So save it, and here we have that. Simply come down, we'll target that, we'll target the box provider, and we'll say margin block is going to be 5 RAM, and we'll have some space from top and bottom, and we'll say provider connect wallet box provider item. It will say display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM, margin top is going to be 1.5 RAM, and border 1 pixel solid var, and we have this shadow color. Save it, let's come back. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, cursor pointer and transition all 0.3 second easy in. So that's how it will look. You can see it looks beautiful and beautifully aligned. Okay, we have some problem in the formatting image. Okay, I think I don't have the image, so okay, we can fix that later. Let's come down, we'll target that provider item on over effect. We want to add the, let's say box shadow, and it's gonna have, we want to add the background color to our shadow color. So you can see on over effect we are getting this nice color. Okay, we'll come down, we'll target the provider item, and we'll say image, we'll call it border radius 50%. We'll come down, we'll say item p font size is going to be 2 RAM, line height is going to be 0, it's too big, let's make it 1.5. that's all perfect. Okay, now let's come down, we'll target that active state, and we'll say box shadow is gonna have that box shadow. Okay, the moment I will save, the MetaMask will have that active state, because that's what we have defined. You can see it's looking pretty cool. You can simply over it and you can click on any one of these provider, and that will have that color, and it's responsive as well. So looking fine. Let's come back. here in the provider, and here actually we don't have this formatting image, so I'll simply replace that with that one. Okay, save it, and here we have that MetaMask. Okay, so things are looking good on over. First thing we're going to do is to create the page for it, so we'll call it contact us, and it's going to be an ages. We'll type RAFC. We have to create the CSS file for it. So before we do that, let's come here, let's create that. Okay, so let's go get into this style folder. Okay, and sidebar we need to copy this icons and simply paste it, because we're going to use a couple of icons in the contact us form. Okay, here we have the icons, simply remove this one, and let's come down. We have to import the icons like outline, mail, and that's coming from React icons hi. We have to do the internal import, and we have to import the style file. So I remember that I haven't created the style file, so let's come here, go to the style folder, and we have to create a style file, contact us .module.css, and that's what we're going to import here. So that's coming from the style folder. Okay, so that's the folder. We have to import the, let's say, form style, because again we're going to use that form components here in this contact form. Okay, so we need to import this style for that as well. Okay, form style, so that's form style coming from the, let's say, account page form dash, and we have this style file. Okay, so these are the two style file, one is for the contact and one is for the form component. Okay, so let's simply come here. We have to import the button, and that's coming from the component and component index. So these are the internal import we have, and now we can start working on the JSX part. So simply remove this one, and we'll take the div. It will have a class called style dot, we'll call it contact us. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class contact us dash box, and that we're gonna have, let's say, h1, we'll call it contact. Down below we'll have another div. It will have a class called style contact us dash box, and we'll call it, let's say, box, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style contact box dash left. In that, this will have a light, so we're going to have two divs, and inside that we're going to have a, let's say, we'll have a div. It will have a class called contact box dash left, and we'll call it item. In that we're going to take a we'll take this h3, and we'll come here and simply copy that data and paste here. We'll take the paragraph, come back here, copy that data and paste here. Simply, that's the one, and we'll have down, we'll take this contact box left, and we'll call it item. And that we're going to take this h3, and we'll simply copy that one, paste here. We'll take a p tag, and we'll simply paste the data. Okay, that's the one we have. Now simply we have to replicate this one more time, and we have to make the changes, copy that one and simply paste here, and simply change this number, select all these here and change it. Okay, so that's what we have. Simply do one thing, and this time we have to copy one more time, and because we want to display the icon, so let's come here, copy this and simply paste here, and here we're going to display the icon. Simply remove this one. Here we'll take the HA anchor, and here we're going to display the icon. So icon will have, so we'll have the name TI Facebook. Simply replicate this couple of times, and this will become, let's say, TI LinkedIn, TI LinkedIn. This will become TI YouTube, and this will become, let's say, TI Instagram. So these have, and one more we have this Twitter. Okay, so these are the 5 icons we have. Okay, so that's looking absolutely fine. Now we are done with the left hand side. Now we can start working on the right hand side. So simply bring this down, and we'll have this form, and inside that we're going to render the form component, but we're going to simply copy and paste a couple of forms. So let's come here, go to this, close this page and close this files, close this one, and come up here, go to this account, go to this form, And from here we're going to take a couple of things. So first thing, we're going to take this username we need. Simply copy that and come back here and paste here. Okay, that's the first thing we need. Okay, simply close this one, and we need the email, so let's open that. Okay, this is the email, we need this as well. Simply select this one and come back here and paste right below. So that's the email we have. And let's come here, we need the descriptions, and this is the one we need. Simply select all these descriptions and close this one and come here and paste here. So that's the description, and here we have to do the changes in the style file. Okay, so let's have a look. So things are looking good, we don't have any issues. And here we have this form style, and that's the style we want to pass here. Okay, simply change this, select all this, we'll select only forms. Okay, and now we have to replace that, save it and save it. Now we have to can start the application, but before we do that, let's come here and go to this navigation, you know the drill, and here we have to change that. So we'll have to go to this. So we go to the help section, and here we have this contacts. Remove this, save it, and let's have a look. It's too good. And now we can open the application and click on this help and click on this, let's say contact us, and here we are. You can see things are looking good. We have all the components in the form component, and we have the data we have written. Okay, things are looking perfect. So that's what we have. Now let's come back to the code, and now we can start styling. But before we do that, we need a button. Okay, so let's take a button and we'll provide the props. We'll say, let's say send message, and we'll have a handle click function. So currently we want to have this empty function, and we'll have the custom class, we'll call it style dot button. Okay, so that's the entire thing JS for this, and everything's looking fine. Let's copy this one and close this, and now we can start working on the CSS. So let's make it side by side, and we'll target the contact us. Width is going to be, let's say 100%. Box, contact box is going to, width is going to be 60%, and margin 0 auto. Let's come down, we'll have the media query, and we'll say max width is going to be 35 EM, and width is going to be, let's say 90% on a mobile device. That looks pretty awesome. Let's come here, we're gonna target that box H1 and text align center. Font size is going to be 3 RAM. Font width is going to be 900, so that looks good. Let's come down, we're gonna target that box, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column 1FR and 2FR. Gap is going to be 5 RAM. Align item center, align self is going to be flex start, and margin bottom is going to be 10 RAM. So that looks good. Okay, you can see this is how it will look. Now let's come back to in the media query, and we'll target the box, and we'll say grid template column is going to be 1FR and gap is going to be 1 RAM. So that's how it will look on a mobile device, looking perfect. And let's come here, we're going to target that box left, and it will have the items. P, it will say line height is going to be 1.2 and width is going to be 80%. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, and save it, and you can see nice, looking good. We'll come down, we'll target the box left item A, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.5 RAM, and border radius is going to be 50%. Padding is going to be 0.3 RAM. And why these styles are not taking place? Okay, I think we have made some mistake. Okay, let's come down, we'll target the button, and we'll say width is, margin top is going to be, let's say 2 RAM, so it will have some space from the top. And let's scroll down, here you can see, and that's look good, but still this class are not taking place. Box left, let's come back to the JSX and let's have a look what we have called. So here we have that. Okay, here we have that box. Okay, we have double box, so make sure you do the changes. Contact us box left item A. Okay, make sure you do this change, and now we can save and do the same change on here as well. So on here, And here we have the same one. Simply copy and change this as well, and you can see stars are taking place. So things are looking much better now. You can see it's look beautiful. So that's what we have. Things are looking perfectly aligned. Now let's have a look. So this is how it will look on a desktop. You can see we have this one, data, and this. I think we have to decrease the font size a little bit. So this is the data, and let's change the name. Okay, description, email. So let's come here, go to the JSX, and here we're going to make the changes. This will become full name, and email is there, and this will become message. Save it, reload the browser, and here you can see it's changing. Now we have to decrease the font size to this sections. Okay, let's come back to the CSS, and here we have, where is the P? Here it appears. Let's make it 1 RAM only, and this one is looking perfect, small, beautiful icons, everything's working fine, and 100% responsive for all the devices. Okay, so looking fine. So make it full screen, and with this we are done with this. Okay, let's come here and simply, and you know the drill what we have to do. So let's create a page for it. So we'll call it about us, and simply type RAFCE. Let's zoom a bit and come here, and we have to create the CSS file for this. So about us.modules.css. So that's the general setups we are doing here. And now we're not going to create any extra folder for this page, okay, because we have to write a little bit code in this. Okay, so we're going to write all in this about us page. So let's start working on it. So first thing we have to do is to import couple of things. So first we need the images. Let's do the internal import. We need our CSS file, and that's coming from the style folder. Okay, so that's the CSS file. We need to import the component, and that's coming from component index. So these are the import, and then we have to import the images. Okay, and that's coming from the image folder. So let's remove this. So these are the external and internal import we have. Let's come down and let's start working on the JSX. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called about us, and inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called about dash box. In that we'll have another div. This will call about dash box hero. In that we're going to take this, let's say we'll take another div. It will have the about box hero left, and we have to take h1. Let's come back to the original application, and we have to copy this and simply paste here. We have to take this paragraph and paste here. Okay, so this is the left section. We have to come down, and we're going to take a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called about box hero dash right. Okay, in that we're going to have the image. So we'll have this image tag, and we have the images inside this image. Okay, and we will call hero 2. Okay, so there is 2 images, one hero which is we are using in the home page, and this is hero 2 which we are using in about us page. Okay, here we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style about box, and this will call title. Here we're going to take that, let's heading 2, and we have to copy this and simply come and paste here. We have to take a paragraph and copy and paste here. So that's the heading component we have here. Now let's simply close this one and close this one, come down, and this is going to be the third component. Okay, so we'll take a div. It will have a class called box about us box dash founders, and that will have another div. It will have a class called about us box founder dash box, in that we going to take a demo data. Okay, so altogether we want to display 4 founders. So we can do it in a hardcode value, but we're going to use the array because I believe that this data is going to be dynamic in future. So that's why we are taking this approach. So we're going to take an array, and we'll call it founder array, and this will call in this array we're going to take an object. Okay, so the object would be like, first is going to be the name of the founder. So let's come and copy and simply paste here. Then we want to type the positions, that what position they hold. So simply copy here and paste here, and let's take the simply replicate this 4 times because we are displaying 4 founders, and just simply replace their name and the position. So these are the 4 error we have. And I remember that we have to add the image as well, so let's do that as well. So let's take the images, and inside that image we have an image called founder1. Okay, so I believe that I don't have the images. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to get into my folder, and from there I can simply get the images. So the images we have inside this, go to this image folder and founders images. So make it side by side and simply open the image folder and simply select all the founder image, so and drag it and leave it here. Come back to the index, and here we're going to import the images. So let's do it. We'll call it founder1, and that's coming from founder1 png, and simply replicate it 4 times. We'll change it to 3 4, and let's 4 3 2, and simply copy that and paste here. Okay, my bad. Copy and simply paste, copy and simply paste here, and replicate it 4 times and change this to 3 4. Okay, so these are the image we are importing, exporting. Now let's come here, and here we're going to use the images. So let's use the founder1. Simply copy this portion and do the same thing to others. Okay, simply copy and paste and change the just the value founder3, and this will become founder4. So these are the data we have about the founders, and now we can copy that and we're going to loop over it. Okay, so this is the founder box we have. In that, we're going to take this dynamic block. We will say founder array map element I, it's going to be an instant return, and that we're going to take a div. Okay, and it will have a class called about us founder box founder, and we'll call it, let's say, box dash image. In that, we're going to have the image of the founder, so we have the data inside this image. Okay, so that's the data we are getting from here. Okay, now we have to assign a couple of properties. So all tag is going to be the name of the founder, width is going to be, let's say, something like 500, and height is also going to be 500. And we want to assign a class to this. So about box founder box image image, it's pretty huge name. Okay, image image. Okay, so that's the class we are assigning to the image. Now let's come down. We're going to take this h3 and we're going to display the name of the founder. So element name, and we have to display the position. So element dot position. So that's the data we are rendering. So it's working fine. Now we can come down and simply copy this one, because the title is going to be the same for first one and second one. Okay, so I'm just simply copying and pasting this one. Okay, so here we have the title. Okay, simply copy that and paste here. Copy this portion and simply replicate, change this. Okay, so this is the title, and simply close this one. So altogether we have 4 divs, and this is going to be the final one. We're going to take another div and we'll have a class called style about box, and this time we're going to call facts. And that we're going to have another div, we'll have a class called about box facts that box, and that we're going to have this dynamic block, because again we want to loop over it. Okay, so let's come up here and we're going to take the array. So this time we'll call it, let's say, fact array, and this will contain the object, and the, let's say, title is going to be let's give it 10 million. This is what we have in the demo. Okay, in the template, and we're going to add this info, and for this we're going to simply copy and paste. So let's come here, copy this portion and simply paste here. Okay, simply replicate this 2 times, and now we have to change this data quickly. So this becomes like big number. Just copy this one and simply replicate this. Come back, copy this and simply change this one. Copy the text and simply change this one. So this is the fact array. Simply copy that, and let's come here and we're going to simply loop over it. Okay, map element I, it's gonna be an instant return, and in that we're going to have a div. In this we'll have a div, and it will have a class called style box facts box, and this time we'll call it, let's say, info. It will have the h3 tag, and it will display the element dot title, and down below we're going to have a paragraph, and this will call info. Okay, so that's the data we have. Let's come down, and here we're going to display the brand. So that's the entire JSX part for this about us page. As you can see, it's pretty small code. Okay, so we are done with the JSX part, and just reload the browser, and actually we are getting an error. It says that cannot read properties of undefined left. Okay, I have provided this dot. So simply reload the browser. Okay, this is the problem we have. Let's come back to the code, and here we have to simply remove the dot and provide a space. So now if we come and reload the page, and here you can see we have the about us, we have the paragraph image and all the founders we have and all the facts data we have. So everything is working fine. Now we can start working on the styling part. Okay, so let's make side by side so you guys can see what we are working on exactly. Okay, so things are looking so far so good. Okay, so simply copy this class and close this one and come back to simply close this folder image, close this one and go back to the images one, sorry, style file, and now we can start styling this. Okay, so we're going to target that about us, and we'll say first thing width is going to be, let's say, 100%. Margin block is going to be 5 ram. About us box is going to be, width is going to be 80%. Margin 0 auto will come down. We'll take about us box hero section, and display is going to be grid template column 1.5 fr and 2 fr. Align item center, gap is going to be 3 ram. Okay, that's about us box hero left, and h1 we're going to target that, and we'll say font size is going to be, let's say, 3 ram. Line height is going to be 0.5, and let's add this media query. So we'll say, and max width is going to be 35 em. We'll say about us box hero grid template column 1 fr. So that's how it will look, pretty good. Now let's come down here. We're going to target that box hero left, and we'll say p, and this will become font size is going to be 1.5 ram. Line height is going to be, let's say, 1.5 ram, and we're going to target the about us box title, and this will become margin top is going to be 5 ram, so we'll have some space from the top. Okay, let's come down. We'll target the about box title 2, and this time we'll say that font size is going to be 3 ram. Line height is going to be 1. We'll target the about box title p. We'll say font size is going to be 1.5 ram, and line height is going to be 1.2. Width is going to be 40%, so that's how it will look. Simply copy this one and come back to the media query, and this time say width is going to be 100%. So that looks pretty good. And let's come here, and we're going to target about box founder, and this will become margin top is going to be 5 ram. Margin bottom is going to be 10 ram, and founder box, where we're going to say that display is going to be grid template column for 1 fr. Okay, so it will come in 4. Okay, gap is going to be 2, and simply copy that and come back to the media query, and here we're going to say grid template column 1 fr for the mobile device. So that looks pretty good. So far so good. And here we're going to target that box founder image, and we'll say border background color is going to be our icon color, and we'll have a color itself is going to be our main color. Okay, we're going to have the padding is 1 ram, and we'll take this border radius is going to be 1 ram. So that looks good. You can see nice background we have. Target the image, and we'll say that border radius is going to be 1 ram. So let's come down. We're going to target that founder box image h3. Line height is going to be 0. Font size is going to be 2 ram. We'll target the founder box image p, and we'll say line height is going to be 0. Font size is going to be 1.2 ram. So that looks pretty cool. It's working fine. You can see things are looking really good. And now we can come down, and we're going to target that box about us box, and this will say facts box, and display is going to be grid template column repeat 3 1 fr, and we'll take the gap of 2 ram. We'll take the margin top is going to be 4 ram. We'll come down. We're gonna target the box fact box info. It will have the background color to this icon color. We'll have the padding to 1 ram and 3 ram. We'll have the border radius to 1 ram, and color itself going to be our main color for the text. Okay, that looks pretty cool. We'll come down. We're going to target the fact box info h3, and this time we're going to increase the font size to, let's say, 4 ram, and line height is going to be 0. So that looks pretty huge. Now we can come down in the media query. We can say that auto box width is going to be 90%. We'll come down, we're going to target the box founder, and we'll see margin top is going to be 5 RAM. And let's come down, we're going to target the founder box and grid template column 1FR, and gap is going to be 4 RAM. Come down, we'll target the let's come here, and we're going to target the about box fact box, and this will become grid display and grid template column 1FR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM, and margin top is going to be 4 RAM. So if we save, that's look pretty cool. You can see it's looking really good. And now we have to just simply decrease the font size. Okay, so simply copy this, and let's come here, and we're gonna say that H3 font size is going to be on a mobile device is, let's say, 2 RAM. So that looks really good on a mobile phone. So everything's looking fine. Let's come here and let's have a look. So this is how it will look. Let's increase the size, and we have to add a second breakpoint. So here is the problem we have. So we have to fix this. This is how it will look on a desktop. Pretty good. No issues we have in our desktop device. And let's come here. What we can do, simply come here and let's write the second media query. So this will become, let's say, min width is going to be, let's make it and. So it will start from 445 pixels, and it will go all the way to, let's say, max width is going to be let's say 768 pixels. And simply open the previous media query, simply copy the entire one. Okay, copy this and simply paste here and save it, and here you can see it looks beautiful. The only change we have to do is the here in the founder section, so make it 1FR. Okay, and that's how it will look on a tablets on a bigger screen. So it looks pretty good. Everything is looking beautiful. So things are looking beautiful, 100% responsive for all the screen sizes. This is the about sections, so images we have. This is the founder sections. This is the facts about this NFT marketplace. Now let's come here. Final page, which is a subscription page. So you know the drill, what we have to do. Let's create a page for it, and this time we're going to call it, let's call it subscription. Okay, .js subscription, and we have to type RAFCE. Now we have to create the CSS file for this, so we'll call it subscription.modules.css. and let's come here, we going to start working on it. So we have to do a couple of internal imports. So first thing we have to import is the style file, and that's coming from the style folder. Okay, so where it is, this one. Okay, so simply close this one, and let's come here, and we're going to create one more folder, and this is going to be the final folder for building this template, which is going to be in the root directory. Okay, so let's create a folder, and we'll call it subscription in the capital way. Okay, copy, and we have to create the JSX file and type RAFCE, close this one, and type, we have to create the CSS file for this, modules.css. Okay, so this is the component we're going to use right up here. Okay, so let's do the internal import. So we're going to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, we have the CSS file here. So let's come here and go back to the pages, and now we can start working on the JSX import. So we have to import the subscription component we have created, and that's coming from the .subscription JSX. Okay, and now we can start. We have to get the data. Okay, so let's come back to the original project, and this is the data which I have already prepared. So I will simply copy this one, copy this entire data, and let's come back here. Okay, I'm copying the data and pasting, because if I start typing it will take a little bit time. Okay, so simply paste the entire data. So this is the pricing plan. So we are displaying altogether 3 pricing plans: starter, basics, and pro. And this is what we are displaying: the price, popularity, services, informations. Okay, so these are the area of objects we have. So we have all this data, okay, which we're going to display. Simply close that, and now we can start working on the JSX. So we're going to take a div. It will have a class, and we'll call it, let's say, subscription. And inside that, so make it small, inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called subscription dash box. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called subscription dash box, sorry, dash info. It will have this h1. We have to copy this entire h1 and simply paste here. Come down, we have to copy this p, and paste here. So this is the data we have. Now we can come down. We'll have another div. It will have a class called surprise subscription box, and in that we're going to loop over the data. Okay, so we have this data array, subscription array, and we're going to loop over it and render in the component. So we're going to pass that inside the component as a prop. So subscription, it will have a key, and in that we have to pass the data as well. So first thing is going to be the index, and second one is going to be the element data as well. Okay, so that's the only JSS part we have to write here in the subscription model. Okay, and now we can start working on the subscription component. Let's come here, and we have to do a couple of external imports. So first thing, we need the icon, tick icon, and that's coming from React TI. And let's come here, we're going to import the button, and that's coming from the component index. So that's the internal external import we have, and here we're going to receive the props element and I. Let's start working on the JSX. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style subscription, and let's call it box. And the reason why I'm calling the name in this way, because I don't want to create a name conflict, because in the page we are calling subscription. Okay, so I just want to keep two things separate. Okay, so I'll go with this new one. Okay, and that will have a let's say we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot subscription box dash box, and that will have the span, and it will have a class called style subscription box dash box, and we'll call it span, and that we're going to display the data. So we'll display the actual startup package. Okay, the name of the plan. So, and it will have this small, and it will have a class called subscription box, and this will call small itself. And in this we're going to display the, let's say, what we want to display the popular. So which one is popular, whether it's a standard popular or pro one. Okay, so here we'll display the popular data, and if we have the popular, then we want to display the popular. If we don't have, then we want to display nothing. Now we can come down, we'll have a p tag, and simply copy this entire and simply paste here, and here we're going to call it para, and here we're going to display the price. So we'll call it, let's say, price, and let's come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it subscription box dash box info, and that we're going to have this element. Okay, and service, because inside the service we have couple of more information. Okay, so we're going to loop over with that as well. So we'll do map element I, and it's going to be an instant return, and inside that we'll have this p tag. It will, so simply copy this and simply paste here, and this will call para. Okay, it will have a key and I+1, and inside this we're going to display the span, and this span contain the tick icon, and here we're going to display the actual data simply. Okay, the actual data will display. So far so good. Now let's come down, we have to display the button finally at the end. Okay, it will have a class, not class, we have to assign the button name. So the button name would be submit, and it will have handle click functions, and it will also have the custom classes for the button. So we'll call it, let's say, button. So that's the entire JSX part for this entire subscription component. So far everything is looking good. Okay, let's copy that and let's start working on the CSS file. Okay, let's come back to the, and let's change the name here. Okay, so let's change this to subscription. Okay, so we can easily able to navigate to different pages. Okay, so let's come here and let's start the application, and npm run dev, and click on this 3000 and click on this subscription, and here we are. You can see every data we are rendering, everything is working fine. We have no error here right now. So far things are looking good. Now let's make side by side so you guys can see what we are working on exactly. Simply copy this and now close this one and come back to the CSS file. Okay, first thing we have to do is to target the subscription page CSS. Okay, so let's open that and let's start with that. So we'll say width is going to be 100%, margin block is going to be 7 RAM, and subscription box is going to be, width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto. We'll come down, we'll tag this media query, and we'll say, let's say max width is going to be 35 em, and in that we'll say width is going to be 90%. So that's how it will look. Okay, why the stylings are not taking place? We made a mistake. So let's come back to the JSX, and here I made a mistake. It started with a capital S. Okay, so make it capital and save it. Okay, change this to capital, and now things will look okay. It's working fine. So make sure you do this change, and let's come down. We have to target the info, and we'll say text align center. We'll have this line height is 0. We'll come down and we're going to target the info h1, and we'll say font size is going to be 4 ram, line height is going to be 0.5. We'll come down, we'll target the info p, it will have the font size to 1.6 ram, and it will have a line height to 0.5. okay, now let's come down. We have to target the box, and this will become display is going to be grid, and the grid template column repeat 3 1fr, and gap is going to be 3 ram, margin top is going to be 7 ram, so we'll have some space from the top. Okay, that's how it will look. Now we can come into the media query, and we'll target that subscription, and we'll say margin block is going to be 4 ram, and here we'll target the box info h1, font size is going to be 2 ram, and we have to target the p as well, so this will become font size to 1 ram, so little small on the small screen. And let's come down, we have to target the box, and we'll say grid template column 1fr for the mobile device. So that looks pretty good. Okay, this looks beautiful. Now we have to take the second media query, so max, not min, width, and we'll start from 445 and 455 to, it will go all the way to, let's say 1024 pixels, and in that we're going to target the subscription. So simply remove this and copy this entire css and paste here. Okay, we want to provide the exact media query, and the only change we have to do is in this. Okay, f1fr. So let's come here, and you can see everything is working fine. Here we are dividing in 2 column. Things are looking pretty awesome. Okay, so with this we are done with this entire css part for the pages. Now we can start working on the component css part. So close this one and go to this component, and now we can start working on this. Simply copy this and come here and start working on this. So we'll target that, and we'll say border 1 pixel solid var, and it will have the icon color. We have to take the padding 2 ram, we have to take the border radius 1 ram, position relative, and transaction all 0.3 second easy in, cursor pointer. So that's how it will look. We have to take the box on over effect. We want to have the, let's say, box shadow to our custom box shadow color. Okay, that's what we have here. Let's come down. We have to target the subscription box itself, and span, we'll say font size is going to be 2 ram, font width is going to be 900. Let's come down, we'll target the box small, and this will become, position is going to be absolute, right is going to be 3 ram, and font size is going to be 1.2 ram. It will have a background color to our icon color, and it will have the color to the main color. So that looks pretty good. We have a padding 0.5 ram and 1 ram, and we'll have the, let's say, border is going to be 0.5 ram. So that's how it will look. You can see beautiful design. Let's come down. We have to target the subscription box, and this will become the box price. We'll target the font size going to be 3 ram, and line height is going to be 0, font width is going to be 900, but why the styles are not taking place? Okay, simply copy and come back here, and here we are making a mistake. Okay, so what we have to do is, let's come here, simply remove this. Okay, and simply copy that and remove this and call it price. Okay, so make sure you do these changes, and this will become price, and here you can see the stylings are taking place. Okay, a little bigger, Now we can come here. We'll say subscription box dash box info. We'll target the margin 4 RAM and 0. We'll come down box info para, and this will become display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, and font width is going to be 500. Font size is going to be 1.5 RAM, and line height is going to be 0. So that's how it will look, pretty big on the desktop. Okay, we'll take a media query, and this will become, let's say, max width is going to be 35 em. We'll target the, let's say, subscription box info para, and will this font size is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, now it's look good, and that's how it will look on a mobile device. Let's make on a big, and this is how it will look on a tablet. So looking pretty good. So it's looking really good on a device. On Overfig we are getting this style. This is the one, and you can go to the collection pages, remove this one and go to the home pages, and let's have a look. Okay, so with this, finally we are done with this entire NFT marketplace template design. Okay, we completed the second part of this entire full stack NFT marketplace project. All of you, hope you guys are great, and welcome back to this full stack NFT marketplace project video. So in the first two part we had built the smart contract. In the second part we had built the front end application. Right from this video we can start connecting the smart contract with the front end application. Okay, so that's what we're going to do right from this video. So here I have opened the project where we left in the last video, and those of you watching this video right from here, let me give you a quick overview of this folder and file structure which we have built for the NFT marketplace template design. Okay, so on the right hand side you can see we have these folders. So the very first folder we have this account page. It's actually a component for the account page. Okay, in that we have this form, we have this author page, in that we have all these component. Okay, for the author page we have this collection page. These are the component for the collection, and same goes for this component. So in this component we have all this component like filter, collection, category, follower, navigation, footer. So all these component we have. This is the image folder in which we have all the images which we are using in this project. Okay, now this is the logging component for logging page, and this is the NFT details components for the details NFT details page. Okay, and here we have the page folder. Inside that we have all the pages which we have created for this template. Okay, so we have this account, about us, author, collections, wallet, contact us, index, login, NFT details, search, sign up, subscription, upload NFT. So we have a lot of pages. Okay, let's close this one, and now we have come down. Here we have more components, search component we have. So this is the folder which I have created. In this I have the sample data which we're going to use when we build the API. Okay, so don't need to worry about it. Okay, so let's come here. Here we have the style folder. In that we have all the CSS files for the pages. Okay, down below we have the two more components, subscription component, and we have this upload NFT. Okay, and I have also opened the smart contract project in my other core editor. Okay, you can see this is the project in which we have built the smart contract. So this is the smart contract we have written. Open this one, and this is the smart contract for our NFT marketplace. So we have written tons of code for this NFT marketplace. Okay, so you can see this. We have this packages, counters, we have this one, they have mapping, we have this struct, and we have all this function. Okay, so we have update listing price, and we have getting listing price, we have create token, and we have this create market item, we have resale token, and we have this create market sell function, we have this fetch market item, and we have this fetch my NFT, we have this fetch item listed. So there is a lot of function we have written in the smart contract. But you have noticed one thing: the template we have designed and the smart contract we have written, there is a lot of difference between that. In the actual template we need a lot of data. We need the data for the collection page, we need the data for the users, we need the data for the like, followers, for all those things. But we don't have any one of those function in our smart contract. So the point is, from where we'll get the data? That's a very valid question you guys should ask me. So this is how I have planned to take this course forward. Okay, so the smart contract we have written, it's a very simple smart contract for a small application where you don't want to allow user to follow someone else, follow creators. Just a simple marketplace where user can create NFT and they can sell and buy. If you want to build an application like that, then it's perfect to go with the smart contract. But my NFT marketplace is a big, it need a lot of data. Okay, there is a lot of functionalities there. So we need more robust smart contract which can handle all of these things. For that, what I have done, First, we'll start working with this basic smart contract. We can connect with the front-end application and create NFT, sell NFT, and all those things, whatever we have right here in the smart contract. First, we'll start working with this. Once we will done with this basic smart contract, then we'll move to the API, okay? So here you have two options. First option, that you can store all the information about your application in the smart contract, like the followers, like the collections category, everything in the smart contract, and from there you can fetch and display in your front-end application. Or you have the second option. Instead of writing a new smart contract, what you can do, you can store those creators or category user information in the backend, and from there you can fetch and display in the front-end application. But I will show you that how you can do in both way. So first, we'll start working with this basic smart contract for our NFT marketplace. Once we connect and everything start taking shape, after that we'll start working on the backend development. We'll build an API for our NFT marketplace, and after we build an API, after that we're going to redesign the smart contract to the actual data we need to display in the front-end application, because I want that the entire application is controlled by the smart contract, not by any backend API, okay? Every single data we can render on display at transaction do, that's all controlled by the smart contract, okay? So that's why I keep that part into the end of this section, because I want you to understand how things works in the smart contract, how you can render data, how you can create NFT, all those things with the basic things. Once we're done with this basic one, then we'll move to the advanced one, and where we're going to write all the functions, like we're going to write the function for the category collection, all of those things, okay? So I hope so far everything is clear, what approach I'm taking. If you have still any confusion, do leave in the comment and ask me, because this is a very crucial point, and you have to understand that what plan we are following to build this application, because we have to follow a proper data model, okay? That's very important for performance purpose, okay? So let's come back to the application. Here I have opened the application, and let me show you what I mean. So what I will do, I'll click here and go to the collection page, and here you can see that we need data for the collection page. We need this pricing, we need the total item, we need all these NFT details like NFTs, art, music, sports, photography. Right now we are doing this hard code, but we need this data from the API, from the smart contract, not from the API, okay? So we need going to remodify the application for the collection page as well. Same goes for the other pages. If we come here, go to the author page, here you can see we need a lot of details about the authors, like account address, titles, their social media icons, and these following tabs. So we need the collectibles, created, like, follower, following. So we need all this data from the smart contract, okay? And if we go to the NFT details page, and here you have noticed one thing, we need a lot of data for the NFT details page as well. So we need the collection, timer, auction, bidding, and if we scroll down here, you can see this virtual world, and here you can see we need bidding, history, honor, list. So all this data we need. And if we come back to the account page, and here you can see we need a function which can store all the information about the user, the creator, like name, email, description, websites, all this thing. So here I have opened the project directory, and in that you can see that we have 3 different folders. One folder for the API, second folder is for the smart contract, and third folder for the template. So what I want you to create a copy of the template. So if we commit any mistake in the template, we have a backup, okay? So for that purpose, create a copy of it, and that's what I'm going to do. So here we have all this folder, okay? So let's create a copy of this template. So I'll copy and paste, and here I have the copy of the template. Now let's simply rename this one, and I call it, let's say, connecting contract, okay? The reason why I have given this name, because in this we're going to connect with the smart contract, obviously, okay? And that's the folder we're going to open in my code editor. So let's open that, and here we are back in the code editor, and you can see we have all the folders for the templates, but we don't have the contract, okay? So we're going to import the contract here, okay? So we have all these folders for the templates. Now open up the terminal and let's run the application. So clear the terminal and simply type npm run dev to see everything's working fine. Let's click on this, and here we are on the browser, and things are looking fine. We don't have any issues. All the functions are working fine. Let's close to the different pages, and these are also working fine. So things are looking pretty good, okay? We can easily able to switch, open, close, and things are looking good, okay? Now let's come back to the code editor, and now let's come here, clear the terminal, and now we have to install a couple of important packages which allow us to communicate with the blockchain, okay? So the first package we're going to install is Hardhat, and Hardhat is very popular. It's allow you to test the smart contract. It will give you a local blockchain where you can test the smart contract, okay? So let's initialize that. So for that, I'm going to type, let's say, npx Hardhat init. So if you haven't installed Hardhat in your computer, then you have to run the command npm install Hardhat, and then you have to initialize. I have already installed Hardhat globally in my computer, so I can initialize directly. So let's initialize that, hit enter, and this will take a little bit of time, okay? So here I want to create a normal file. So let's create a JavaScript, hit enter, and we have to install all the recommended npm packages. So simply copy, and we have to install this one, copy, and we have to install, hit enter. This will take a little bit time, so let me do fast forward. So installing, and here we have successfully installed Hardhat, and now we have to install a couple of more packages like Ethers.js, and we need to install Web3 model. Okay, so let's install that. npm I ethers, hit enter. Now close it, and we have to install Web3 model. So Web3 model install. Okay, installing. Now here we have installed the Web3 model and Ethers.js. So bring the terminal down, and once you successfully initialize Hardhat, it will create a couple of folders and files for you. Like this contract folder was not there, but after initializing Hardhat, we have this contract folder. We have another folder called script, and we have another folder called test, and we have another file which is a readme file. So when you initializing Hardhat, on that time, make sure that you should delete that readme file. I was already deleted that, that's why you haven't seen. So make sure before you initialize Hardhat, you should delete that readme file and then initialize. Otherwise Hardhat will not initialize. Okay, it will give you an error. So we have this folder. If we bring this terminal down, and if we go to this contract folder, and inside the contract we have this lock source smart contract. So this is a general smart contract. You can have a look that what they are doing here. Okay, but we're going to import our contract which we have already built. So let's delete this folder. We don't need this one. Delete this one. Okay, so we have deleted that, and here we have the another folder which is a script. Inside that we have a file deploy. Okay, so we're going to modify this, and this script will allow us to deploy the smart contract. Okay, so let's simply do one thing: delete this comment and delete this comment as well, and we don't need this extra data. Okay, so I'm going to delete it. If you want, you can keep it, but I'm going to delete this one. Okay, so that's the basic setup for the deploy script. We're going to do a little bit more modification here, but that's for the later part. Okay, so that's the deploy script, and if I close here, and if I go to the next folder, this is a log test file. Okay, so if you want to test the smart contract, that's we can do it here, which we're going to do definitely not now but later. Okay, so in that you will find you're going to write all the scripts. So this is the file, so we don't need to worry about this. Okay, so simply close this one, and this is the Hardhat config file. So here we're going to do all the configuration for the Hardhat. So if when we deploy the smart contract to the local blockchain, on that time we have to define that. When we have to deploy the smart contract to the Rinky buy or any test network, so we have to define a couple of properties here. Okay, so that's all we're going to do here. I'm just giving you a quick overview. Okay, don't need to worry about, because you and I, we're going to do it together. So this is the Hardhat config file, and that we're going to do all the configuration. Okay, so let's close this one, and if we come here, let's open this contract. We already have the contract, and now open this in the code editor, and we have a contract here. Okay, we already have this contract. Now we're going to simply close this one. Okay, we have all this contract, close this one, and we're going to simply drag and drop here. Okay, drag and drop in the main directory. Okay, simply copy, don't remove, simply copy. Okay, so here we have the contract, and simply open, and here we have the Solidity smart contract. But we need to install a couple of packages. In this smart contract, you can see we are using OpenZeppelin, but we don't have OpenZeppelin, but we have to install that. So this is the smart contract we have here. Things are looking fine. Now simply do one thing. Here you can see we are getting the error for the OpenZeppelin. We have to install that. Okay, so now let's close this one and come back to the smart contract and close this one. Go to this package.json file, and this is the package we have to install. I hope you guys have this folder. So this is the one we have to install. So simply copy this one and copy this, come back, open up the terminal, and we have to type npm I OpenZeppelin contract, hit enter, and let's install this one. And here we have installed the OpenZeppelin. Now simply clear the terminal, and if we come back to the contract, here you can see we don't have any error. Things are looking fine. Okay, let's come to the readme file. So this readme file is created by Hardhat, so make sure you delete your previous readme file and then initialize Hardhat, otherwise you will get an error. So in this readme file you will find a couple of commands, and this is the command we're going to run shortly. Okay, so you will find this detail. This is the help test, and this is the Hardhat node for internal for the local blockchain, and this is for the deploy script. Okay, so that's the readme file. Okay, so simply copy this and come back, split the terminal. Okay, and now here we're going to run this command npx Hardhat node. So hit enter. This will start the blockchain locally in your terminal. So here you can see once you initialize that, it will give you 20 accounts with private key. Okay, so here you can see we have all these accounts. So we have this account 0, and each account contains 1000 ether. Obviously it's a fake ether which you can use to test the smart contract. Okay, which we're going to do shortly. Okay, so we have all these accounts which you're going to use it for testing the smart contract. Okay, and we have the private key. So you should always make sure that this terminal should be on. Don't stop this, otherwise it will not work. So make sure your local blockchain should always run, okay? Otherwise it will give you an error, okay? So all these accounts we have, and let's come back to the other hand. And before we do that, we have to do a couple of changes in the deploy script, okay? So here in the smart contract, the name we have given to our smart contract is this NFT Marketplace, okay? Simply copy this one and come back to the script and go to this deploy, and here we have to do a couple of changes, okay? So here we have to provide the smart contract file name. So what we're going to do, we're going to simply change this to, let's say, NFT smart contracts and NFT smart contract, and here we have to change also, and here we have to remove this extra data. We didn't need to pass in data in the deployment, okay? And here we're going to change this to NFT smart contract, but make it lowercase, okay? NFT, and we are not passing it, simply copy and pass here, and that's the deploy script. Let's simply remove this portion, and here we're going to say that, let's say, contract address. So here I want to console log out the contract address, and we're going to change this to NFT Marketplace. So I want to get the contract address, okay? And that's I want to console log out in my terminal so I can use it, okay? There is a lot of property you get when you deploy the contract, but right now we are only focusing on the address of the contract. So that's the deploy script we have, and okay, so far everything's looking good, no problem we have here. Now close this one and come back, open up your terminal, make sure that this part of the terminal should be running, otherwise you're not able to deploy the smart contract, okay? And let's bring this side, come back to this terminal, and here we have to write the command, okay? So type clear terminal, come here, go to this test, and simply copy this npm hard run script deploy and paste here. And after that you have to define the network, so where you want to test your smart contract or deploy a smart contract. So in this development we are going to use the local host, okay? We're going to use our internal browser to do the testing, okay? So first thing we have to define the network dash. So this is the script we have to write, and we have to type that, let's say dash network, and here we have to define the network name. So we're going to use the localhost, so we'll call it localhost. If you want to use it Rinky or other test network, you can do that. So let's type localhost and hit enter. As you can see, downloaded, compile, and here is the compile successfully, and here we have successfully deployed the smart contract, and here you can see the address of the smart contract. So make sure you should copy the address of the smart contract, okay? Copy that and come here and bring the terminal, close this one, and now we have to create one more folder, okay, in the root directory, and this time we're going to call this folder to context, okay? So in this we're going to make all the connection with the smart contract in this folder, okay? So we'll have this context folder, and we'll create two files. So first file we'll call it, let's say, NFT Marketplace, and let's call it context.js, okay? And we have to create one more file. This will call constants.js, and inside this constant folder we need to paste our API. So let's give this comment and let's have our contract address, okay? And that's what we have here. And once you deploy the smart contract successfully, after that you will have a couple of folders and files. So you can see right now we have this artifact and we have this cache, okay? So let's close this one, and here in the artifact you can see we have this couple of folders. So the packages we are using in the smart contract we have here, okay? This is the, you can see, able to see inside the token we are using ERC 7021 extension. So all these things, whatever we are using, that's all we have here, which you don't need to worry, okay? That's all things are happening internally, okay? So close this. This is the utils folder. So we are using counter in the smart contract, so that's what we have. Again, you don't need to worry about it, and that's all we have here. Simply close this one. But the one we want to focus is this contract. So inside the artifact we have another folder, contract, and inside that we have the ABI of the smart contract, okay? So this is the ABI, NFT Marketplace JSON. So okay, the second one. So here you can see this is the ABI of our smart contract, which is very important, okay? You can have a look, whatever function we have defined, whatever variables we have defined, that's all we have here in form of API. Simply close this one and come here and simply drag and drop in this context folder, okay? Simply move it and say move. So right now we have the API in our context folder, okay? So here we have the API. Simply close this one, and if we come here, close this one. Now come back to the context file, and here we're going to import that API. So let's call it NFT Marketplace, and that's coming from the same directory. So we have this JSON file. Now we have to export the contract address and the contract API. So let's do that. So we'll say const, we'll type NFT Marketplace address, and here we have the address already, so we'll pass it in a string. Okay, and now we have to pass the ABI. So NFT Marketplace, we'll call it ABI, and here we have that NFT Marketplace. Inside that we have the ABI. Okay, so here we have the ABI. If we come here and if we go all here, so here we have the ABI. So that's what we are importing, exporting. Okay, so that's the only setup we have to do. If you have multiple contract, that's all import we're going to do and export from here. But right now we have only this one, so we're going with this. Okay, so let's close this one, and now all the logic we're going to start writing in this NFT Marketplace context. Okay, so this is going to be the place where we're going to communicate and bring all the logic. So simply come here and type RAFC, and we have to import a couple of things from React: use state, use effect, and we need use context. Let's come down. We have to import the packages. So we need, let's say, Web3 model. Okay, import Web3 model, and that's coming from Web3 model. We have already installed. We have to import the Ethers.js, and that's coming from Ethers. Okay, now we have to import the router, and that's coming from Next router. So these are the internal import. Now simply come down, and now we have to do the internal import. So we have to import the API and the address from our constant. So let's do import, and it's called NFT Marketplace context. No, what it's called. So here we have NFT Marketplace address. Simply copy that, and that's what we're going to call. And this is coming from the constant in the same directory. Okay, we'll come here. We have to import the API, and that's also coming from the same file. So that's the internal import we have. That's the internal. Simply delete this one, okay, because we don't need this. And we're going to use create context for managing the state and all the data. Okay, so we'll come down. We're going to call it, let's say, export const, and we'll call it NFT Marketplace context, and we'll use React create context. So that's React context, and we'll come down. We'll take another export, and we'll get NFT Marketplace provider, and it's going to be an arrow function. Inside that we're going to send the children. So children, and it's going to be an arrow function, and instantly, and we want to return it, arrow function, and we want to return, and here we're going to call this NFT context, and inside that we're going to pass the children, and here we're going to call, let's say, not value, we have to call provider, and then we have to pass the value. So whatever data we're going to pass inside the value, that would be available in the entire application. In every component we can easily able to call the data. Okay, so that's the approach I'm taking. Okay, so we have our context, we have our provider, and we have the children, and we have the value in which we're going to pass all the data. So right now we are just setting up the stage, and later we're going to utilize this stage for getting and sharing the data. Okay, so hope so far everything is clear. If yes, then you guys should hit like and subscribe, and do give your comment if you have any confusion. I'll try to explain one more time, because this is a very important part which you have to understand, then it will make sense. Otherwise it will not make sense. Okay, so that's what we have here. And to see the working example of this, let's come back here and go to the pages, and here we have this app. So what we have to do is we have to use that provider and wrap the entire application, then only we can easily able to share the data. Okay, so let's close this one, and here we're going to import that provider. So let's come here. So here we have this NFT Marketplace provider. So simply copy this one and come back here, and we have to import. So we'll call it import, and then we're going to call this provider, and that's coming from the, let's say, /context, and we have the NFT Marketplace context. Okay, so here we have the provider, and now we have to wrap the entire application with this. So simply copy this one and call on top of navbar provider, close this one and cut this and paste here. So in this way, what will happen, whatever data we'll share inside the value, that would be available in the entire application, in every single component. Okay, so that's the best part of this. So here we have the provider, that's the only setup we have to do here. Okay, so to show you the working example, what we can do here, so let's come up here and take a variable. I'll call it, let's say, data, let's call it title data. Okay, and let's come here and go to this, not here, let's go to the component. Where is it? Component in the hero section. So we have here hero section, and here you can see we have h1 discover, collect, and sell NFT. Okay, simply copy this and come back here, and we're going to pass it here. So we have this title, we have the data, and simply copy this, and that's what we're going to send here inside this value. Okay, So here we have the data, we are passing it, and this data would be available in every single component in the entire application. Let me show you how it works. So we'll come back to the hero section once again, and here we're going to import the context. So let's do that. So here we're going to import a couple of things from React. So we need this use state, we need this use effect, and we need this use context. So we have these three components. Now let's come down, and here let me give the comment. I'll say smart contract import, and here we're going to import that. So let's take the bracket and come back here, and here we're going to take this NFT Marketplace context. Simply copy that one and simply paste here, and that's coming from the // context and NFT market context. So here we have that context, and now we'll come down here, we'll say const, and we'll come back to this and simply copy this, the data we are passing. So copy this. So you can pass anything, you can pass function, you can pass data, you can pass array, a lot of things you can pass, whatever you can pass here. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to receive here, and here we're going to use context, and in that we're going to use this NFT Marketplace context for the data. Okay, in this way we can easily able to receive the data in this hero section. And now if we come here, replace this one, and simply let me show you without that. Okay, so let me start the application. Make sure you keep running this terminal, this internal blockchain. Okay, and just clear this terminal, and here we're going to type npm run dev. Open the application in the browser, and here you can see here we have opened the application, and we don't have that title. Okay, we have this emoji, but we don't have the title. Everything's looking fine, but we don't have the title. Now we'll come down, let's bring the terminal down, and here we're going to pass this data. Simply copy, and here we're going to pass it, save it. The moment you will send here, you can see we have the data. Okay, so things are looking fine, and that's how this context works, and this is what we're going to use throughout this entire project. Okay, when we get the data from the smart contract, this is how we're going to receive the data in multiple components and render on the application. So that's what we have here. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover in this. I want you to understand this, which is a very important, that how we are planning to take this course ahead, how are we going to share the data for the contract. So these are the important things you have to understand. Okay, and in the next video we're going to talk about more about this Web3 model packages which we are using. So we're going to talk about the Web3 model, we're going to talk about Ethers.js, we're going to talk about hard hat, because that's the thing you have to understand, that how everything works behind the scene. So when you will sit for the interview and when you will show this project, so they will definitely going to ask you that you are using this dependency, how it's work. So in the next 2 to 3 videos we're going to talk about this Web3 model, Ethers.js, Infura, IPFS, because we're going to use IPFS a lot, we're going to use Infura a lot for connecting with the blockchain. Okay, so in the next 3 videos we're going to give focus more in that, then we'll start working on this. Okay, so we're going to talk about these. Okay, so hope everything is clear so far. If you have still any doubt, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to explain one more time, because this is a very important part which you have to understand. Once everything is clear at this point, then you can easily able to build the application very fast. Okay, so that's why I have taken so much time to explain all of these things, that how we're going to plan the data modeling for this entire project. Okay, in the last video we had done a basic configuration for sharing the data in this entire application. Okay, so we have set up our create context for sharing data into different component. You are at the same place where I am, and let's get started. So here I'm going to, let's do one thing, open up the terminal and let's bring it up. So here you can see on the right hand side we have our local blockchain where it's running. Make sure it's keep running, then you can easily able to work. Okay, and on the right hand side we have our application running. So let's bring this down and create one more terminal. Okay, separate this, and we need to install a couple of packages. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply clear the terminal, and I'm going to install this npm IPFS, because when the user will upload the data or the images or the NFT, we want to upload that data to the IPFS. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what is IPFS, I will make a complete video on each of these packages, because these are the very important things which you have to know. When you will go in the interview, they're going to ask you this kind of things, that what is IPFS, what is peer-to-peer, and how you can utilize this IPFS in your blockchain project. Okay, so I'm going to simply install this one. This will take a little bit time, and here we have finally successfully initialized or install IPFS in our project. Now simply clear the terminal, and we need to install one more thing, which is a, let's remove this one, and we need to install Nextjs, which allow us to do the API request. Okay, so we're going to do the API request with this Nextjs. It's a very powerful package. You guys must have heard about it, and that's what we're going to use. So here we have installed that. Let's clear the terminal and simply close this terminal and make sure this two terminals is running, and bring this down. And here we're going to import those packages which we have installed. So first thing, we're going to import the, let's say we have to import the Nextjs, and that's coming from Nextjs. Now we have to import that IPFS. So here we're going to import the create, and we're going to import as a IPFS HTTP, and we'll call it client, and that's coming from the IPFS. Okay, nothing new, we're importing that. Now that's the external import, and now we'll come down here and bring some space, and now we're going to do the internal import. So we're going to import the API and the address of the contract. Okay, so let's call this fetch smart contract. Okay, so here we're going to write the function which allow us to fetch the smart contract. Okay, so that's what we have. We'll call it fetch contract, and we're going to provide the signer or provider. We're going to use this new ether package, and we'll call the contract, and inside this we're going to pass the address of the contract and the API of the contract, which I think I don't have right now. Okay, so let's import that quickly. So let's come back to the constant, and here you can see here we have the NFT Marketplace address and NFT Marketplace API. So we're going to simply copy and insert this, and that's coming from the constant. Okay, and now we have to import the API. So that's what we have here, and that's the exact thing we're going to pass in the contract. So simply copy that and pass here. Okay, we have to pass the API, we have to pass the signer and provider. So that's, this function will allow us to fetch the smart contract. Okay, so that's the, whatever we are doing, we are just setting up the stage so we can utilize this function in our letter code. Okay, so that's the fetch contract function. Now let's come here, and I'm going to create one reusable function because we need to communicate our smart contract with the front end application. Okay, so for that, for the wallet, okay, so for that, what we're going to do, I'm going to abstract the code which is repetitive. Okay, so if I will not extract this code, we have to write this code over and over again in all the functions like create NFT, buy NFT, transfer NFT. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm just abstracting this code and creating a separate function. So in that way we have to write less code. Okay, so just don't be confused, just follow along with me. Okay, so I'll call it, let's say, connecting with smart contract. Okay, this is the comment. I'm going to give this kind of comment throughout the entire course so you guys will navigate very easily. So that's what we have. We're going to call this one connecting with smart contract, very generic name, and it's going to be an async function because we have to deal with the data and asynchronous behavior. So we'll take this try and catch. So if there is some sort of error while connecting with the contract, so we have to get that error. Okay, so right now I'm going with this try and catch, but when we build the API, on that time we're going to create a global error handling, very complex model, not complex model, we're going to create a very beautiful system which can handle all the errors of our application. Okay, so in this we're going to simply console log out the error. So we'll say something went wrong while connecting with contract. Okay, that's the message I want to display anytime we have any kind of error. We'll come down, and here we're going to take another variable. We'll call it Web3 model, and that's coming from new Web3, and this is the function we have to call. So here we have this Web3 model. We're going to simply copy. Okay, it's a capital, and replace this capital. So here we have the Web3 model, and it's all property. Okay, so again, I'm not explaining this Web3 package in detail because this package is really huge. Okay, so I'll make a separate video in that I'm going to explain that how you can utilize it in a more advanced way. Okay, I'm just using a couple of properties which it has to make things work. Okay, so I'm not going to get into that detail. So here we have that, and here we're going to create the connection. So we have await, and we have this Web3 model, and we're going to call this connect function. Now we'll come down, we're going to create the, let's say we have to create the provider, and this provider is coming from new, we have to call this ether package which we have, and we'll call it providers.web3 provider, and in that we're going to pass the connection. So that's how we got our provider. Now let's come down here, we have to come and we have to create the signer. So we'll call it provider.get signer. So whoever will interact with our smart contract became the signer. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now we have to create this contract, and finally we have to fetch the contract. So in that we're going to pass the signer, so that contract will interact with this particular user. And here we have this function in that we are passing this signer or provider. Okay, so that's what we have, and now we have to return this function, sorry, return this contract. Okay, so now this function is a reusable function and we can use wherever we want in this entire application. Okay, so that's the abstraction part of the connecting. Okay, so let's close this one and let me show you what are the properties we'll get once we call this function. Okay, so for that, let's close this one as well. And for that, what I can do, I can come here and I'm going to create a function, and this function I'm only creating to show you that what properties we'll get when we'll call that contract function. Okay, only for that purpose I'm creating this function to show you. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, check contract. It's going to be an async function, and here we're going to call the, let's say, we're going to call this function. Okay, so we're going to take a variable, we'll call it contract. Here we have the contract, and we're going to call this await, and we're going to call the functions. And I want to console log out all the property which we get from this contract. Okay, so let's call that. So that's what we have here. Now let's come up here. That's what we're going to pass this function here, so we can receive in the index page. So let's come here, go to this index page, and here we're going to call the function. So before we call that, we have to receive the function, and this setup we have already done in the first video. So if you haven't watched that, make sure you watch. This is the second part. Okay, so here we'll call the function, and here we're going to call the use state we already have here. Now here we're going to call that use state, and it's going to be an empty array, and then we're going to call this function check contract, and it's going to be an empty array. Okay, let's save it. Now come back to the browser, and as you can see here, the MetaMask is got open because we are calling the smart contract. And when the smart contract is getting called, our Web3, the package we have installed, Web3 model, it's automatically try to connect the application with the MetaMask. Okay, that's the world we have. Actually, I have in my browser, so that's getting popped up. Okay, so here it's automatically getting open, and now here, just wait, I have to put my credential in this. Make sure you put your, so what is my credential? Okay, let's type that, and I have to simply unlock this. So the moment I unlock, it will, let's see, let's do the inspect element, and let's come here, and here you can able to find a couple of things. Okay, something went wrong while connecting with contract. Okay, because first time when the application got, the MetaMask got open, on that time we were not connected with this application. Okay, so what I will do now, I will simply, I'm going to reload the page. Okay, so let's come back here and reload the page. So the time I will do this, still I have no information about the contract. Why so we don't have that? And let's come here. Okay, my bad, because I have not called that contract in my console. Okay, so let's do that. Simply copy and simply paste here. Okay, so here we have called that, and here you can see we have that information. So here we have the contract, and it's contained all the information about the smart contract. So you can see the address. So this is the address of our smart contract. We have created this approved functions and balance of functions. We have created all the function which you will find right up here in the smart okay, in this here. So fetch my NFT, market items, listed item, estimated gas, create token. So all the function you will find which we have created in our smart contract, and this becomes only possible because we have installed that Web3 model and we have used that connection. Okay, properties. Don't need to worry about that Web3 model. It's a beautiful package and it's a powerful package. We're going to discuss more in the separate video. Okay, so that's all the data we can easily able to have here, and we can easily able to use in those property and interact with the smart contract. So that's what we have. So let's come here. We don't need this one. It's okay, simply comment this. Actually remove this one. We don't need this. Actually remove this as well. Let's come here, go back to the NFT Marketplace context, and from here we're going to remove these functions, and we have to remove it from here as well. So that's, now we have the clean environment, and now we can start working on it. Okay, so we have these two functions, fetch contract and connecting with the smart contract, and now we'll come here and we're going to start working on the actual function. Okay, so the first function I want to create is, before we create that, we have to create a couple of use states. So first use state we'll create that is current account. Okay, so whoever will interact with the smart contract or interact with the application, we want to get the address of their wallet. Okay, so that's what we have taken. It's going to be an empty string, and now we're going to create a function which allow us to check whether the user is connected with the application or not. Okay, So we're going to create a function for that. So let's give this message, check if wallet is connected. Okay, so this function will check whether the wallet is connected with the application or not. Okay, so it's going to be a const, and we'll say check if wallet connected. So very generic name, and it's going to be an async function, and in that we're going to take this try and catch because we want to handle the error as well. And here I'm going to console log out that, let's say something like let's say something wrong while connecting to wallet. Okay, now here we're going to write the logic for that. So I'll take this, let's say if window.ethereum, so if window.ethereum is not there, then we want to return this error message. So I'll simply say that install meta mask. Okay, if we don't have that window.ethereum, I will show you that what it is exactly and from where you will get this object. Now let's take that, but if we have that window.ethereum, then we want to get the accounts. So we'll take this account and we'll call this await window.ethereum. We have to request, and here we're going to call this method. Okay, so the method we're going to call for getting the account is eth-accounts. Okay, eth, not r. Okay, in this way we can get the array of accounts. So okay, this will give the array of account. It could be have more than one account. So for that we have to build a condition. Okay, so let's simply come down, we'll take a if statement. We'll say account length. If there is an account length, then we want to call this set a current account, and we want to take the first account. Okay, else we want to say that console log no account found. Simple JavaScript, nothing fancy. Okay, hope these things are making sense. Okay, now let's talk about this window.ethereum, from where we are getting this. Okay, simply copy that and come here and reload the browser and just wait, and here we're going to paste that. So let's copy this one and come here and paste here. So here you can see I'm getting this object, and you might be thinking from where we are getting this object. So the moment you install this MetaMask, that MetaMask will inject this Ethereum object in your browser. Okay, and with the help of that you can easily able to detach whether they have any kind of Web3 wallet or not. Okay, so this object is coming from MetaMask. If I remove MetaMask, I will don't have this object. Okay, if I open this, you will find tons of property. So you will have the chain ID, you will have enable MetaMask is true because we have MetaMask, and all the network, whatever network you will connect it with, whatever network will inject this provider, this Ethereum object, they will become true. Okay, and you will find the address, all these events you will find, so you can utilize this one. Okay, so now let's come back to the code, and here simply we copy this and we have to pass this function here, so we can easily able to call in our main index page. Okay, simply call it here. Now that's the check wallet connect function. Now we have to create another function which allow user to click on the button and connect with the wallet. Okay, so you should always have these two functions. One, it will automatically check the account, and the other will have a function which allow user to click and connect. Okay, so let's create the function. So we'll call it connect wallet and function. Okay, we're going to say connect wallet, pretty generic name. It's going to be an async function, and async function, and we have to take this try and catch general convention, and we have to simply display the error message. We will call it as something error while connecting to wallet, and here we have to do the same check. Okay, so here we have to write the same piece of code. So what we can do, we can come here and check if wallet connected, and here we're going to copy this part. Okay, this entire if statement. Okay, copy this one and come back here and simply paste it. The same if statement we have to do whether they have the MetaMask or any Web3 wallet or not. If they have, then we want to get the account, and here we're going to change the method. So this time we are requesting for the account, so we'll call eth, and we'll call it request account. Okay, so here we'll get the array of account, and now we have to set the account, first account. We have to take the first account. So you have seen the difference, like in the other function, when we are checking for the account automatically, on that time we are checking with the help of length. Okay, account.length. You have both the option. You can either go in that way, or you can either directly check this way. Okay, so here we have that function, but here we are writing simply. Okay, you have both this option, and here we have that. Okay, now once we get connected and account is set, we have to reload the window. Okay, so we'll call this location dot reload function. This is optional, but it's always great to reload it, so everything will start from fresh. Okay, so that's the connect wallet function, and simply copy, and we have to pass that function here. Close all the functions, and here we're going to pass it. So that's the two important function which every Web3 application should have. So let's close this one, and now we're going to start creating the other important function. So this function will allow us to upload the images to the IPFS. Once we upload that, we're going to return that image and we're going to display it. Okay, so this is the reusable function we are creating. So we'll call it, let's say, let's come here. Here we have imported this Nextjs and we have this IPFS, but we haven't created the client. Okay, and here I'm giving you my personal URL. Okay, so let's come down, and here I'm going to create the client, and here we're going to use this IPFS HTTP client, and here we're going to construct the URL of the IPFS. So we'll say HTTP slash and with IPFS dot infura dot io and slash 5001 slash API slash v0. And this is my personal URL which I'm giving you, because if you want to get this URL, you have to create an account on Infura, and from there you have to fill out the credit card details. Then they will give you like close to 5 GB data, uploading data. So here I'm using this one, so make sure you use the exact URL, or in the next video when I will make a dedicated video for the Infura, where I will explain that how you can utilize that Infura even in more advanced way. Okay, for a lot of things, for getting the data and connecting with the blockchain. Okay, so in this way I'm just utilizing it whatever I have, but don't need to worry about it. We're going to make a dedicated video on the Web3 model. We're going to make a dedicated video on Ethers, hard at Infura, IPFS. I already have a video on Ethers.js, which I will link in the I button on the description, where I have explained every single thing about the Ethers.js package, so you guys can understand how you can utilize this. And we don't have any video about the Infura. I'll make a dedicated video on that, and I will talk about that how you can create your own Infura URL for the IPFS. Okay, so just utilize this URL for a time being. So that's what I have here. That's the exact URL you have to type. This is my client, and now we're going to utilize that client. So let's come back here in the function. We're going to create a function. We'll call it upload to IPFS, and it's going to be an async function, and it will receive a file. So whenever we call this function, we will get the URL from that. Okay, so when someone will use the drop zone and they will drop the image, we'll get the path of that images, and that's what we're going to receive here. Okay, and here we're going to create this try and catch, which is a general convention, and we have to say like error uploading to IPFS. Okay, and here we're going to simply create a variable called add, and here we're going to call the await client. This is the client we are calling, and here we're going to call the method to add, which we have on this client, and in this we're going to take this content, and here we're going to pass the file. Okay, so that's the path, and here we're going to take another one, and now we are constructing the URL. Okay, so it's going to be an template literal http IPFS dot infura dot io, and it's say IPFS slash, and here we're going to pass the data. Okay, added dot path. Okay, so this is the address, the main IPFS address, and at the end we are adding the file path. So whatever data will pass inside this end in the path, that would be available in that particular URL. Okay, so that's how we're going to upload the data to the IPFS. Okay, so once the data is uploaded, okay, now we're going to simply return it. Okay, return the URL. So when we'll call this function in our upload NFT, we'll get the URL there, so we don't need to extort the data and export and then receive. We are directly returning this URL, so we can easily able to get that URL in the IPFS in the same upload page, and from there we can easily able to display. Okay, so that's the approach I'm taking here. So that's the function for the IPFS. Simply copy this function, and that's the function we have to pass here, so we can receive in other components. So let's do one thing, simply cut this one, and we're going to call this function right up here. Okay, so let's come here, and we're going to take this use state, and we're going to call this function right up here. So connect wallet. So let's call this function and let's save it. Okay, so we want to call this function every time. Okay, that's why I'm doing it this way. Simply come here, this is the function for upload, close this one, and now we can write the other function. So let's come down, and this time we have to create the function called create NFT function. Okay, so this will allow us to create NFT. By the name you can understand. So we'll take a variable, we'll call it create NFT, and it's gonna be an async function, and it will receive couple of data. So it will receive the form input. Okay, so the reason why I'm getting the entire data, so this form input, is an object. Okay, it will have all the data about the name, descriptions, price. Okay, so it will come in form of that. So here we have the form input, here we'll have the file URL, we'll also send in this create function, and we'll also send this router. Okay, so these are the property this function will receive, and it's going to be an arrow function. We have to follow the same convention, try and catch. We have to say console.log, and in this we're going to display the error message. So let's say error while creating NFT. So that's the function we have, and now we're going to first deconstruct the data from the form input, because form input is an object. Okay, so we're going to deconstruct the data. We'll take that and we'll say name, we need the descriptions, and we need the price, and that's all coming from form input. Okay, so that's the data we have from the form input. Now we have to check that whether the users who creating this NFT are providing all the data which is required to create NFT. Okay, so we check for that before we proceed. So we'll say if name is not there, description is not there, and price is not there, or file URL is not there, if we are missing any one of these property, then we want to simply return this message. Okay, we have to say console.log, and here we're going to say data missing. Okay, data is missing. So that's the check we are doing. Once the user provide all the data, we want to execute the function further. So let's come down, and we'll take another variable, we'll call it data, and here we're going to take that data and convert that into a JSON. Okay, so we'll call it JSON.stringify, and in that we're going to take this object, and in that we're going to pass the entire data, so name, descriptions, and we'll pass this image as well. So here what I'm doing, here we have the file URL. I'm going to convert that file URL name to the image. Okay, so this is how you can do it. It's a normal JavaScript. Okay, so here we are converting that into a string, a JSON. So once we have the data like this, now we can come down, we're going to take this try and catch again. We're going to take this one, and we'll say add. The same convention we have to follow, which we have followed in the upload to IPFS. Okay, so added, it's gonna be await. We have to take the client, and we have to take this add, and we have to pass the data. Okay, so here we have the data, and now we'll come down, we'll take the URL, and we need to construct the URL of this entire information. So this URL will have all the information like name, description, price, and the images. Okay, it will have all the data. Whatever data will pass inside this, that would be available. So let's construct the URL. So we'll call it, let's say IPFS infura.io slash IPFS slash, and here we have to pass the data. Okay, so added.path. So that's the URL we have constructed. Okay, that's sending here, and that's what we are adding up here. So once we have that, now we're going to create this await, and we're going to call this function create cells, and we're going to pass the data, URL, and price. And you might be thinking from where we are getting this create cell function. Actually, we don't have this function right now. We have to create this function, because this will be responsible for creating this cell. Okay, and this function will execute internally, not externally. So once you call that function create NFT, this function will run internally. Okay, so in this we go to pass the URL and the price. So that's it for this function. Okay, so looking pretty good. We are getting all the data, checking, and we are converting that and sending to the IPFS. Now simply here we are getting some sort of error. Okay, So let's do one thing. Let's simply remove this one and come up here and go up and remove this try, because we already have one try and catch, and this looks pretty fine. Okay, so that's, make sure you do these changes. Okay, so here we have that function. Things are looking so good. Let's have a look one more time. So we have to create this function. Simply copy, close this one, and let's copy this function, and we have to send it. Okay, now simply close this one and come down, and we'll say what is the name of the function we have given, create cell. Okay, simply copy and come up, paste here. So this is the function we're going to create now. Okay, create cell function. So we'll say const create cell. It's going to be an async function, and it will receive data. So it will receive the URL, it will receive the price. So this time I'm calling form input price, and you might be thinking that from where we are getting this form input price, but we have sent like price only. Here you might be thinking we have sent price, but here we are calling form input price. You can call whatever you want, but make sure the order will be same. Okay, so here we have the price. We're going to take this another data is called is resale, okay, and ID. And the reason why I'm taking this approach, because I don't want to write the same piece of code over and over again. Okay, so this resale will allow us to do a couple of check that which function should I execute and what function the user is calling. Okay, only for that purpose I'm taking this, so I have to write less code. Everything will make sense, just follow along with me. So it's going to be an async function, and you know the drill. I have to take this try and catch so we can get any kind of error. So let's say something like console logout and error while creating cell. Okay, that's the basic structure we are following. Now let's come up here, and here we're going to call this function. So we have created this function connecting with smart contract, and that's the function we're going to utilize now, because this time we're going to actually interact with the smart contract. So simply copy that, and let's scroll all the way down, and we're going to call that function here. So first thing we have to do is we have to take the price. Okay, so we'll take that const and we'll call it price, and we have to convert this price. Okay, so we'll call it ether.utils parse utils, and here I want to convert the price into ether, because you know that whatever transaction you do on the blockchain, or basically on Ethereum blockchain, that's happened in terms of way. Okay, so I want to transform this price into ether. So let's do that. So here I'm going to call the form input price, and here I have to define the currency. So I'm going to convert that into a ether. So that's what I'm going to do. Here we have the price of the NFT, and we'll come down. Now we're going to call this contract function. Okay, so simply await, and what is the name we have given to the function? So simply say await, and here we're going to call the function name connecting with smart contract. Okay, so in that way I can able to have all the property of the smart contract on this contract variable. So let's come down. We're going to take this data. So here we're going to call the listing pricing, because we want to get our commissions. Whenever user will create NFT, resell NFT, we have to get the commission. Okay, so let's get that as well. So here we have this listing price, and await, we have this property on the contract. And if let's come here, open the contract side by side so we can have a look what we are working on. And let's come here, and if I scroll down, if I come up here, and here you can notice here we have two functions, update listing price and get listing price. So we have to get the listing price which we want to charge to the NFT creators. Okay, simply copy this function and come back here, and we're going to call this function. Okay, so we'll get the listing price exactly, and once we have the listing price, and here we're going to do the magic. We're going to say const transaction. Okay, transaction. And the reason why I'm doing in this way, because we have to do a check. You will appreciate this. Okay, so transaction, we have to take this. So here what I'm saying is not reselling. So if user is not reselling their existing NFT, they are creating new NFT, then I want to execute different function. But if user try to resell the same NFT which they have created in the past, then we want to execute different function. Okay, resell token, resell NFT function we have to create. Okay, so here we have that, we have this contract, in that we have the function. So let's come here. If the user try to create new NFT, then we want to call this create token. Okay, function. And you can notice one thing, that in this create token function we have to pass two things. One is the URL of the NFT and the price, and that's already we have. Okay, let's come here. In that we're going to pass the URL, and we're going to pass the price, and we have to define the value as well. Okay, so here we have to define the listing price, and we have to convert that listing price to string. That's the first function. But if user try to resell, then we want to call this a resell function. Okay, contract. And let's come back here, and we're going to scroll all the way down, and here we have that resell token function. It will take the same property. It will take the token ID and the price. So let's come here, and we're going to call the function. We're going to pass that URL and the price. Okay, URL is actually the token ID. Okay, and here we're going to pass that value, which is a listing, and we have to send. Nothing new, we are following the same pattern. Okay, so this is the reselling function we are checking. In this way we can easily able to save a lot of code. So in this way we can easily able to save a lot of code. We don't need to write the same code over and over again. Okay, and once it's done, we have to execute this function. So we'll solve a wait transaction dot wait, and here we are using this wait because we have to wait till the transaction got written on the blockchain. Okay, so it's always important that whatever function you call and that function make any change on the blockchain, you have to make sure that you use this wait. Okay, so that's the wait, and that's the function for create sale. Okay, everything's looking fine, no errors we have. Okay, simply close this one, close this one, close this one, close this. I don't know why they got open. Simply close this one. Right now everything's looking fine, but when we do the actual testing with the smart contract, on that time if we find that we have to do any changes, we'll definitely come back here. So one thing you have to keep in mind, that the code you write, it's not always the final code. Okay, you keep optimizing for the performance purpose, for writing less code. Okay, so that's what we're going to do as well, but just follow along with me whatever we have done so far. Okay, so we're going to come down, we're going to create another function. We'll call it fetch NFTs function. So what this function will do, it will fetch all the NFT which is created in the on this application. Okay, in this marketplace. Okay, we want to fetch all the NFTs. So we already have that function, so we're going to do this fetch NFTs, and it's going to be an async function. You know the drill. And this time we don't need to pass anything inside this. It's going to take this cry and catch, and we'll say the error message, error while fetching NFT. Here I'm getting an error. Why? Okay, I made a spelling mistake in the async, so simply change this to async. Okay, now things looking fine. Let's come down, we'll take this variable and we'll call this provider. Okay, so we need to have a provider, then we can easily able to communicate with the smart contract. Okay, so we'll take the provider new ether and provider dot jcp. Okay, JSON RPC provider we call. And once we have that, we're going to pass that, we'll call it contract, and we're going to call this fetch NFT. Okay, so fetch contract function, and in that we're going to pass the provider. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to have the access of the contract. Now we'll call data, and here we'll say wait contract, and we're going to call this data function. So where it is the function, so where we have the function, so this is the function we have. So it's have fetch market item. Simply copy the function, and that function we have to call here. And let's console log out all the data we'll get here. So I remember that we don't have an NFT, so let's comment this, and let's come down. We're going to take this items, and we're going to, because it will come in terms of promise. Okay, so we have to resolve the promise, and then we'll be able to get the data. Okay, so await promise dot all, and in that we're going to take this data and we're going to map over it. It's going to be async function, and in that we have to pass the property which we want to get. So we want to get the token ID, we want to get the seller, we want to get the owner, we want to get the price. We are converting this price, and we'll call it unformatted price. Okay, so the price will get, it will come in the form of big number. Okay, so we're going to convert that. Okay, so we have the price, and you might be thinking from where we are getting. So if we come back here, and here, let's see, come here, you can see we are passing the data in form of array market item. But if you come back to the market item here, here we are defining all the data. So we have the token ID, we have the seller, owner, price, sold. So these are the data we are returning from that array. Okay, and that's all data we are receiving here. We have the data. Now we'll come down, we'll take this const token URI, and we'll call it await contract dot token URI, and in that we're going to pass this token ID. Now let's come down, we take another variable. This time we'll go to call data, and we're going to deconstruct that. Okay, so we have to say image, name, description, and it's gonna be, let's say, await. We'll call the Axios, and we're going to use this call get function. Okay, we're going to get that. So token URI we want to pass it, and this will give all the data. Okay, and here we're going to take the price and we're going to convert that. Okay, utils format unit, and in that we want to convert that to unformatted price, and I want to convert that to, let's say, string, and we're going to convert it to ether. Same logic we are following here. So once we have the converted price, now we can come here and we're going to return the entire data. Okay, so you have either two options. You can return all the data right up here one by one and save in a use state and send as a data. Okay, or you can return the entire data and render in the component where you want. So I'm just returning the entire data. Okay, and in that we have to pass this price, we have to pass this token ID, and we have to convert the token ID to number. Okay, because it will come in the form of big number. Now we have to pass the seller, owner, image, name, and the description, and the final is the token URI. So these are the data we are returning from this function. Okay, and come here, simply copy this, and we have to return as a whole. Okay, so we'll say, let's come down and we'll say return items. Okay, so that's what we are returning. So this is the entire function we have for this fetch NFTs. So this will give all the NFTs which is related to this NFT marketplace. Okay, so that's what we have, and here we have to pass the function and simply close that, and let's write the next function. Okay, so let's come here, we're going to call this function fetch my NFT or listed NFT. So now we have to create the function which fetch all the NFT related to a single user. Okay, and so we'll fetch that NFT, we'll call it, let's say, const fetch my NFTs all listed. Okay, NFTs, it's going to be an async function. Same logic we have to follow, and here we have to define the type. Okay, because we have to fetch two types of NFT. One is the NFT which is created by the user and he owns that NFT, and the other type is the listing, if the user put that NFT for sale or whether he have put not for sale. Okay, so here we have two versions of the NFTs which is related to the single user. Okay, that's why I have taken this type, and it's going to be async function. Same logic we have to follow, try and catch, and here we're going to display the error message. So we'll say error while fetching listed NFTs. Okay, that's what we have here. Now let's come here. First thing we have to do is we have to get the contract. Okay, we have to get the contract, so we'll say const contract, and here we have the contract. Once we have the contract, we have to simply take this data, and in that we have to define the type. Okay, so if type is equal to, let's say, let's call it fetch items listed. Okay, if this is the type, then we want to call this function contract dot, and let's come here, and here we're going to call this fetch item listed. Okay, simply call this function. Okay, this is the function, or else we want to call this function, so my NFT. So here we have that function, my fetch my NFT. Okay, so that's the NFT. Simple logic. I hope this makes sense. And we'll come down, we're going to take this, let's say, items. Same thing we have to do is here we have to resolve the promise. So we'll say await promise dot all. We'll take the data, map over it. It's gonna be async, and it's gonna be, let's say, object. We'll define that token, and we define the seller, we define the owner, we'll define the, let's say, price, but it will come in the form of big number, so it will say unformatted price. So that's the data we have, and here we're going to construct the token URI. So we'll say, let's say data, and we'll say image, we have the name, we have the description, and here we're going to say await access.get, and in that we have to pass this token. Okay, I don't have the token URI. Okay, sorry, my bad. I have to create the token URI, which I have not done. So I'll come up here, I'll say token URI, and I'm getting from here contract.token URI, and then I have to pass the token ID. Okay, and that way I have the token URI, and that I'm passing into the get access. Okay, and this will give us the data. Okay, simple logic. And same thing we have to do here, we have to return, before we return that, we have to take this price and we have to convert that into a ether. Okay, utils format unit, and here we're going to convert that price and to ether. Okay, ether, here we have the price. Okay, now we have to return all the data, so we'll say return and we have to return the price, we have to return the token ID, and we have to convert it into a number. Now we have to take the seller, we have to take the owner, we have to take the image, we have to take the name, we have to take the description and the token URI itself. So this is the bunch of data we are sending. Okay, simply copy this, and now we have to send all the data as a whole. Okay, so let's come here, we have to say return items. Okay, so this will give us the entire data for the my NFT and listed NFT. Simply copy the function and close this one and pass it here. So this is the another function we have done. Okay, I hope so far everything's making clear to you, all of you guys. If you have still any confusion in any point of these code we have written, just do let me know. Okay, give me the name and explain your query, that what's the problem you have, what's the confusion. I'll try to explain on that, because this is a very crucial part, because here we are interacting with the smart contract and we are using Nextjs and extracting data, resolving promises to get the data from the contract so we can display on the application. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now let's close all the functions, and now let's care what we have left. So this is we done. So let's come here, we have that, and what else we have left? Okay, so this is the function we have to create market sell. Okay, we allow user to buy the NFT. Okay, so this is the function we're going to create. Simply copy that, come here, and we'll say buy NFT. So this function will allow the user to buy NFT. Okay, so it's gonna be an async buy NFT, same logic, async function. It will take the NFT, all the data of the NFT will take, and try and cache. We have to display the error message, so error while buying NFTs. Okay, here first thing we have to do is to get the contract, and we'll say await. We have to come up here, copy this contract function, and we have to call it. Okay, so simply remove this comma. So here we have the contract, we'll come down, we're going to call this, let's say price, and we have the price utils, and we have to convert the price, and this price we have inside this NFT. Okay, we'll call it price, and we have to convert this into Ether. Okay, simple logic. Now we'll come down, well, simply call this transaction, and we have to call this function contract buy function. So we'll come up here and we're going to simply copy this create market sell function, and you can see in that we have to pass this data. Come here and we're going to pass the, let's say, NFT token ID, and we have to pass the price. Okay, we have to pass the price. So in this way the user can purchase the token, sorry, NFT. And once we are done, we have to call this transaction dot wait. We have to wait after once the transaction is written on the blockchain. So that's the buy function. Okay, so simply copy that, and we have to call the function here. So that's all the function we have to write for our smart contract, whatever smart contract we have built. So all the function we have written, and with this you are ready to go and launch your NFT marketplace. Okay, so now it's time to connecting with this. Okay, and passing all the data. So let's have a look one more time. So we have all this, we have all the functions we have written, and here you can see we have this account, a current account. So we have to simply copy that, and we have to pass that as data as well. So we can send it data, so we can receive another component, and we can build logic around that. Okay, so that's the account we have. Now that's the data. Now let's close this one, and that's the, okay, fetch, create sell, get NFT, connect wallet, and here we have this. Let's open this, check if wallet is connected, and we need to console log of the account. Okay, so let's come here, let's come down below, and we'll say console.log, and we're going to call this current, what is the name, current account, sorry, current account. Okay, so we have to see that whether it's working or not. Let's open the application, and make sure you should restart the application. Okay, and close all the thing. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to stop this terminal blockchain, and we're going to stop this application. Okay, let's come here, and we have to delete these folders, artifact and cache. Okay, and ABI. Okay, because we're going to redeploy the contract. So let's come here, delete the artifact, and we have to delete the cache. Okay, delete this one, and we come back to the context, and we're going to delete this ABI. Okay, JSON file. Okay, and we're going to redeploy this contract. Okay, let's come here, type node hard hat, npx node hard hat, and let's wait. So just wait. Here we have the local blockchain. Okay, it's running. Now we have to run this, deploy this script, deploy the smart contract. This is the command you have to type. Nothing new. Just wait. And it's compiled. And here we have deploy the smart contract, and you get see that we got the same address. No matter how many times you restart the applications or deploy the contract, you'll get the same address. Sometime it get differ, it's depend. Okay, so but that's really happen. Okay, but that's really happen. Okay, so simply copy that and let's come here and let's have a look. Do we have the exact address? So that's the simply drag and drop here. That's the ABI we have. Go to the constant and you can see we have the exact address of the contract. Okay, don't need to worry about it. Exact address. Close this one and we have to clear the terminal and start that application. So type npm run dev and open this in the browser, and here you can see so far everything's looking good. Let's do the inspect element. Come here, go to the console, and here you can see we have these two, but the account addresses are not displaying. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on this MetaMask, and you can see we are connected, but still we have some issue. And here you can see the balance is got detected because the account number 2 we have used to deploy the smart contract. And as you know, whenever you do deploy contract or do any transaction, you have to pay gas fee. So here we have pay a couple of ethers, which is obviously a fake ether. If you have that many ether, you are going to be a millionaire. Okay, so if we log out and simply log in once more and click on this, so things are looking fine. We are connected, we have this ether now, but still we have some problem. If we click here, you can see we are pointing out to this, but the account address is not displaying. So let's come here and let's come back to the code, bring this down, and what I have to do is to fix this one. I don't know why it's happening, but we're gonna find it out. So let's come up here and simply do one thing, remove this one. Okay, and simply copy this function, and we're going to call this function here, pass the function here. We can pass this function here, so we can receive another component, and from there we're going to call it. Okay, so let's call the function here, and let's okay, that's what we have done. Now let's come here, go to the index page. Okay, let's open the pages, go to the index page, and here we're going to receive the function. So let's receive it here, and here we're going to call the function. We'll take this use effect and we're going to simply call the function. Okay, now save it, and if you come back, and here we're going to do the console logout. Okay, let's do the console logout the current account and save it, and come back here, and here you can see we have the address. So sometime it happens, so you have to figure it out a way to make things work. Okay, so this is how we can easily able to get the account in my console. Okay, so that's working fine. And if we come here and try to copy that address and paste it, you can see the exact address we have. Okay, 226, and this is the data. Okay, so we have the exact address. Now let's come back to the here, close, come back to the index, and simply do one thing. Let's close all this, and now here we have that. Simply copy this account, so we already have it. Simply delete this one, console. I don't want to unnecessary comment, and now simply send this data, account data. Okay, so simply copy and scroll all the way down. Okay, I have already sent the data, so I can work around it. So let's come here, and to check that the account we have on using that account, so now we have the data about the account. So whenever a user will connect with this application, we'll get the account, and on the base of that we're going to build the logic. Okay, so let's start with the navigation. Okay, so this is how we'll go. We have all the data, all the function. So first we'll start with the navigation, then hero section, and then we'll move to the other component. Okay, so we'll come back here. Let's close all these open folders and go to this component. Okay, in this component we have this navigation. In that navigation we'll go to the main directory. Okay, main folder. So here we have that navigation, and let's scroll all the way down. Where is the button? Okay, So here we're going to add a dynamic button. So if a user is not connected with the application, we want to display a different button for connecting with the application. But if a user is connected with the application, we want to display a different button for creating NFT. Okay. So here we have the simple button. Now here we're going to build the logic for that. Okay. So for that, what we're going to do, first thing we have to receive the data. Okay. Simply close this functions, close this one, and here we have that. So first thing we have to import that data component. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, import from smart contract. Okay, so first we have to get the context, and here we're going to use this use context, and here we're going to import the file. So what is the name we have called? Let's come here and simply grab this context, marketplace context, and paste here, and that's coming from the NFT marketplace context. Okay, context. Okay, so here we have the context, and now we're going to use this context. So let's scroll down, and here we're going to call it, so we'll give this comment so you guys can know what we are working on. Smart contract, we're going to take that const, and we have to receive that data. Okay, and that's coming from use context, and here we have the context. Okay, simply pass it here. So the data we want to receive is this. Let's come scroll down. We want to receive this current account. Okay, so that's the data we're going to receive here, and simply copy that and come down here in the button section, and here we're going to build the dynamic block. Okay, so we'll say if, not if, we're going to take this parameter, if current account is empty, we don't have any addresses in the current account, then we want to display this button. Okay, so we want to take this button, and we going to pass the name, btn name. So we'll say, let's say button name is going to be connect. Okay, and it will have the handle functions. So the function we want to call this one. Okay, so we can come here, and we have to get this function, connect wallet function. Okay, so we'll allow user to click and connect. So first thing we have to receive the function here, and then we can easily able to use that function. So we'll come down here, and we're going to call the function here. Okay, if user is not connected, we want to display this button, and we'll have this function on that button. Okay, but if the user is connected, okay, if the user is connected, simply copy, cut this one, and paste here. Okay, we want to call this function. So this time we'll call create, and here we're going to change that. So simply come here, and here we're going to import the link. Okay, Nextjs link tag. Okay, because we want to redirect the user to the upload NFT page. Okay, so let's import the link, align link, and that's coming from next link, and this is what we're going to call here. So let's come up here, and here we're going to call it link, and in that we're going to call this button, and we have to define the path in the link. Okay, where we want to redirect. So we'll take this href, and we'll take this object, we'll say path name, it's path name, and here we want to redirect to the home page. Okay, so that's the pretty simple function we have here. Okay, that's the only setup we have to do here, and it would be working fine. Okay, so let's come here, and here we left, close this one, and here you can see it's create, but reload the browser and let's have a look. So we have already connected. You can see it turned to create because we are already connected with this application. Okay, let's come here, and let's click on this MetaMask, and let's do one thing. Simply log out from the MetaMask and reload the browser, and this time you will find that we'll have different button. We'll have this connect. If we click on this, it will open the MetaMask. Click on this, and it will, okay, it's not working. Why? Okay, it's not working. Let's do the inspect element, and let's have a look. It says that error while connecting to the wallet, means our function is getting triggered, but we have some problem in the function because we can see the error message. Okay, so it's working fine. We have to come, let's things are looking good, no problem we have here. Now what we can do, we have the problem in the code, so let's come back to the code and go back to the this connect wallet function, and where it is, here we have that. This is the check, and close this one and open this connect wallet, Okay, here is the problem we have. It's account request accounts. I forgot to add s. Okay, s, save it. Now it would be working. Okay, let's come here, cut this and reload the browser, and still we are not connected. You can see, yes, it's still we are not connected. And if we click on this, here we have MetaMask, means our function is working. So just wait, we can open that, we can put the credential, we can type unlock, and here we are connected with the application. We are reloading the browser, and you can see that the button is changed to create. And if we click on this button, we can easily read, not read, and we are having some error. Okay, we haven't defined that handle click function on the button, that's why we are getting this. That's not a big deal. So far things are looking good. Now let's come back to the code, go back to this navigation bar, and here we go to define the handle click function on the button. So let's call the function handle click, and for initially we're going to have this empty function. We don't need to pass any function here. You can see the error is gone. If we click on, we can't able to redirect to the upload page. Why it's happening? Okay, we have some problem, not a big deal, we can fix that. Let's come back to the code and do one thing, simply remove this link. Okay, we're going to use it later. Okay, I don't know why we having this problem, but we're going to see. Okay, simply change that, take normal anchor tag. Okay, remove that, bring this down and paste here, and we're going to call that href, and we have to redirect to the upload NFT. Okay, not home page. Okay, so let's come here, what we have called to that page, go to the pages, and here we have called upload NFTs. Okay, so that's the exact name we have to call here, upload NFTs, NFT capital. Okay, save it, and now it should be working. Simply reload the browser and simply just log in. Okay, log out from this MetaMask, and let's try the final time. Okay, reload the browser, and you can see right now we have this connect. If we click on this, we can easily able to open the MetaMask, and we can easily able to connect with this MetaMask. Let me put the credential, click on unlock, and here we are reloading browser. I don't like this reload, we're gonna fix this. Okay, and we can click on this create, and here you can see it's reloading, and it's coming back to the upload NFT page. You can see here on the URL upload NFT page, and from here we can easily able to upload the NFT. We're going to change this behavior. Okay, it's reloading because we have used that anchor, that's why it's having this reloading. But when we use that link like Nextjs link, we don't have this reload. Okay, we're gonna fix that. Okay, it's looking fine, you can see things are looking good. We can easily able to redirect to this, and we can able to create the NFT. Okay, so things are looking good, we are progressing slowly, and let's come back to the home page, and this looks beautiful. Let's come back to the code. So with this we are done. Close this navigation bar, and with this we are done with this entire logic for the NFT marketplace context. All we have to do is to use these functions and call in the component where we wanted to render the data, upload NFTs. Okay, and we already have all the setup, so now we're going to use these functions. Okay, so far everything's looking good. So first thing we have to do is to go to this context folder. Inside that we have this NFT marketplace context, and this is the function we have written in the last video. Okay, so all this function which you can see, that's all we have written in the last video, and here we're passing all the function with the data. Okay, so everything's looking so fine here, and we're going to close this one. And first thing we have to do is to open up your terminal. Okay, open up your terminal, and we're going to clear the terminal, and we're going to start our internal blockchain. So we'll type npx hard at node. We'll come this side, and we're going to redeploy the smart contracts. Okay, so let's deploy the smart contract, and we're going to start the application. Okay, let's start the application. Type run dev, and here the application is started. Let's open it on the browser, and here everything's working fine. As you can see, we are not connected with the application, that's why we can see that connect button. So far everything's looking fine. Let's do the inspect element and make it side by side so you guys can see what we are exactly working on. Okay, let's bring this down, and so far things are looking fine. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add the connect wallet function on this button, create button. So this is where we're going to add the function first. So right now nothing is happening, we're going to add the function. So let's come here, let's go to the component. Inside that component we have this navigation. Inside the navigation we have this sidebar. Okay, so we'll go to this nav bar, and in that we will take this data, and that data we're going to send as a prop in our sidebar. So let's send that data, and let's come here. We have to send this function as well, connect wallet, and these are the two functions we have to receive in our sidebar. So let's receive the props. Let's receive the connect wallet. So here we are receiving the data. Now we have to do a couple of checks. Simply copy this and let's close this one. Okay, close all these functions, and let's come down, and here we have this two button. Okay, so we're going to add this connect wallet function on the first button, on the create. Okay, so we'll say if account is empty, same logic we have to follow here. Then we want to add this button, so we'll say button, and it will have the button name, so we'll call it connect, and it will close this one, and it will have the handle click function. In that function we're going to call this, the function name we're going to call it's wallet. What is the name? Okay, connect wallet function. So this is the function we're going to call on this. If we have an account, then we're going to call this function. Okay, and we're going to take this anchor tag so we can redirect to the create page, create NFT page. Okay, and here we're going to provide that path, so upload NFT. Simple logic what we have called. Okay, so that's pretty simple logic. Okay, so far everything's looking good. Now let's come up here and let's try to log out with the application. Here we are already logged out, and click on this. You can see this one is working fine. We can enter the credentials and just simply log into the application, and here you can see if we come here, and you can see if we click on this, you can see right now we have this create, means we are actually logged into the application. That's why we are getting this create button. If we click on that, we can successfully redirect it to the upload NFT page. So the logic is working fine. Okay, nothing fancy, we have already done this. So this one is looking fine. Let's close this one, and close this one, and come up here, close this. Now get into the pages, and now we have to go to this where it is upload NFT. Okay, so now we're going to start working on upload NFT and allow user to create NFT. Okay, so this is what we have done so far. Close this one. So first thing, we have to import a couple of things. We need use effect, use state, and use context, and that's coming from React. Now we'll come here and we're going to import a couple of things from contract. Okay, so import, we need that. Come here, what we have called, let's say come up here, and it's called NFT Marketplace context. Simply copy that and simply pass here, and that's coming from the context directory. Okay, nothing new, we have already done this. And here we're going to take the data. We're going to take this use context, and in that we're going to parse this NFT Marketplace context. So the function we want to receive here is, so let's come down. So first thing we need to have the function is upload to IPFS. Okay, so that's the very first function we're going to receive. So that's the first function. Let's come back here. What else we need? We need this create NFT. So this is the another function we need here. We're going to pass it here. Okay, so these are the two functions we are coming. One will allow us to upload to IPFS, and the other one will allow us to create. Okay, and now what we go to pass it here. So both the function we're going to pass as a prop in the upload NFT, and we're going to pass this function as well, create NFT as a props, and this is what we're going to receive in this upload NFT. Okay, let's receive that upload to IPFS, and we want to receive this create NFT component, and these are the two functions we have. Now we can simply just close this one, and here we're going to take a couple of use state. Okay, so we have to take the price, so we are taking price, and it's going to be an empty string, and here we're going to change this name from item name to name only. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. So we'll call it name, select all, and here we'll call name. It's here we have to also change the name, so let's come here, make it capital. Okay, so make sure you do these changes both in the state and both in the drop zone as well. So this is the change we have to do, and let's simply copy that, set price. But before we do that, we have to take one more use state. So this time we're going to take this image. Okay, initially it will be null, and that's the use state we need. So we have created price, and we have created this image, and we have done rename. Here in the upload images, what we're going to do is simply change this one, and we'll call set image, and we'll send the props to, let's say, set image. And we have to also send this function upload to IPFS. Okay, because the uploading image we are doing in the drop zone component. Okay, so let's send this function as well. So IPFS, so that's the drop zones we have. Now we're going to simply copy this set name functions, and that's what we have to replace here. So let's replace this one, and we have this set price. And what I remember that we don't have the input field for set price, so we have to create. Okay, so let's come here, let's close this one, and we're going to create here. So simply copy and simply paste here, and here we're going to change this to price. Okay, select this all together and set the price, remove this last s. So this is the price component we have, and it's working fine. And now what we have to do is, so far everything's looking good. Now we have this create NFT function, and that function we're going to call here. So scroll all the way down, and here we have these two buttons, so one for the preview and one for the upload. So we're going to create the function here. So it's going to be an async function because it's going to have a asynchronous behavior. So we'll call this, and inside this we're going to pass all the values. Okay, so pass the name, we'll pass the price, we'll pass the image, we'll pass the descriptions, and here we're going to import the router. So let's come here, and we have to import router. So we'll say use router, and that's coming from next router. Okay, and that's, we're going to take another variable, we'll call it router, and we'll say use router, and simply copy, and that's also we're going to pass it here. Okay, because we are receiving router in our create NFT function. So let's pass that router. We have to pass the, let's say, website, we have to pass the royalties, we have to pass file size, and the last one is going to be category, and the final one is going to be property. So these are the data we are passing. Right now our smart contract can only receive 4 data: name, price, image, description, and router. Okay, so when we modify our smart contract, in that we're going to add all these property. Okay, but I'm just passing all the data here, and I'm going to commit few of them. Okay, but I just try to keep it. Okay, so that's all data we are passing in create NFT. So that's what we have here, and let's come here and let's get into the drop zone. And here we're going to receive the props which we have sent. So we have image already, and let's come here, we have to receive this IPFS. Simply copy and simply paste here. Okay, so this is the IPFS we have. Now we need to get this set image, and we also have this one. So that's the props, and here we're going to do the changes. So instead of having the image from the as a props, we're going to take it from the folder simply. So we have the images there, so dot upload. Okay, so that's the props we have. We're going to simply add this to one. Okay, so simply remove this image, we don't need that one. So far everything's looking good, all these props, and simply rename that item name. Okay, because we have changed the item name there, so rename that and simply copy this one, and let's come down here, and here we have to change the name. Okay, so make sure you do these changes, and here we're going to call that function upload to IPFS. Simply copy that and copy and simply paste here, and it's going to be in a variable. It will return a URL. So when the image will be uploaded to the IPFS, it will return the URL. Okay, and once we'll get the URL, okay, and the URL will set to the file URL, and we are also going to set this image to the URL. So this is the image we are getting from the drop zone. Very simple, not so complicated. Okay, so everything is looking fine. Open up your terminal and simply stop the application from running. Okay, now we have to simply redeploy the smart contract. So let's delete this artifact, and we're going to delete this cache. We have to delete the API, and now we're going to deploy start the internal blockchains, and we're going to deploy the smart contracts. So let's do it very quickly. It is compiled successfully. We have to drag and drop the API, and now we have to start the application. So let's come here and start the application, and let's click on this, and here we are. And so far everything's looking fine. We are not connected, and you can see, so we have the connect button. Click on this, and let's simply connect the application. So I'll type my credential. So here I have my credential. Click on this, and I'm logged into the applications. It's reloading, and simply click on this. So here we are redirected to the upload NFT page. So let's get started, and we'll come back here, bring this terminal down, and what we have to do is come back to this context, NFT market, and in this you can see, simply remove this one. Okay, because you see that once we are connecting with the application, it's reloading the browser. So for the time being I don't want that functionality, so I'll just simply comment out this. Okay, so right now it will not reload whenever we connect the application. Okay, so let's come here, reload the browser, and so far everything's looking good. Let's do the inspect element, and let's make it side by side so we can see what we are exactly working on. So let's click on this three dot and make it side by side. So right now we don't have any error. Actually we do have one error. So click on this, and here it say that help center component is missing a key. Okay, it's missing a key. So let's fix this one quickly. So let's come here and let's come back to the component. Inside the component we have this navbar. Inside the navbar we have this help center, and that we are missing that key. So let's provide this key to this div. So key is going to be, let's say I +1. So every div will have a unique key. So let's save it and let's close this one. If you reload the page, we don't have that error anymore. So as you can see, everything's looking fine so far. We don't have any error. We do have a couple of warnings, but don't need to worry about it. And here we don't have that information. Now simply upload that NFT. Simply click here, and I have all these images, and I have already provided you this images, so I guess you guys will have this one. Now simply create that, and okay, so I have some issues while uploading the image to the IPFS. So this is the error message we have passed, error uploading to IPFS. So let's come back to the code and let's go to this drop zone, and here we are uploading that. So far looking good. So here we are displaying the hardcode value. Let's change this to the actual image which we are getting from the user. Okay, so what do we have called, let's say this file URL. Here we have the data, and that's the image we want to display. Simply replace this one and paste here, save it. Okay, make sure you do the changes, and now reload the browser and just wait. So click on this and upload the images. Still we are getting that error. So as you can see, this error is coming from upload to IPFS. So there might be some problem in the URL. Okay, so that's the problem we might have. So what I can do, let's close this one, and let's come here. So far everything's looking good. Here we have the problem. Okay, let's have the error. So let's log out the error, and let's come here and let's try one more time. So now let's upload the image, and here we are getting the error message. Okay, so we need to have a project ID is required, and because of this we are not able to upload the image, the NFT, to the IPFS. Okay, so let's come back here, and I did a little bit research, and what I have found that the API, the public API we are using, it's no longer valid. Okay, because after the merge and after the update in the Infura, you can't use this public API to upload NFT. Okay, you have to get your own API key, and let me show you how you can get that. Okay, but before I do that, you have to do a couple of changes. Okay, here, so we have to change this one. Simply comment this one, and here we're going to do a couple of setups before we get the API key to do that. So we're going to take a const, and we'll call project ID. You have to paste your project ID here. Okay, then we're going to create the project secret key, and that's the key you have to paste here. Okay, project secret key. So these are the key you need, and you also need the, let's say, auth, and this is the exact URL you have to build, basics, and it's going to be a $sign, and that's you're going to pass the buffer from, and this from is going to be the project ID, and then you have to pass this project secret key. So this is the setup that you have to do. Okay, and it's going to be a string. Okay, base 64. So we are just doing the setup. Okay, so these are the basics project, and here we're going to take the client IPFS, and here we're going to define a couple of objects. So first we have to define the host is going to be infura/.ps, and we're going to define the port 5001, and we have to define the protocol. So it's going to be HTTPS, and we have to define the header and authentications auth. Okay, so these are the setups you have to do. Okay, make sure you do this one, and here you have to provide your project ID and secret key. I'll show you how you can get your. So far everything's looking fine, and now we have to take one more variable, which is a domain. Okay, because when you will upload the NFT to the IPFS, it will have your domain name, which you will create in your project ID. Okay, so I'll show you how you can do that. So let's create this, let's call it subdomain, and here you have to pass the URL of the subdomain. Okay, so these are the three things you need. You need the project ID, project secret key, and subdomain. And before we proceed ahead, we have to do a couple of changes down here. Okay, so here we're going to do the changes in upload to IPFS. Okay, please come and remove this part, and here we have to type this subdomain. Okay, subdomain, the variable you have taken on the top. So we have called subdomain. Simply copy that, and that's what exactly we go to pass it where it is here. So make sure you do these changes in upload to IPFS. That's the one change you have to do. And here you have to simply come here and simply copy this host. Okay, copy this host, and you have to simply replace this. Copy and replace this one. Okay, infura-ipfs.io. okay, so this is the host you have to provide. Here you have to provide this s. Okay, HTTPS. So these are the changes you have to do. Make sure you do this. And this is the subdomain URL, and this is the setup for the client, and this is the project ID and project key. So to get our project ID and secret key, we're going to use Infura. It will allow us to communicate with the IPFS. Okay, so make sure you come to this application and read about it. They have explained everything about it. So I'll simply create my account. So this is my actual account. I'm going to create a new account. So let's click this, and you have to make sure you agree with the terms and conditions. Click on this, create. And once you're done with that, it will send you an email in your email ID. So here I am, and here you have to click and confirm the email. So congratulations, click on this, and here you will redirect to your Infura dashboard. So simply close this one. Here you have to do this formalities. So let's select this. So engineer, you can select whatever you want. So no specific requirement. Okay, and click on this submit, and here you can able to create your project. Okay, so what do you want? I want to create a project to, let's say, you can give a name. So I'm going to choose the IPFS, and here you can give the name of your project. So let's give the name NFT project. Click submit. So here we are back into the Infura, and to get that project ID and secret key, you have to enter a valid credit card number. Okay, they won't charge you anything for the 5 GB. Okay, so they will give you 5 GB limit in a month. If you exceed that limit, they will charge you very less. Okay, so make sure you enter your valid credit card number and then save. Enter a card number, and if you come here you can able to find all the project which you have, or if you have any query, you can, that's all you can able to find here. So from here you can also navigate. You can click on IPFS, and you can click on this, and you can create from here as well. Okay, you can pick the course, and if I come to the Explorer, you can see right now I haven't created any project because this is my brand new account. I have another account which is active on. Okay, so simply click on this, give the name to your project, and click on enter, and you have to enter the valid credit card number. So this is my active account, and let me show you how it will look. So here I have already created this project, NFT Marketplace, and here you can see all the requests I have made, all the NFTs which I have created and uploaded to the IPFS. That's all the data you can find here. And if you go to this project right now, don't have it. And if you go to this, you can see here we are, and this is how it will look once you enter your credit card details. This is how the interface looks. So once you enter your credit card details, you will come here, and here you can able to find the project ID and key secret. Okay, project ID, you will find secret key. This is the Infura API endpoint 5001, and so make sure you get that. And from here you can easily able to set the limit. So if you want to set the limit as a quota, you can do that. So let me save it to 2 because I don't want to pay money for using this IPFS. And from here you can easily able to enable the subdomain. Okay, so make sure you can give whatever name you want to your subdomain. So I'll call it, let's say, I'll call it something like so Schweb NFT Marketplace. Okay, so this is the subdomain which I've created. Okay, save it, and it's generated, and that's all the data you have to paste here. You have to paste your project key, secret key, and your subdomain. Close this one and close this one, and simply Next.js config file, and here you have to do a couple of configuration because we are using external domain to get the images. So here we have to do the configuration for that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to simply copy and paste the thing. Okay, so this is the image, and the image will come from these directory. Okay, so this is my NFT subdomain, and this is the actual Infura IPFS. Okay, so make sure you write the exact thing. Instead of my subdomain, you have to type your own, and the Infura would be the same. So that's the configuration you have to do in the Next.js config file. And here you have to paste the project ID and secret key. So I believe that you guys have got your secret key and project ID key and subdomain. Once you're done with that, let's start using this IPFS. Okay, so here I'm back. Let's upload that image. Click on this and select the image, and okay, so here we are still getting an error. So now you can see that error is not related to the the ID, project ID. It's related to something else. It's related to the basics. Okay, so I have done something wrong in my basic URL, in the basic URL. Okay, So let's come here, and okay, this is the problem we have. So make sure you provide this space, and now it will work. Reload the browser, and let's try one more time. Let's click on this, and still we are getting an error. Okay, so this time the error is not related to the basic, not related to the project ID, but this time the error is related to the URL. Okay, the configuration file. Everything's looking good. We have also configured this one. Okay, so we have also configured this one. If you click on this, here it will come, and here you can say this is what we exactly done in our Next.js config file for the images, but still we are getting that error. I don't know why. So but we can come back here. So the image we have uploaded to the IPFS, it's in this URL. Okay, so let's simply copy the URL and simply open the browser and paste here. Hit enter, and you can see this is our NFT, and it's on my domain Daulat Hussain NFT Marketplace .infura ipfs.io. Okay, so the IPFS work is working fine. Now the only problem we have in the our Nextjs config file. So this is also looking good. We don't have any issues in that. Okay, so simply close this one and close this one, and simply come back to this terminal code, and let's restart the application, because I just looked for the code for the half an hour, and I found that no problem issue we have. In such scenario, the only option we have is to restart the application. So let's restart the application and have a look. So we'll run the local blockchain, then we have to simply go into start the application. Click on this, and right now we don't have any issues. Click on this, and here we are. Now let's create that NFT, and here you can see it's working fine. So sometimes there is no problem in the code, but sometimes you have to restart the application, and the error you're having, it will automatically get fixed. Okay, so whenever you get any kind of error and you find that all the code is working fine but still you are getting that error, make sure you restart the application. So here we have the image working fine. Here we have to provide the name. If you provide the name, you can see that it's getting updated. You can provide the website. I'll say daulathussain.com. Here you can provide the detail of this NFT. My first NFT, choose the category, provide the royalty and file size and property, and here we go to set the price. So 123. If we click, we don't have that function. If we do this inspect element, and here you can see data is missing. Okay, so everything is working fine. We can easily able to detach the error message as well. So things are looking fine. We can easily able to upload the image to the data IPFS. Okay, so let's come back to the code, bring this down, and let's go to this, close this one and close this one and close this one, and let's go to this upload NFT, and here we are calling the function. So here we are calling the function, and you have noticed one thing, that we need only 4 data: name, price, image, description, and router. Sorry, 5 data to create NFT. So let's do one thing. So we have all this data here, and we can come back to this context in the smart contract, and here you can see we are only taking this URL of the NFT and the price to create NFT. Okay, so we need these 2 data we need. So let's close this one and come back, but here we have all this data. So what we can do, we have to simply comment this half. Okay, comment this data. Obviously right now we don't use it in our application, but definitely we're going to use it later. Okay, so that's what we have here, and this is what we have. Now it will work. So let's close this one, and here we are back in the context, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So let's open this. Okay, so here we have to simply replace this one total and paste the data. So we have to paste the price, name, image, description, and router. So make sure you do these changes. We can simply remove this, we don't no longer need this one, and we have to do the changes. So here we have to pass the file image, and here we're going to pass the, no, that's it. Okay, the only 4 data we want to send. Okay, so description, price, image, and we have to change this only. Okay, image. So here we are converting that data into a string, and that's what we are adding up here in the client, and that's what we are putting to the Infura. Okay, and the rest would be fine, and here we don't need to do any changes, so this will be the same. So contract, we have listing price, we have this to function. So if someone try to create new token, then we have to call this function, or if someone try to resell that, then we have to call that function, and here we are passing the data and the price, and we have to get the commission. So everything is looking fine, no issues we have here. And here we're going to console log out the transaction data. Okay, log transaction. So that's what we have to do. Now let's come here. We're going to restart the application, and this is what you have to do every time you make any changes. Always should start with a fresh, otherwise it will give you an error. This is how I would like to give it. Okay, so I'll come here and have to delete this artifact. Simply delete this cache, and now we have to delete this one as well. We have to start that node, and here we're going to redeploy the contract. So deploy that one. So compile successfully, deployed. And before we start, we have to simply drag and drop the ABI. So here we have the ABI. Now we can start the application. Close all this folder, open folder. So looking good. Now we have to restart the application. So we'll type npm run dev, click on this 3000. Here we are, close this one, and everything's looking fine so far. Now simply come here and simply log out the application, and let's refresh one more time. So working fine. Now click on this connect, MetaMask, enter your password, unlock, and here you can see we have this button. Click on this, and that's working fine. Let's do the inspect element, and let's make it this way. Okay, come back to the console, and now we're going to upload the NFT. So here we're going to clear this one, okay, otherwise it will throw an error. So whenever you restart the application, make sure you just reset the account. Okay, so this is the account we have used to upload, and now we're going to upload the NFT. Click on this. Before we do that, let's bring the terminal down, and let's go to this upload drop zone, and here I'm going to console log the URL, the image which we are uploading. Okay, so let's come here in the drop zone on drop, and here we're going to just simply log out the URL, the data. So log out the URL. Okay, so that's what we have. Save it. Let's come back to the application, and now we reload the page, and let's upload that. So here you can see we got the image, URL, it's uploaded to the IPFS, and now we have to pass the data. So let's pass that Daulat NFT. We have to pass the, let's say, hey Daulat NFT. Just ignore it for our time being, and let's type the price, because these are the data is mandatory. So we'll type 123. Click on this upload. Here is MetaMask, and here you can see it's working fine. So we are interacting with our create token function which we have in our smart contract. You can see the contract address, and this is the listing price we are taking. Okay, you can see this is the contract address. You can simply copy and check. Okay, and this is the listing price which we are charging on every time user will create NFT. So that's the listing price we have. And if you come here you can go to this data. Here you can see the function we are calling create token, and we are passing a string and a number, UNT. If you come here you can able to find the details, and this is the detail, gas fee and the total fees. Now click on this confirm, and you can see boom. So here you have created your first NFT. Here we have got the data. So if you open this one, you can get all the data related to the NFT which is you have minted. So we have this access list, block number, chain ID, data from gas, and we have all this data. Okay, all this data we are getting because we have successfully created NFT. So the address, and let's come here, close this one. So this is working fine. Now here we're going to import the, let's say, use router. Okay, we have this use router, and here we going to take another variables. We'll say const router, and this router is coming from use router. Okay, so we have this use router, and simply copy that and simply come down here. So once we successfully create the NFT, we want to redirect to the search page. Okay, so you have option wherever you can transfer, but we want to transfer the user after they create the NFT to the search page. So here we're going to use that use router, and we're going to call this router.push, and here we're going to push this to the search page. Okay, search page, and that's what we have called the page name. Okay, so this is what we have to do. Now let's come here, and this time what we have to do is simply let's create one more NFT. So this time we have the URL. Let's pass the data. So we have to pass the name, my, pass the description, hey, subscribe my channel. So if you haven't done, please do that. And here we have to price the price, click on this. Here we have the MetaMask. So far everything's looking good. So same function, click on this confirm, and here you got the URL, and you can see we have successfully redirected to the search page. So this redirection is also working fine, and these are the demo data we have, but we're going to display the actual NFT which we are creating here instead of this. Okay, so this is the demo data we have rendering here, but we're going to display the actual NFTs. So things are looking fine so far, everything is working fine. We are done with this function. Now we have to call this function fetch NFT. So let's do this, call this function. We'll take this use effect and we're going to call this function. So we'll call this, what is the name? It's fetch NFTs. So simply call this function. So I want to call this function every time whenever we reload the page. Okay, so there are certain functions we have to call every time. So that's what we have here. Now simply close this one and close this one, come back here, and we have to go to the search page. Okay, search page, and here we have to import couple of things. We need use effect, use state, and use context. The same logic we have to follow here as well. So we're going to import the, let's say, smart contract. Okay, and import, and we'll call it import, and here we're going to call this NFT context, market context. So simply come here, what is the name we have called? So we have the marketplace context, simply paste here, and that's coming from context folder. Okay, you guys are, I hope that you guys are getting familiar with this. Okay, still you have any confusion, do leave in the comment section. Okay, I try to explain everything. Here we have the import. Now I'll simply close this one, and here we're going to import the data. So it's coming from use context, NFT marketplace. Let's come here, and this time the function we need is this fetch NFTs. Simply copy and pass it here. So that's the function we have. And now what we're going to do is, now we're going to call this function. So we're going to take this use state, and we'll have the NFT is going to be an empty array. We have to take this NFT copies, it's going to be an empty array, and this NFT copy is only for filter purpose. Okay, so these are the two use state we have. Now we're going to call this function. So we'll say, and we want to call this function every time we reload the browser, or do we have any changes in the data. Okay, so we're going to call this function, and then because it will give us the promise, we have to resolve that promise, and we have to say, let's say, set NFT, and then we have this, pass this item, and we'll call it reverse function. And so we have all the NFT in there, and now we have to do the same thing for the set NFT copy, because we want to take the copy of it. Okay, because here I don't want to mutate the array. Okay, I want to take the reference and I want to do the changes in that, but I don't want to change the original array. So this is how we have the data. Now simply console log out the data. So NFT, so that's the setup we have here. Now if we come back here and simply do the inspect element, go to this console, and here you can see we have the data array. In that, if we open this one, in that we can see we have the data which we have resolved. Simply remove that one. Now let's come here. So first thing we have to do is simply copy this NFTs. Okay, and that's what we have to send as a prop in our NFT card 2 component. So send it as a prop here. Simply come back to this, and here we are receiving the data, and here we're going to do the changes. Sorry, so here we are looping over the data, and we'll come here in the images, and here we're going to call, because it's going to be same element, and we have to call the image. Okay, we have the image. Now if we come here, and here you can see we got the image, the 2 NFT we have created. Here we have got it. It's looking absolutely fine. Let's make it on full screen. This is the 2 NFT we have created. This is the price we have given, and right now we have no name. Okay, so now we have to change this to the name. So we'll say element.name, save it. Here you can see we have the name, my second NFT, and here is Daulat NFT. So the name is also displaying. Okay, now we'll come down, and here we're going to display the price of the NFT, element.price, and here you can see the price we have. You can like and like. So right now we have this small data. Okay, we're going to make our smart contract more robust, so we'll have all the data which you can see in the template design. Okay, so right now I'm just telling you that how you can work with this. So it's working fine. We can render the template, and now we have to start working on the search. Okay, on the filter search. So far looking good. Let's come here. Simply not remove that, simply comment out this data, because I want to keep it so you guys can have a reference. Now let's create other function for our search bar. Okay, so when anybody will type any NFT name, we want to display that NFT. Okay, So here we're going to take this on handle search, and it's going to be take the value, and in that we're going to take this filter NFT, and all the NFT we have this inside the NFT, and we're going to call this filter method on it, and this will have the name, and we want to check. Okay, we have to first take the name and convert it to the lowercase. Once we have the name in the lowercase, after that we have to call this function include function, and we have to try to match the data, okay, the value, and we have to convert the value also in a lowercase. So that's the filter. Now here we have to do the if statement. So if filter length is deeply equal to 0, then we want to call this displays this data NFT copy, else we want to display this filter. So this is the on handle search function. So simply copy, and that's what we're going to pass it here in the search bar component. So send it as a props. Now this is the one function we have. Now create the another function for the clear. Okay, so when there is nothing in that search, we have to display the data. Okay, so we'll say clear search, and will not take any value, and we'll say if nft.length is and nft.copy, then we want to display this one, nft full copy. Okay, and the same thing we have to do here. We have to pass the data. So that's the two props we are sending. Simply copy that one, come back to the search bar, and here we're going to receive those props. So simply copy and receive here. So these are the two data we have, and here in the search bar we have to take this use state and use effect, and we'll come here. We're going to take this use state and we'll say search, and here we'll take another use state and we'll call it, let's say, search item, and in that we're going to pass the search. Okay, so that's the setup we have, use state. Now we'll come down, we'll create this use state, and we'll say that const timer, and we're going to create a set timer, so we can detach the timing. Okay, set timer, and in that we're going to call this set search, and we're going to pass the search item, and it will take 1 second. Okay, you can adjust the timing as per your, but I'll go with 1 second. So that's the set timer, and now we need to return the function. So I'll say let's clear the timer function once everything's get done. So we'll call this clear timer function, and it's going to be in a search item. Okay, so that's the basic function. I hope things are getting simpler for you, because these are the simple JavaScript. That's why I'm not explaining that much. So that's what we have here. We'll come down, we'll take another use state, and this time we'll say if search, then we want to call this function. What is the name? On handle search. Simply copy and paste here, and in that we're going to pass the search, else we want to call this on clear search. Okay, so that's the search component. Things are looking fine so far, and it's gonna be this search. So it's looking good, and here we're going to target the input. So in that we're going to say it will have a on click, and we'll say set search item, and in that we're going to e.target.value, and it will have the value to this search. What is the name? Search item. Okay, initial value. So far everything's looking good. All these things we have done for the search, and now let's have a try. So everything's looking fine. If I search something, okay, we have some problem in our search, it's not working. Just do the inspect element, and let's come here, and let's try to search it. So okay, we have some problem in our search bar. So let's come back to the code, and let's do one thing. Let's close all this one, and let's restart the application and deploy the contract. Let me do it very quickly. So let's run this all command. So drop this one and start the application. So far everything's looking good. You can see all these are looking good. We don't have any issues. Now we have to come here, and first thing we have to simply log out, and let's re-log into the application one more time, fresh. Okay, so let's click on this connect and put your credential. So let me type my password, unlock, and here you can see click on this create, and now we have to create the NFT. So let's do it very quickly. So let's come back to the search here, and if I click here, and you can see right now we don't have any NFT because we haven't created any NFT. That's why we don't have anything here. We have to create NFT. So let's come back to the NFT page, and we'll simply first we have to reset the account, otherwise it will give us an error. Make sure you clear your history. Okay, so now let's click on this, select this NFT, and here we have the NFT. Now let's put the detail, name, Let's say Rayan, and here we can type the description, hey Rayan NFT, and let's give the price 121. Here is MetaMask. Simply come here and click on confirm. After creating NFT, here we have redirect to the search page, and here what I have found that NFTs are not displaying. So I stop the recording and try to find out that what is the problem we have in the code. So there is no problem in the code. At the time of recording, we having a lot of requests on the IPFS or Infura. So when we are making those API requests, it's taking a little bit time to load the data. So that could be the first reason. And the second reason is that I was also getting 504 error while making those requests, okay, from Infura. So there is no problem with the code. That's happening because a lot of requests is going on Infura or IPFS, on all the way we are using the free account. So that's why we are getting this slow server request. So if you have the same problem, don't need to be panicked, because I faced this problem and I was trying to figure out this problem for the last 2 hours. Then I found that this is the true problem exactly happening at this point of time when I'm recording this video. Okay, so make sure you keep continuing with this. Whatever we are doing, we are going on the right path. Just keep working on that. If you still not get that NFTs, keep working along with me. We'll try to figure it out in the later, that how we're going to fix it. Okay, sometime you will have the data, sometime you won't have the data. Okay, so there is no problem with the code, so keep working on it. So let me show you. So you can see, let's reload the browser and let's come here, and you can see still we don't have the data. Now let's do the console. Here you can see it took almost 2 minutes, and here we got the NFT. So sometime it will come, sometime it will give you an error. Okay, so here we have the one NFT we have created. You can see we have the price, image, and that's all we have. And we have also the problem in the search bar. We're going to fix that as well. So let's come here and let's try to create one more. Let's give the name. We'll call it Daulat NFT. Let's give the description. Let's give the price. And simply confirm. And here we have redirect. You can see this time we haven't got the data because sometimes it's loading the data in the back end. So just wait for a little bit. And here we can come, let's console log out. Do we actually have the data or not? So let's do the inspect element. And you can see this is the error I was talking about. Okay, simply reload the browser. There is no problem in the code. Simply reload the browser. And as you can see right now, we have received the data. So sometimes the data will come in late. Sometimes the data will arrive fast, so you can display. So we have this dollar, the NFT we have created. So everything is working fine. Okay. So this is the bug I have found, and that's happening because of the Infura or IPFS. So make sure don't be panic. And if we are typing here anything in the search bar, our search filter is not working. Okay, so this was not working. We have to fix this as well. Okay, so let's type R, still is not working. So there is a serious problem. Let's create one more NFT. Okay, let's type the price and click on confirm. And here you can see we got it. Okay, so we got this 4 NFT because I was testing when I was not getting the data, so I created 2 NFT. So you can see sometime the data will arrive fast, sometime the data will arrive late, and sometime you will get an error. So it's nothing your problem. That's happening because at the time of recording I'm facing this problem because there is a lot of requests is going on in Infura or IPFS. So that's because of that is happening. Okay, so keep working along with me. We're going to do a meta modification so we don't have any issues right now. Just work along with me. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this, that how you can create your NFT. The only modification we have to do in our search bar, because our search bar is not working fine. And the first thing we have to do is to redeploy the smart contract. So let's come up here and let me delete this artifact, delete this cache, and go to this context folder, and we have to delete this ABI because we have to start with fresh. Okay, now open up your terminal and simply clear the terminal, and we have to type npx hard at node, which is not new to all of you guys, and we have to deploy the smart contract. Okay, so let's click on this deploy, and here the smart contract is deploying. So compile successfully, and here we got the contract address. So let's come back to this artifact, and here we need to drag and drop this ABI of the smart contract to the context. Okay, move it. So that's the setup you have to do, which is not new. Okay, and let's come on this side, and we have to restart the application. So we'll type npm run dev, and let's open the application in the browser. So here everything is working fine. We don't have any issues. So let's click on this and go to this upload NFT, and here we are on the upload NFT. Okay, so before we do that, let's come here. I like to change the theme. So let's come back here. Let's bring this terminal down and go to this style. Inside this global, here you will find the theme color. So altogether I have 12 themes for this template. So this is the main theme, and here is the second one, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like we have almost 12 theme for this template. Okay, so this time I'm going to change the theme. So let's come up here and simply comment this part, the main theme, and this time I'm going to take this number 2 theme. Okay, so let's uncomment this one, and here is the yellow one. Now let's come back here and you can see everything's turned yellow, so the theme is working fine. Now this will look pretty good. Okay, so sometimes you have to do these changes to keep yourself focused. Okay, because this project is getting very long and I want to explain you everything, that how you can make a beautiful and a powerful application. So things are looking good. Now let's come here in the MetaMask, and first thing we have to do is to delete the history. So make sure you do this, because if you start creating NFT like this, it will throw you an error. And this is not the problem in the code we have, it's the problem in the MetaMask, because if you keep the history of one account and you switch to the another account, there is a conflict. Okay, so make sure you always reset. Okay, now let's come here and reload the browser one more time and now create the NFT. So let's give the name my NFT. I'll say subscribe to my channel. Okay, that's the description, and this is the price we have to pass. Click on this upload, and here is the MetaMask. Now we are interacting with the contract, and now let's click on confirm, and here we have redirect to the home page, sorry, search page. So things are looking good. Right now you can see the data is not arrived because it's taking a little bit time. We have to make that API request to the IPFS, and from there we're going to fetch the data and display. So it will take a little bit time, but here we're going to display that loader. Okay, we're going to build that loader right now. So it's not working. Let's do the inspect element, and here you can see in the console we haven't arrived anything. We have the URL of the images, and here you can see finally it's arrived. So it took a little bit time, 1 minute, then it's arrived. So here we have the NFT we have created, you can see. So this is the first NFT, we have all the data. Now let's create the another one, and let's me quickly create this. Let's come here and we're going to confirm this one. So here we have this second NFT we have created, and you can see again we have facing the same issue. So if you are facing the issues and if the data is not coming and you are getting any kind of error, don't need to worry about it. Okay, just work along with me. Okay, because this data will take a little bit time to come. Okay, so it's not working, we don't have the data. Let's create one more. Okay, let's quickly create as many NFT as we can so we can do the testing. So let's call it Schwab by NFT. We'll type the description, hey Schwab NFT, make it capital, and we have to give the price. Here we have the MetaMask. Now let's confirm it. So back here one more time, so still nothing is displaying. Let's come here, and now we're going to create a couple of more NFT from different account. Okay, so this time we were using account number 2, now we're going to use other account, so we can purchase and list. Okay, so make sure you have to delete the history. Okay, now leave the page, and now we have to create the NFT. So let's click on this and let's create the NFT. So we'll pick this one. Let me do it very quickly. So here we are, and you can see finally it took close to 2 minutes and finally the data arrived. Okay, so we're going to display the loader. Okay, so here we have all the 4 NFT, the first 3 NFT created by the first account and the last NFT created by the second account. So everything is looking fine. Okay, looking good. Now we have to add a function to this NFT. So if once anybody will click on this NFT, we want to redirect to the NFT detail page, and where we're going to display all the data about this NFT. Okay, so that's the functionality we have to include. So if we are click, nothing is happening, but we're going to add it. Okay, so let's come here and close this one and close this one. Go to this pages, go to this inside this search page. Okay, search page, here we are, and click on this NFT card 2. Here we will come, and inside this we are displaying the data. Okay, so here we're going to import couple of things. So we need to import the link, and that's what we're going to wrap the entire NFT card with this link. Okay, so let's come here, we'll take this link and we'll simply cut this one. Okay, simply close this one and paste right here, and we have to define the href path where we want to redirect. So it's going to be a path name, we'll call it So the page we want to redirect is, let's say, what is the name? Let's have a look. NFT details. Okay, so this is the page where we want to redirect, and we want to send the entire data, so which is inside this element. Okay, and we will send it as a query. So we have the data in the URL, and we have to assign a key, otherwise it will React will give us an error. So let's save it, and if we come back here and reload the browser, and if you click on this, click, and here you can see we are redirect to the detail page, and where here on the URL we have all the data related to this NFT, and that's what we're going to fetch and display here. So you can see we have all the data, seller, token ID, all the information we have in the URL. If you click on this, you can see we are getting the data. This one is also working fine, and let's come back to the code. So that's, we are done with this, and let's open up this, and here we're going to do a couple of changes because we have the information in this card, and that's what we're doing to display here. So let's come here, close this one, close this search page, and simply go to this NFT detail page, and in this we're going to display the data. Okay, so let's come up here. So this is the detail component. So first thing we have to do is to get the data, and that's what we're going to do here. We're going to import the data from that page. So for that we have to import a couple of things from React. So we need the use effect, use state, and use context. Now we'll come down, we're going to import the, let's say, use router, because inside the router we have, in the URL we have all the data. So we'll use this use router, and we'll come down, we're going to do the import from the smart contract. Okay, data, and we say, what is the name we have given? NFT play marketplace context. So here we have the data. Now we're going to do a couple of things. So we're going to take this, and it's coming from use context, and in that we're going to pass the NFT marketplace context. So that's looking fine. Now let's come here, and here we're going to take a use state, and this will be the NFT, and this NFT will come in the form of object. Okay, so first thing is going to be the image, second is going to be the token ID, third is going to be the name, and fourth is going to be the owner, and last one is going to be price, and we have one more is seller. Okay, so these are the data we'll take from that router, and that's the data we are sending actually. So this is our object. Now let's come down, we're going to take this router and use router, and here we're going to use this use effect, and here we're going to say if router is ready, then return this. So this piece of code will, what it does, it will check whether our router is ready or not. If it's not ready, then it will return from this function, but if it's ready, then we'll get the data and set to the NFT marketplace. Okay, so we'll say NFT router dot query. In the query we have all the data. Okay, and now we want to call this router is ready. Okay, nothing fancy, very simple function we are writing here. Here we're going to pass the entire data, so simply pass the data here, and that way we can easily able to receive the data in our NFT detail page. So let's come here and let's go to this context, and let's have a look what are the things we need to receive here. And here we're going to receive this current account, simply call it here, and that's the only thing we want to get it from there. So things are looking fine, no issues we have here. Okay, so this is the data component, and that's the NFT details. Here we are checking for the data is ready or not in the URL, and here we are passing the data. So far things are looking good. Now simply come here in the NFT detail page, and here we're going to receive the data NFT which we are sending as a prop, and that's the exact data we're going to send in both NFT image and NFT description in the both component. Okay, so that's looking good. Now we're going to start with the NFT detail image first. So let's click on this, and here we are, and this is looking fine. Now we're going to first simply close all this function, so we'll have some clean environment. Close this one, and first thing we have to do is to receive the data which is coming NFT. Okay, so we have that data here, and now we're going to render the data. So first thing we have to do is to change the image. So let's simply come here and remove it. We have the image inside this NFT dot image. Okay, simply save it, and here we're going to change the description sorry, and we'll say NFT dot description. Inside this we have the description. Now let's come here, and here we're going to display the address, so which we have inside this. What's the name of the address we have called? I think seller. So let's come here and let's have a look. So what we have called seller. Okay, seller we have here. So that's what we have, NFT to gain. So that's the entire data we are here. And now if you click on reload the browser, and if you click on any one of these FT, you will able to see the changes in the image, name, and all those things. Simply click here and boom, you can see the image is changed. Okay, and here you can see the descriptions. We have this hey, that's what description we have given. We have the contract address and the token ID. Okay, let's assign a space in the token. So but it's working fine, you can see. So here we're going to provide a space, HTML space tag. So let's do it. So we'll have some space, so it's looking fine. So this is working fine. We can render the informations. Now if you click on this, you can easily able to choose the changes here, also looking good. If you click on this, looking fine. Okay, the data is changing dynamically, the NFT is changed, so everything is changing, looking fine. Now let's come back to the code, close this one, and now we can come and we can start working on the description, NFT description. Click on this and we have to receive the data here. Okay, same thing we have to do here as well. So simply come here and let's simply close all these arrays, close this function, close this one, close this one, and close this one. And now we can start working and displaying the data. So first we have to display the names. So then this NFT dot name, and here we're going to display the token ID. So NFT dot, which is called token ID. So that's the first piece of data. Let's come here, and here you can see my NFT and token ID is 1, so it's working fine, no issues we have here. Now let's come here. If you click on this, you can see the title is changed and the token ID is also changed. So looking so far good. And here in the image 2, it's actually going to be the collection. Okay, here we're going to display the collection image and the name of the collection. Okay, so I'm going to remove this username and I will tap this creator background. Okay, so you can see this is the background, because every single collection will have its own background image or a tag which user will create. Okay, so that's what we have. And here we're going to change this to, let's say, collection. That's collection. And here we're going to type the collection name, let's say monkey app, whatever you can call. Okay, so that's the collection name. You can see the changes are taking place, collection and monkey app, and the image is also changed. Now we can come down, and here we're going to display the price, actual price of the NFT. So we'll say NFT dot price. That's the price we have here. And you can see we have this place of it, but we're going to make it dynamic. Okay, and now we have to start working on this creator. So I want that whenever someone click on this creator, okay, whoever created this NFT, we want to redirect to the author page, where we're going to display all the information about that particular creator, that how many NFT is listed to the marketplace, how many NFT he owns, how many user or follower he follows. So all the data related to this particular creator we're going to display in the author page, and that's what event we're going to add in his name. Okay, so let's come here, and let's come here up, and we're going to import couple of things. We need to import the link, and that's the internal import. Let's come down, and we have to import this NFT context place. Simply take this use effect, use context. So far everything's looking good, and now let's call this down. Okay, so we're going to follow this hierarchy. So smart contract data, and we're going to take this const, and this we'll use this use context, we'll pass this NFT context and the data we want to receive. So let's come here, go to this, close all this open folder, and go to this context. And what data we need this buy NFT function, because we want to add that functionality on the buy button. So if anybody wants to buy the NFT, they can buy. Okay, simply come back here, and we're going to receive that function, and we need to receive one more thing. We need to receive the account. Okay, so let's come here, and that's what we're going to receive here. So these are the two functions we are receiving, and now we're going to utilize this. Okay, so let's come here and let's scroll down. And so this is the creator sections, and now we're going to add that, change this. Okay, so we're going to add that link. So let's come here, take a link tag, not a small one, link, and we're going to cut this and we're going to paste right up here. So we're going to take this href, we have to assign the path, so path name. So we want to redirect to the author page, and the query is going to have the information about the address, so nft dot seller. Okay, so we want to redirect to the seller. Okay, we want to redirect, we have to give the seller address, not the owner, because owner is the NFT marketplace. Okay, so seller, the one who created this NFT. So that's what we have. So if anybody will click, they can easily able to redirect to the author page. So looking good. And let's come here, and this is the button. So right now you can see this two button, but here we're going to make it more dynamic. Okay, so let's come here, we will take this dynamic block and we'll say if current account is equal to nft.seller, we have to make it to lowercase. And if that's the case, then we want to render this button. So we'll take this, you cannot buy your own NFT. Okay, so if someone's created the NFT and if they visit that NFT detail page, then we want to display this data because they can't buy their own NFT. Okay, so that's the first check we have to do. And else we say current account nft.owner to lowercase. So if the NFT belongs to the marketplace, to the smart contract of the marketplace, then we want to say this. So simply copy this button and paste here, and here we're going to say that we're going to change this text. We'll say list on marketplace. So just imagine in this way, you have bought an NFT and you want to relist to the marketplace so anybody can buy it. So that's the functionality we're going to add right up here. Okay, so this is the second check we are doing, and that's the one. And now we have to take one more. So we're going to simply paste this button one more time, and here we're going to add this buy NFT function. So the one who want to buy it, and here we're going to call that function. So let's call it buy NFT, and in that we have to send the entire data of the NFT. So if we click here we are receiving that. And let's come up here, and that's the first check, this is the second check, and this is the third check. Okay, and this is the last fourth button, we'll make an offer, we're going to make it. Let's come here, and here you can see right now we have this buy NFT because this is not the NFT we have created. Okay, so if we reload the page, and here you can see we can able to have this buy NFT because the first account created this 3 NFT and we have created only one. So if I click on this, things are looking fine. If you come here and if you can see the buy NFT, if you click on this, and here you can see you cannot buy your own NFT because this is the NFT we have created. So our message is also working fine, all the test now. So far things are looking good. Now if we click here, we can easily able to redirect to the author page, and you can see in the URL we have the account address as well. So, and here we're going to display the data. So as you can see, we have this collectible where we're going to display all the NFT which user are listing to the NFT marketplace for selling. And in the created section, we're going to display all the NFT which the owner actually own. Okay, so we're going to rename those two tab. Okay, so instead of collectible, we're going to add the, let's say, listed NFT, and instead of create, we're going to add that, let's say, own NFT. Okay, so these are the two changes we're going to do shortly. And so far this is working good. Let's come back here, and if you click on this, everything is dynamic, working 100%. Okay, all the data is working fine. Now let's come back to the code, and let's come here. In the buy NFT function, you can see we are receiving the entire data of the NFT, and here we are converting that NFT price, and that's what we are actually passing in the create market sale function on the smart contract. Okay, so let's redirect to the actually author page. So when the transaction get completed, we want to redirect that. So okay, so we want to redirect to the author page. So that's what we have here. Save it, and let's come back here, and now let's try to make a purchase. So things are looking good. let's come here and make sure you have to clear your history before you start making purchase. Reload that, and let's click on this buy NFT, and here you can see it's loading. Let's click on this confirm, and here we have redirect to the author page. So everything is working fine, and we have bought that NFT. So we have bought that NFT, but we are not displaying here because we have to do the changes here. So here in the collectible, we go to display the NFTs, and this is the create section. Okay, so things are looking good so far. Let's come back to the code and let's close this one, close this one, close this one, and close this one. So let's come here and close this one as well, close this. Let's go to the pages, and we have to go to this author pages, and here we go to do a couple of changes. So we have to receive this use context, and we have to come down and we have to receive that NFT Marketplace context, and that's coming from there. Okay, so NFT Marketplace context, we have that. Now we go to close this existing one, and this is the use state we have taken previously for tabs, and here we go to do the import from the smart contract. Okay, smart contract data. So first we're going to take this use context, and then that's we're going to pass our context. So the function we want to receive here, let's come back to the context and what the function we want to receive. So we want to receive, first thing is this fetch NFT, fetch my NFT or listed NFT. Okay, because in this function we are calling two functions. The first function is fetching the listed NFT to the marketplace, means the person who want to sell the NFT, and the second one is the function which the NFT he actually owned. Okay, he bought the NFT. So here in this function we are calling this two functions. Simply copy this function, okay, defining that, and we're going to send this, and then we're going to run the function. Copy this function, and that's what we're going to receive here. Now let's come here and we have to receive this account. So we have this account, so that's pretty good. Now let's come here, we're going to take this use context and we'll call it NFTs. It's going to be an empty array. We have to take another one, so we'll call it my NFT empty array, and this is the two array we have. Let's come down and we're going to take this use effect, and in this we're going to call this function. Simply copy and paste here, and we have to pass this. So what we have to pass, we have to pass this fetch items listed. So if we call this, pass this, then we want to call the first function fetch item listed. Okay, simply copy that one and paste it. It will return us a promise, so we have to resolve those promise. So then inside that we'll call the item, it's gonna be an arrow function, and here we're going to set the data to the NFT item. So this is how we will receive the data and set that to the NFT array. So that's the first thing, and it's gonna be an empty array. Simply come down and we have to do the same thing for other function. So we'll do this exactly the same thing. So we'll call the same function. So let's come here, copy this function, and in this time we want to call the other function fetch my NFT. So we'll type that, let's fetch my NFT, and we have to resolve the promise items, and we want to set the NFT. So we'll call set and my NFT, and that we're going to pass this items. Okay, looking so far so good. So and it's gonna be an empty array. So these are the two functions for fetching listed NFT and my NFT. So let's come here, and this is that looking fine. Let's come back to this author page, author NFT card in the same page, and here we're going to pass the data. So let's come here, we have to pass this NFT, and we have to pass this my, let's set NFTs. Okay, so these are the two data we are passing. Let's come here and make sure you do these changes, make it small. Okay, NFTs, okay, make it small, and do it here as well, and that looks pretty fine. And here we're going to make it small. Okay, so that looks good. So things are looking good. Make it small, this one as well. So make sure you do these changes, because this is the pattern I would like to follow. I never try to keep the last alphabet of the any use state as a capital one. It's my preference. You can go with your. So we have the data in this author NFT card box, and we can click on this and we can come back to this NFT card box, and we're going to receive those data. So let's come here, receive the data and NFTs, and this is called my NFTs. So this is the two data we have here. Close all this arrays, and now we can simply pass the data in this component. So first thing we have to do is to pass the data in the collectibles. So this collectible where we're going to display the NFT which is listed to the marketplace. Okay, so let's pass those NFT data. So we have the data. Let's comment this one and copy this and paste here. So we have the listed NFT. Now my NFT, we're going to pass it here. And okay, simply comment this. Okay, so we have to comment this collectible array and created array. So make sure you do this one. So we have the data in this. Simply click on this, and if we come down here we are using the exact reusable NFT card component, so we don't need to do any changes. You can see we have all the data here. So we have the images and reload it, and here you can see we have created that one NFT listed. We have listed that one NFT which is displaying here because it's working fine. So we have the image, title, price, everything's looking good. Now you can come here, go to this search items, click on this, and here you can see we have this. So we have this all NFT which is created. If you click, let's come here, if you click on this, here you can see author page, like this account address created this NFT, and that's what he can find in the author page. So that looks pretty good, and now we can start working on this create NFT. We don't have it right now. Okay, looking fine. Let's have a look. It's looking really good. Click on the other one, and you can see right now we can buy it. Simply buy this NFT. Okay, bought it, and here we are redirected, but we can't able to display that NFT here. So I think we have a problem in that function. In the function it has to display here, but it's not displaying, so we have some issue. We have to figure it out. But this one is working, but our created own NFT is not working. Okay, so let's come here and go to this context, market context, and this is the fetch my NFT function we have. So everything's looking good. This is the function we are receiving. With this function we are receiving the listed NFT, but fetch my NFT is not working somehow. This function is not working. Okay, so let's come here in the smart contract. Let's scroll down. Where is the function? Here we have the function. Inside that, things are looking good. Okay, things are looking good, but before we start working on the smart contract, let's start fix the problem which we have in the search. Okay, so we'll fix that first, then we'll come back to this. Okay, let's go to the search page, and now we have to work on the search before we move to the smart contract. Okay, so let's fix this first. So let's come here, and you can see if I'm typing anything, we are getting this blinking, but we can't able to filter it. Okay, we are getting this weird behavior of blinking. So if we are typing anything, nothing is happening. And let's come back to the code, and here what I have found that I made a mistake somewhere here. So this is look good, and here I made a mistake. Okay, it's an empty array we have to pass. Simply provide this one, and because of this missing bracket our filter was not working. Okay, so make sure you provide this bracket, and now everything is good. Okay, don't need to do any changes in the filter in the search bar. The only thing we have to do is to provide the bracket, and that's working fine. Now we can come here, and now we can easily able to use this filter. So we have to type the name of the NFT. If we type H, you can see we have this filter working fine. If we type hey, that's there. If we type the, let's say, what is the other name, my, so if we type my, we have this my NFT. So our filter is working perfectly, and we can easily able to see the data and do all the things. If we click, it's working fine. So far everything's looking good. Now let's come here to the author page, and this is the account, this is the NFT we have listed to the marketplace. That's what we're displaying, but we have the problem in the NFT we have owned. Okay, so it's not working. We have to see what's the problem we have there. Let's come back to the code, and things are looking good. Simply close this one, and now let's go to this context, and here we have to have a look one more time. So this is the problem we have in the fetch my NFT. That's not working. So let's come here, go to the contract. Okay, and so I found that there is a little bit problem in the smart contract in terms of fetching the NFT. Okay, so before we work that, come back to the author. Here we have that account, but we're not using it. We have to display the account. So let's come here, pass the account in the author profile card. Okay, as a prop. So let's pass it here, so we can display in the cart. So let's click on this, and where we are actually displaying that, we have to receive that account and simply copy that, and here in the input, okay, so here we have this demo account, we're going to display the actual account of the creator. Okay, so remove that one and we're going to pass that account. So if we save it, come here, you can see the actual address of the NFT creator. If you can copy and you can open in the browser and you can see everything. So if anybody wants to validate anything on Etherscan or anywhere, they can do this by this account address. Okay, it's looking fine, but this is the problem we have to fix it. So things are looking good so far. Close all this and this is the fetch working fine, and let's come up here, copy one more time and do one thing. Let's call the function right up here. Okay, because I want to call this function every time an application gets started. Okay, so let's call this function, and in that we're going to call the function. Let's come here and let's check one more time. Still we having the issues? Yes, still we having the issues. We have this 2 NFT which we have created, but still we have this problem in this own NFT. So the NFT which I have bought. Let's come back to the contract, and so here I'm back into the NFT smart contract, and I did a little bit changes in the smart contract. So I will provide you the updated version of this smart contract so you guys can utilize that one, because we had some problem in our fetch NFT, and I was stuck for a quite long to find out the problem. So there was a lot of problem in that code which is correlated to one another. So I did a couple of changes. I'll provide you the updated smart contract in this article. So make sure you come to this article, simply copy this entire updated smart contract, and instead of this old one you have to paste here. Okay, so this is the updated smart contract. Okay, all this updated. I have updated the listing price as well. So 25. Here you can see this is the updated smart contract, and this is the functions we have here. So what we can do, let's come here and we have to do this function. This is the function we have to do. It's fetch my NFTs, provide that as, and that's the one change you have to do in this context. And what else we have to do? And here we have this another function, fetch market item. Let's come here where it's that fetch market item. So this is the fetch market items s. Okay, it makes sense because we are trying to fetch all the items of the NFT. Okay, so simply copy, and that's what we're going to pass it here. So far things are looking good. Make sure you do only these 2 changes and get the updated smart contract if you want that your own NFT function should work. Okay, so far things are looking good, and that's okay. Now simply come here, and this is also fine, no issues in this. Now simply close this one and close this one, and we have to redeploy the smart contract. Simply delete this artifact. Let me do it very quickly. Let me deploy that smart contract, start the blockchains, drag and drop the ABI. Now start the applications. So here's things are looking fine. Now simply clear your entire history. Let me do it very quickly. So right now the NFTs are not displaying, and you know why. Let's do this console. Here we have the data, and here finally the data is arrived. So it will take a little bit time. We're going to add a loader. So these are the 2 NFT we have created. Now let's change the account and create a couple of more from other account. Okay, so here you can see this one is working fine, the listed NFT in the author page. Now simply switch the account and create an NFT from different account. So let's do it very quickly. So here we got the 3 NFTs. Now let's come back to the author. You can see in the second account we have this 1 NFT because 1 NFT we have created. So far things are looking good. Now let's come here and try to purchase this NFT. So if we purchase this one, it's a 23 ether, lot of money. Click on this confirm. Here we have redirect to the author, and again you can see finally it's working fine. Okay, so make sure you get the updated NFT, then you can easily able to fetch your own NFT which you have bought. Okay, so make sure you get that from article. So here we have that. You can easily able to switch between the tabs and get your own NFT and listed NFT. If you come back to the search, and you can see this is the two NFT we have. If you buy this one as well, so let's try this confirm. And if you can see, this is the listed NFT. You created that NFT, and if you click on this created, you have this bought NFT which you have bought. Okay, it's looking also fine. And here you can see the button is changed to list on marketplace. So if you want to resell this NFT to this marketplace so other can buy it, we're going to attach that function right up here. Okay, resell function, which we have already there in our smart contract. Okay, that's looking fine. So if we come back to the search right now, you can see, let's come here, let's create one more NFT from this account. So let's do it very quickly. And here we are. Again, it's taking a little bit time. We have to attach that loader. Okay, so finally the data is arrived, and right now we have this two NFT. You can see this is the NFT we can't buy because this is the one we have created. And if we click on this creator, and you can see this is the two NFT the creator created, and this is the two NFT he actually owned. Okay, so that's the things are also working fine. If we click here we have this button to list on marketplace, and that's the function we go to assign. Okay, looking fine so far. Let's come back to the code. So far everything is looking good. Now let's come back to the contract. So make sure you do this one. Okay, make sure you get the updated smart contract, then those things will work, otherwise you will have an issue. So this is the updated one. So now we have to create one more page, and when someone will click on this list to NFT marketplace, we want to redirect them to the resell NFT page where they can put the price, and they can relist the NFT to the marketplace. Okay, so this is the logic which I want to follow. Okay, so you can do with the pop-up, but I want to do with a separate page. Okay, so let's create a page. So click on this, and before we do that, let's come here, click on this and go to this descriptions, and if we come here we have that button. So let's scroll down. Here we have that button. Okay, so this is the first check we are doing, this is the second for buy, and this is the list on marketplace. And here we go to attach that function. Okay, this is the function where we want to attach. Let's come here, close this one, and we have to go to this context, and in this context, where it is here we have this function create sales. Okay, and in this create sale we have this two function. So if user try to create the new NFT, then we want to call that create token function. But if user try to resell the NFT to the marketplace, then we want to call this resell token function. Okay, so that's the two change we have to do. So this is the data we have to pass in this create sale. That's looking fine so far. That's the resale we have, and here we go to call this function resell token, and we go to pass these data. So far things are looking good. Let's close this one, and now we have to create a page. So let's create that. We'll call it resell token JS. We'll type RAFCE. Okay, now come here, close this one. We have to call the CSS file as well. So let's create that resell.modules. Okay, that's the CSS file. Let's do the import style, and that's coming from the style folder, and this is called resell token. Okay, that's basic thing. Let's come here, close this one, and come back here. Let's come here and go to this NFT detail page. In here we're going to click on this, we're going to go to the description, and we're going to attach this function, so which redirect to the resale page. Okay, so first we have to import the router. Okay, so we'll say import use router, and that's coming from next router. That's the router we have, and now we can come down here, and here we're going to simply take the router. Okay, router, and this router is coming from use router. Simple logic, you guys have already seen that. And now we're going to attach that function, that router here in this button. Okay, so we'll say router dot push, and we want to push it to the, what is the name we have called, resell token. Okay, this is the name we have given to the page. Okay, save it. Let's close this one, and let's keep it this open, resell token, because here we go to write this JSX and all the logic. So looking fine. Let's come back here and reload the browser, and you can see this is the button we have, list on marketplace. So if you click on this, and here we have redirect to the resale token, okay, page. And here we're going to allow user to put the price, and so reselling the reselling the NFT, okay, looking fine, this one. Now let's come back to the code, and here we go to write that JSX. So we'll take this div, it will have a class called style dot, and we'll call it resale token. We'll have another div, it will have a class resale token dash box, or inside this we're going to use the form component which we have created, okay. So we're going to use that. So let me come here, go to this account page. Inside the form here, we're going to take this first div, okay. We need only one input. Simply copy that and simply paste right here. So we'll have this form, and if we have to change the name, so we'll call it, let's say, price. So that's what we have here. Here we're going to display the resale price, and here we have to import the form style file, okay, because we want to have the styling, and that's coming from the account page slash form slash modules form, okay. So that's the style file we have. Let's come back and do the page, and here you can see it's looking fine. Now simply copy this, and we have to add that styling to the form, okay. So let's replace this one and the second one. Simply replace this both and save it. Let's come here, you can see that's how it will look. Our input is already ready, and now we can utilize it, okay. So let's copy that, just copy this and come back to this. Width is going to be 100%, margin, let's say block is going to be 4 RAM. So we'll have some space from top and bottom, and we have to target the box. We'll say width is going to be 80, margin 0 auto, and that looks good, pretty big. Okay, let's come here, we have to take this h1 and we'll call it resell your token set price. So that's the title we have here. Now we're going to add the, make it 60, the width is 60, and we have tagged the h1, and we send font size going to be 3 RAM. So that looks pretty good. Okay, now we're going to convert this to a number, because we want to take input as a number, not as a string, okay, text. So that's what we have here, looking fine. We can type, and as you can see, it's going into minus. We have to set the minimum value. So minimum is going to be 1 ether. I know it's pretty high, but it's totally up to you. So it's a 1 ether we have, and that's the input. And now we want to receive the data. So when someone will click on that button, list to marketplace, we want to send couple of data, okay, and that's what we're going to receive here. So let's receive couple of things from use state. So we have use effect, use state, and use context. We have to use this router, and that's coming from router, and we have to import that Nextjs to make our API calls. And here we're going to import that, let's say what do we have to import the button, because we want to have a button which allows us to list. So, and we're going to import the context, and that's coming from NFT Marketplace context, and here we're going to use that context, and that's coming from here, and in that we're going to receive this function. So what's the function name we have here? So we're going to call this function, so where it is, so this is the function we have. Now let's come here, we're going to call this function create cell. So we have this function, simply copy that one, and let's come here, we're going to call this function here, okay. Now we're going to take this couple of use state, price, and we have to take this images. So we'll send the data in the router in the URL with these two data, okay. And so we have that one, and we're going to take this router, use router, okay, and we're going to take this ID token, and this data is coming from the router.query, okay. Right now we don't have the setup, we're going to set that, okay. So just follow this setups, and here we're going to come and we're going to say fetch, let's say fetch NFT is going to be an async function, and in that we're going to call the function. If token URI is not ready, then we want to return this one, but if it's ready, then we want to take the data, and that data is coming from wait Nextjs get, and then we're going to pass this token URI, and in this data we have all the data, price, image. So we're going to receive that one, data dot price, and we have to receive this date set image, okay. So we have this two data, and that's coming from the URL, okay, and we're going to call this use effect once, and we're going to call that fetch, and we're going to call this ID, okay. We have to call the function. So it's looking fine. We come down, we're going to take a resell function, and it's going to be an async function, and we'll say await create sales. In that we have to pass this token URI, price, true, and ID, because that's the input we have to provide to this function. So this true will define that it's a resale. Okay, nothing complex, very simple. And here we're going to push that once the process happen to author page. Okay, so once someone's purchased, we want to push them to the author page. Simple logic. Okay, and now that's what we have here. Come here, and we have to import the image tag as well. And now we're going to take a image because we want to display the image. So let's come here, we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style result token box image, and that we're going to have the image. So if we have the image, then we want to display the image, so we'll have this image tag, and that we have to provide the source of the image. So we have the image alt tag, and we have to provide the width. So width is going to be 400 and height is going to be 400. So that looks pretty good, nothing complicated. And we're going to take another div. It will contain the button, so resale btn. In that we're going to call the button function, and we have to provide the name, resale nft, and let's say we'll say handle click function, and here we're going to pass that function. So the function we want to pass is resale. Okay, so that looks pretty good. And this resale function will trigger the create sale. Okay, the resale function. So that's what we have here. So this is the price we have. Now let's come here, reload the browser, and if we come here and if we try to list this, if we click on this list on marketplace, okay, the data is not displaying. Okay, we don't have anything in the URL. So let's come here and click on one more time. Okay, my bad, actually we have to send the data, we haven't done anything. So we'll come here, close this one, and we'll come here, we'll go to the pages, NFT details. In that, click on the description, and here we're going to send the data. Okay, so let's come back to the list to marketplace button. So let's come here. So here we are only redirecting to the resale token function, resale token page. Now we have to send the data along with that. Okay, so we're going to convert this into a template literal. So simply remove this and convert that into a template literal, and here we're going to construct the URL. So in the URL we're going to send this data exactly. Okay, so here I have simply copy and paste the data which I want to send. So this is the data ID, and in that ID we have to send the token ID and the token URI, which is we have inside this NFT token URI. So this is the data we are sending there. Okay, so simply save it, make sure you send the exact data as we have here, and now we will receive this data, and that would be working fine. So this is the URL we are constructing, and that's what we are receiving with this ID and token URI, which is coming from query. Okay, so let's come here, go back to the NFTs, and here we have the NFT. Now if we click on this list on marketplace, you can see we have the image is displaying, and the token URI is already passed in the function, so anybody can buy it. But this image looks really bad. Okay, so in the URL we have all the data, token URI, ID, URL, so things are looking fine. Let's come back to code and close this one, and come here. Okay, sorry, this is the image we have, copy that one and simply come to this, and actually we have to provide the margin block is going to be, let's say, 4 so we'll have some space from top and bottom. Okay, so we have some good space. Now let's come here, and sorry, my bad, the height is going to be 4, not 100. So here we have width 4. So now it will look good. Save it, and here we have this perfect image displaying the NFT. So they can enter the price and they can buy the NFT. Okay, so click on, let's do one thing, let's type the price 1324, click on this, and here we are getting an error. It says that create sale is not a function. Why so? And let's change this to arrow function. Okay, maybe sometime you don't know what's the problem happening, you have to make this little bit changes to find out. Okay, so we're going to call this resale function normally. So let's come here, we have to reload the page, and still we are getting the same error. Let's come here in the NFT marketplace context, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So simply take this router, cut this one, and that's what we're going to call here. Okay, in this function, because we are already using this like create sales router there. Okay, so that's why we have to cut and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. Okay, so here we have the ID. Instead of sending the URL, we have to send the ID. So we have the ID, and that's what we're going to pass here. Okay, so we have to pass the ID. Make sure you do this change. And so if we come back to the smart contract, here you can see that we have this resale token. S is in a small case, not in capital. So make sure you do this changes. Simply copy and paste this here, resale token in small case, and save it. Come back to the application and let's try one more time. So 34, and again we are having the same issue. We have done a couple of changes, but still the problem is there. Okay, I'll try to fix this problem in the next video. Okay, this video is already getting very big and I have to fix this one because I check all the code and it's still having this issue. So in the next video we'll try to fix this problem. I have to find out what's the problem exactly happening in the code. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. So we have the problem right up here. Okay, things are looking good, but we have some issues here. We have to check. I have to check. So let's close this for a time being. Okay, close this one and close this one. Close this one. Okay, so I hope that you guys have understood whatever we have done so far. We have done a lot of things, and the final thing is left is to add that resale functionality, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. Okay, so let me find out the problem which we are having in the code. Recently I have created this Discord server, okay, because many of you guys having a lot of issues in the installations of the packages, installation, writing the code or writing the smart contract. So a lot of you guys have gave me those comment. It's very hard to answer all your queries in the comment section because you guys are telling me that you guys not able to install the certain packages, you're not able to write the smart contract, facing a specific problem. So in a small line, it's very hard to tell you that what's the problem exactly you are facing. So because of that, what I have done, I have created this Discord servers where we will build this community. Those who are participating in this project will try to help each other. Okay, don't expect that always I'm going to answer your query. Okay, you have to put your query in the Discord server. We will have other members there and they will respond to the query if they have faced a similar problem or if they have a better solution. Okay, so this is how we have to work together. Okay, it's very hard to answer all the comments which you guys are giving me in the comment section, because sometimes what happening that I get the notification for the comment, but when I'm opening that video and to see the comment is no longer there. It's not displaying in the comment section, but it's displaying in the only notifications. So I'm having those issues as well. I don't know what's the problem they have in the YouTube comment. Okay, so the comments are sometimes not displaying and you guys think that I'm not able to answer response to you guys. Okay, so make sure you join this Discord server. Here I've divided in 3 categories. So one is for smart contract, one is for template, one is for integration, and one is for API. So if you have any problem in any one of these topics, make sure you leave your query along with the images, okay, snippet of the code. So we'll try to help you. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great and welcome back to this full stack NFT marketplace project video. So in the last video we had problem in our resale token functions and this is where we left in the last video. So here I have opened the project, make sure you do that. And let's come up here. So these are the function we had written in the previously. Okay, so let's have a look everything. And this is the fetch token function we have here, and here we have the price. So what we can do, simply comment out this price, because this time we don't want to take the price from the URL, because we're going to take that price from the input field. Okay, so here we have the remove this one, and here we have the price, and that's here we're going to wrap this entire resale function so we can easily able to know that what's the error happening exactly. So let's wrap this in try and catch, and we're going to cut and paste here, and here we're going to console log out the error. So we'll say console.log and we'll have the error. So we'll say error while resale, and here we're going to pass the entire error. Okay, so that's the result things. And you can see in the input tag we forgot to add that, because in the input tag we are not taking the value of the input. Okay, so we have to take that value as well. So here what we're going to do is, here we have the price, and that's the price we're going to set here. So here we're going to add this on change function. It's going to be e, and here we're going to call this set price, and in that we're going to pass the value. Okay, so whatever the user will put the price, that's we're going to assign to the price. Okay, so that's the price we have here. And let's come back to this, and here you have noticed that the create function, the create self function, we actually not exporting here, and that's why we were getting that error message called undefined. Okay, so that's the function we had to export. So let's come up here, and where is that function? So this is the function we have to copy, and that's we're going to export right up here. Okay, So because of this, we were getting the error, and we had no, and we were not taking the price from the input. Because of those two things, we were getting this error. Okay, so that's the setup we have. Now let's come here, and so far everything's looking good. So let's have a look. Things are looking good, and now we can come here. Let's go to this simply upload NFT, and let's create NFT. Okay, simply create. Let me create it very quickly. Okay, and we're going to give the description, subscribe to my channel. Let's give the price, and it's 123. Hit and simply create confirm. So here we have created the NFT, and as you can see, the NFT is not arrived. So in the next video, we're going to create that loader. Okay, so let's do the inspect element. Before we do that, let's come here and we have to switch the account. Okay, so this is the NFT we have created from one account, and now let's switch to other account and let's create some more NFT. Okay, so if we have enough NFT, then we can easily able to do the resale testing. Okay, so let's create NFT. So let me clear this history, otherwise it will have an error. And now reload the browser, and now let's create. You can see, so I have already created a couple of NFTs very quickly. Okay, so these are the NFT I have created. 3 NFTs right now I have, and you can see this is the one I have created. And here we have this buy NFT function. So this is the NFT we are created with the first account. So let's click on this buy, and let's buy this NFT, and we're going to confirm it. And here we have redirect to the author page, and here you can see the NFT which I have created with this account. But if I click on this create here, you can able to see the NFT which I have bought just now. Okay, so the price is 232 ether. Okay, that's a lot of money. So you can see, and here you can see that we got an options for listing this NFT to the marketplace. Okay, so I'm the owner of this NFT and I want to resell this. Okay, so let's click on this, and here we redirect to the NFT page. Here you can able to find the NFT which you are reselling. And what we're going to do, we're going to give the price. So the amount which we want to resell is 985 ether, and that's, we're going to click on this confirm. Here is MetaMask, and now we have to simply click on this. You can see all the price, click on confirm, and here finally we have relisted this NFT to the marketplace. And that's the NFT you can able to find here in the author page in the relist option. Okay, you can see the price which we have assigned 985. So this is the NFT which we are selling to this marketplace on 985 ether. Okay, that's the amount. That's huge. Okay, let's come back to the search, and here you will find the same NFT, and here you will find the same NFT is listed here as well. So let's come up here and let's simply change the account number to, okay, and you have to clear your history, otherwise you will have an error. So let me do it very quickly. And if I come back here, and you can see here we got the all NFTs. Let's come here, go to this author profile, and with this account I have created like this NFT. Okay, so this NFT I have created, and I haven't bought any NFT with this account. So let's purchase some NFTs. So let's come up here, and this is the NFT I want to buy, which I have delisted in the from other account, and now I can buy this one. So let's buy this NFT. So let's buy this one, and let's do the confirm. And here we have back here, and if I click on this create, here you can see we bought this NFT and we paid this much ether. Okay, so here we can easily able to change, and here you will see that the NFT which you have bought is no longer listed here. Okay, because you have bought it. So this is working absolutely fine. Now let's come here, go back to the author, and now what we're going to do is I'm going to relist this on NFT to the marketplace so the other can buy. Okay, so this time I'm going to set the price to 1000 ether. Okay, that's pretty huge. Let's do the confirm, and here you can see that the NFT which you have relisted, that's displaying in your collectibles. Okay, we're going to rename these tabs. Okay, instead of collectible we're going to type listed NFT, instead of create we're going to type own NFTs. Okay, so it's working fine. And if you come click on this created no NFTs you have here. Okay, so everything's working fine. So the problem we had in the last video when we were not able to resell the token, that was happening because of we were not taking the price from the input, and we were not exporting the function. Okay, so everything is working so fine. Let's cut this one, and let's come here, come back to the author page, and here we're going to click on this author tab, and here we're going to rename that. Okay, so let's come here where we have, so here we have the collectible, so we're going to change this to something like listed NFTs, and here we're going to change this to own NFTs. Okay, and the same thing we have to do here, we have to simply change this to listed, and we're going to change this to own NFTs. Okay, save it, come here, and here you can see we have this listed NFTs, and here we have this own NFT. Everything's working fine. Let's come back to the, let's search, and here you will find that right now we have 3 NFT in our marketplace. Okay, so let's buy this one, and Let's buy and resell couple of NFTs to check. As you can see, we bought this NFT. Now if I come here and if I try to buy, let's say, come here, and if I want to release this to the marketplace, I can do it very easily. Okay, so I want to sell it to 1233 and let's do it. Okay, let's have a look. It's working so smoothly. Okay, so this is the message, everything's working fine. Let's reload the browser and let's come here, simply close all of these open tab, and let's come back to this navigation and go back to this simply nav bar and come up here, and here we're going to import. Okay, so here we're going to import the, let's say we have to import the use router, and here we're going to create that router. Okay, so let's do it here. So we'll say router, and this router is coming from use router. Okay, so we have the router. Now simply copy that, and we want to do a couple of changes. So here in the navigation bar, you can see we are getting that weird behavior of reloading because we are using this anchor tag. So we're going to replace this with the router. Okay, so just do simply what I'm doing. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply remove this one, I'm going to remove this one, and I'm going to call this router. Okay, I'm going to call this push, and I'm going to push to that page where I want to redirect to the user. So the page which we have called upload NFT. Okay, so let's call upload NFT. Okay, so if we add this one, so in this way we don't have that reload behavior. So that's the one fix we have to do. Now let's come here, and if we click on this create, you can see we can simply switch to the upload NFT and there is no reload. Okay, and that's the same thing we're going to do to this other one. Okay, so let's come here and go to this where we are here. Okay, so we're going to do on the logo. Okay, so instead of logo, I'm using this icon, DJ icon. Okay, and in your case you might be having the logo which I gave you. Okay, so make sure you do this change. So let's simply come here. So what we have to do here, we're going to add that on click function, and on the on click function we going to have this router. Okay, router push, and we want to redirect to the, let's say, home page. Simply remove this one and remove this one. It's okay, pretty good, pretty simple. Now if you click on this, you can see here we have redirect to the home page and we are back on the upload page. So things are working fine. So it's pretty good, no problem. We have everything's working fine. Now let's come back here to the sidebar, because there we have to make the change. Okay, in the sidebar as well. So let's come up here, and here we are doing the same thing. So let's me fix this one very quickly. Simply I will remove this one, and here we're going to call the router. And I remember that I don't have the router. Okay, so let's come up here and we have to import the router very quickly. So let's do it. Import, and that's use router, and that's coming from next router, and we're going to take it as a variable router, and we'll call it use router, and now we can utilize it. So let's scroll down here, and here we're going to call that, so router dot push, and we want to push to the upload NFT. It's okay, very simple. Now everything's working fine. You can click and you can navigate to different pages. Okay, this one is also working fine. Let's see on the mobile device. So that's how it will look. You can see this is the button we have. Let's click on this, and here we are. So it's working fine. So this looks pretty good. Now here we have to make the changes. You can see in the user profile we have this demo address. We want to change that as well, and we're going to add the link as well on this my profile, my item, edit profile, help, disconnect. So we're going to redirect that as well. So let's close this one, and let's, where we have that one in the navigation, inside the navigation we have this profile card. Okay, so let's click on this, and here we have to do the changes. So first thing we have to do is we have to send the account. Okay, so here we have the account, and that's the account we're going to send in this profile as a props. Send it and come back to the profile component, and here we're going to receive it as a prop, and we'll display the actual address of the account, whoever is connected with the application. And we're going to use this slice method because we don't want to use the entire address, otherwise that will look weird. Okay, so I want to slide it down to, let's say, let's make it 9. So that's too big. Let's make it to like 9.9. It's not displaying, so we'll start with 0. Okay, we'll start with, let's say, 10 big, and let's start with 0 and 15. That looks fine. So that looks fine. Okay, and here we're going to provide this dot dot dot, and if we come back here, now it's look perfect. You can see we can increase that as well. Let's make it to 25. It's really big. Let's make it to 20. Okay, that looks fine. Let's make it to 18. This looks better. Okay, if you guys want to increase it, you can increase from your side. So let's come here, and if we simply change the account, and if you see, the changes are also taking place in the account. So right now we do have different account here. You can see everything's happening dynamically. If you click here, working fine, you can see we have a different account. Now let's add a link on this menus. Okay, so what we have to do is, let's scroll down here, and here we have that. Okay, we go to simply replace this one. So here we go to redirect to the author page, because profile is going to be the author. Okay, where we'll display all the information. Simply change this one to also a profile page, because all the item is going to be there in the author page, and this will become the, let's say, we have a page called account. Okay, what is the name of the page? Account. Okay, so we want to redirect to the account page. Okay, and we have one more. So here this one is help, so we're going to redirect to the, let's say, contact us. Okay, that's the name I think I've given, contact us. Okay, instead of disconnect, let's make this one to about us. Okay, and we're going to redirect to the about us page. So that's looking fine. You can click and you can simply redirect to the different pages. Click on this one and you can see it's working fine. About us. So things are looking pretty good. Okay, so everything's working fine. Now let's come here and let's have a look. So this is the tab we have, and here we're going to display all the popular creators, and this section is going to be a very interesting, and you will learn something new in this. It's not going to be the regular component, because in this what we're going to do is we're going to calculate the worth of the NFT for which is created by a single user, and that's what we're going to display along with the address. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. So don't miss that part. Okay, you will learn that. We have this demo data. That's what we're going to fix in the next video. And right now you can see we have this hardcode value. Okay, this hardcode value. But instead of this hardcode value, I want to display all the data which we have in. So instead of this hardcode value, I want to display the NFT which is listed for sale. Okay, so we're going to fix this one. Okay, we're going to replace this one. So right now we have this hardcode. Let's come back here, close this one, and I believe that you guys have understood that how you have to do it. So if you have understood, pause the video and give a try, and after that you can continue working. My approach and your approach might be different, but the ultimate goal should be that you have to get the result. Okay, so you have to follow the same logic. Okay, so let's come here and go to the index page, and here we actually have this component. Okay, we have this title, and here we have this filter, and here we have this NFT card, the component, and that we have to display the data. So let's come here, and here we are displaying this random data. Okay, and that's all we are displaying here. Okay, but instead of this demo data, we have to display the actual data. So what we're going to do is, let's come up here, go to this search page, and here we're going to do a couple of copy and paste. Okay, simply copy this component, because that's the same we're going to use. We already have that. Okay, we already have that. Okay, now we already have these setups. Now let's come here. We have to simply get this part. Okay, use effect, fetch NFTs. Simply copy this entire one and come here and paste here. So we have this fetch NFTs. We have this NFT copies, and the function we are calling. So the same thing, nothing complicated, and that's the data we're going to pass it here. So the NFT data. So let's pass NFT data, and in that we're going to send that NFT data. Okay, simply copy and come here, and here we're going to receive as a props. So receive that data and simply call us this, and that's the data we're going to render here. Simply paste here. So we have the data, and now you can simply comment this. I'm not remove it because you guys can have a reference. Okay, so it's looking fine. Now if we come back here, you can see all the NFTs are displaying. The images are broken because we have to do the setups, but it's working fine. Okay, it's working fine. So now let's come here, and here we're going to change the images. So instead of this only LM, we have to say images, and save it. Here we have the images. Okay, it's looking pretty good. We'll come down and now we have to display the price, so simply change this one, and here we're going to display the name, so data.name, save it. Okay, we have this problem, why it's happening. Okay, let's come here, and here we're going to change the, let's say, where price, and data nft dot price, save it. Okay, still we are not getting the price, why it's happening. Okay, let's come here and okay, sorry, it's a element. Okay, so that's the change I have to do. Okay, simply copy this one and you have to replace this date nft, and I believe that you guys have already noticed that. Okay, so let's replace this one and save it and come back here, and here you can see we have the price, we have the name, so things are looking pretty good. And here we have to do the changes in the token IDs, so we have the token ID as well, so you can see it's looking pretty fine. We have our Wonder Woman, Hey Buddy, we have my NFT, so all the NFTs are displaying fine. Okay, so things are looking good. Now let's have a look. Everything's looking fine, and in the next video we're going to complete that one. Let's have a look. Let's come here, go to the search page, and here you can see we have this one. We can easily search the woman. This one is also working fine. We can search for, let's say, hey, it's working fine. Now let's for the last one, which is my, and it's working fine. From here we can easily able to buy NFT, simply buy that one, and we can easily able to make the purchase. And here we can see we haven't listed any NFT from this account, but we own some account NFT, so this is the NFT which we have bought it. Click on this, and if we want to resell this, let's do that one. And this time I want to sell it. No, I want to create a couple of new NFTs, so let me do it very quickly. Okay, confirm, and working fine. You can see this is the NFT you have created. If you click on this, here you can able to find that listed NFT is this one which you have created, and this is the one which you own it. So it's working fine. This, like, we have this broken images. Okay, so what we can do to fix this one, and if we come on this follower, and that follower is also looking fine, you can see. Let's fix this one. Okay, let's fix this like one. So let's come here and go to this pages, go to this author, and in the like, so in the tab where it is, so here we have the data. Let's come up here, and here we have the data. So instead of sending this like array, we can send this NFT. Okay, for the time being we are sending this way, so we don't have that broken image. Just simply replace this one and comment this one, and you can see our listed NFT is displaying. So it's looking fine. Okay, now it's looking good, no broken things are looking good. This one is also looking fine, and let's come back to the page, and this one is also fine. Come back to the connect wallet function, and let's add the function to connect. Okay, so we're going to attach the function. Let's come here, close all this tab, and right now I'm going to do only with the MetaMask. Okay, we'll do that other wallet later. Okay, so let's export this, use context, and we're going to import that NFT context. So let me do it very quickly, and this is coming from /context, and we have this NFT context. In that we're going to receive that context. What is the name which I have given to that? Let's come up here and copy and simply paste up here. So we have this context, and now we're going to use this use context. Okay, so let's come up here and we'll say const, and here we'll say use context. We'll pass that NFT marketplace context, and the function which we want to receive is this. Let's say make the change, and we want to receive this connect account, and we want to receive one more, so we want to receive this connect wallet function, and simply the function we're going to call on this. Okay, so we're going to call on the, let's call on here. Okay, simply wrap this one and call this function here. Okay, so right now I'm just calling this random same function in all the button, but we're going to have a separate function for different button. Okay, so just go in this way. Okay, so that's what we have. Simply close this one, and things are looking good. Just close all these file folders, and that's working fine. We are already connected, that's why you can't see that. So let's click on this and come back to the search, and this is the things looking pretty good. You can see that, and you can see this is the NFT. Now you can simply, that's out of the range, and this is also out of the range because I don't have that much ether in this account, so I can purchase it. And this is my created NFT, this is my own NFT, and this is the like NFT, and all the tabs are working fine. You can see all the functions are working fine, looking pretty good. Now let's come up here and let's scroll down, and this is the section we're going to do in the next video. And trust me, this is going to be a very dynamic one, and you will learn of something new. Okay, whatever you have done so far, that was okay, but in this you will learn something new, because in this we're going to calculate the entire worth of the NFT which a single user hold, and that's what we're going to display here. In this video we're going to build the loader. Okay, so you have noticed one thing, that when we fetching the data from the API or from the smart contract, it taking a little bit time. So okay, so I thought let's make a dedicated video to show you that how you can build the loader and how you can display while fetching the data. Okay, so here I have opened the project. Make sure you do that, and let's come up here. And first thing we have to do is to come up here in the component section, in the root directory, in the component section, and here we're going to create one folder called loader. Okay, and inside the loader we're going to create this loader.jsx, and we have to create the css file. Okay, simply type rfc, and we have to create the css file as well, module.css. So that's the css file we have, and let's open this component, and we have to import that component in the component.index. So this is the structure we are following. So if we're going to import and export from here, so we'll type, let's say, loader, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, we have this loader and we have this loader component, and now we have to simply copy, and we're going to export down below. Okay, so this is the loader component we have, and simply close this one and come up here, and here we're going to do the import. So first thing, we need the image. We're going to do the internal import. We need our css file, so style, and that's coming from the same directory. And here we're going to build the gsx. So let's write the div, and it will have a class called style.loader. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style.loader-box. Inside that we'll have another div. This will have a class called loader-box image, and that will have the image. So we're going to display the image. So right now let's import all the images, and that's coming from the image folder. Okay, so all the images which is already provided to you guys. Okay, so if you haven't have the images, so make sure you visit daulat and go to the blog section. In the very first article you will find all the details about this project. Okay, so here we have the images. Now let's come up here, let's go to this image folder, and actually I'm going to simply, I have built this image. Okay, loader zip, I'm going to make a side by I'm simply drag and drop here. So here I have the loader, and now simply close this one, and now we have to import the loader. So here we have that index.js. So click on this, and here we're going to import the image. So import, and we'll call it, let's say, loader zip. Okay, let's call loader. Okay, and this is coming from the same directory. Okay, we have this loader zip, and now we have to export that. So we're going to do it right up here. So this is the loader image we have. Now simply cut down, and here we're going to use that image. So image.loader, we have the image. We're going to take this alt tag, we'll provide this loader, and we have to provide the width is going to be, let's say, 400, 200, and height is going to be, and we're going to provide this class for the css. So 200 to 200 width, 200 height, and we will pass this object is going to be cover. So that's the image setup we have. Now let's come back to the css and start working on it. So we'll say width is going to be 100%, margin 0 auto, and we'll target the box. We'll say width is going to be 50%, margin 0 auto, and that's looking fine. We're going to say change this to margin block. Okay, so block 4 ram, so we'll have some space from top and bottom, and this is the setup we have here. Now let's close this open folder, and let's go to the pages, go to this search pages, because this is where we are displaying the dynamic data from the smart contract. So we're going to add the loader here, and so let's come here. First thing we have to do is to import the loader, and that is coming from component index. So let's import that loader, and here we have the loader. Simply copy that, and that's the loader we're going to display right up here. Okay, so here we're going to add the dynamic block. So we'll say nft dot length is equal to 0. Okay, so if we have the NFT length, then we don't want to display the loader, we want to display this data component. But if the length is 0, then we want to display our loader. Simple logic. Okay, we'll call the loader component and we're going to simply cut this portion and paste here. So this is our loader is ready. Okay, save it. This is looking fine. Save it and come up here and let me quickly deploy the contract and restart the application. So this is this is nothing new to all of you guys. Okay, you guys already know how to do that. So let me do it very quickly. Let me deploy the contract, and here we have the artifact. Simply drag and drop the ABI of the contract and let's restart the application. And let's open it on the browser, and here you can see here we are, and here the functions are working fine. Now let's connect the application. We have to type our credential, unlock, and that's looking good. Let's come back to the create, and now we have to create the, before we create, let's come back to the search and let's see. Here you can see the loader is working absolutely fine. Okay, it's working fine. So let's come back here, let's bring this down and go back to the CSS file, and here we're going to say that text align center, and here we're going to add this loader box image. We'll say margin bottom 14 and top is going to be -2 rem, so we'll have some little space, and we're going to add this animation. Okay, so I'll call this my animation, my move, and it's going to be run infinity time, and here we're going to create the animation. So my move, and on 50% we want to simply rotate to, let's say, rotate 360 degree. Okay, simple CSS. Save it, and let's come down here. We're going to target the image and we're going to say border radius, and that's the only CSS we have to write for this loader. Okay, save it. If we come back here, you can see it's in the center and it's working fine, it's spinning. Okay, we don't have any data, that's why you can see this loader is moving around. So that's looking fine. Let's come back and let's do the inspect element, and here you can see it's working fine. Let's go back to this and let's try to create an NFT. So before we do that, let's clear the entire history of the application, MetaMask. So let's create a NFT, and let's click on this, and let me fill out the details. So we need to fill out the name, we have to do the descriptions, and we have to give the price to 12. Hit enter. Here we have the MetaMask, and let's simply confirm the transaction. So here you can see we are redirected to the search page, and if I scroll here we have the router, and you can see it's working fine. Loader, and just wait. Loading, and let's do the console log. Why it's taking too much time? So it's working, and let's come here, let's create one more. Okay, it's taking too much time, so let's create a couple of more. So let's create one more and click on, cut this one and click at this. Here we have the MetaMask, and let's do the confirm, and here we have the loader loading error while fetching the data. So simply reload the browser, and just wait. Okay, you have noticed that we are getting an error, so we have no function to catch the error. So we're going to create a global system which handle all the error in our application, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. Okay, so right now just have a look. So here we have this loader working fine, and just wait, and here finally the data arrive. You can see we have the data and the loader is gone, so it's looking fine. If we click on this, you can see this is the NFT you have created, and this is the own NFT. You don't have any NFT. Let's come here, go back to the search, and we have the NFT. Now we come back to the create, and let's create one more NFT. Okay, let's give the price, give the description, give the price to 2, and let's click on confirm, transaction, and here we have redirect. It's loading, so just wait. It will take a little bit of time. Okay, so this data is coming from IPFS or from the smart contract, so it always will take a little bit time. Okay, so if it's taking too much time, make sure you reload the browser, it will work. So you can see we have the data and it's working fine. Let's come back to the home page, and you can notice one thing here, we don't have that loader. Okay, so here we are also displaying that listed NFT, so we're going to add the loader here as well. Okay, so let's come back to the code and simply close this one and go back to the index page, and here we're going to import the loader. Simply load the loader, and what I name load the loader and import the loader. So simply copy that one, and that's the loader we're going to use it here. So we're going to make that dynamic blocks. We'll say nft.length if 0, then we want to call the loader. Otherwise we want to display the actual component. Simply cut and paste here, save it, and this would be working fine. You can see we have the data, it's arrived, so the loader is not displaying anymore. Reload the browser and let's have a look. So the data is there, the data is here, so you can see that. Now let's come up here to check this. Let's come back and go to this NFT and create a new NFT. So let me do it very quickly. Price, and click on upload. So simply come down, click on this confirm, and here you are redirected to the search page. The loader is working fine. Now let's come back to the home page and let's scroll down, and here you can see the loader is working fine. So just wait, the data would arrive, it will tick, and finally it came. Working fine, everything's working fine. And you can see the moment I'm clicking on this card, we are not able to redirect to the NFT detail page. Okay, so we have to add that event as well. So it's not working, we have to add the event. Let's come back here and let's go back to this component, and here we have to wrap this entire component into a link tag. Okay, so let's come up here, we're going to take this linked, which is coming from Next.js. Okay, link, and that's what we're going to wrap it. Simply call this link, close this one, and simply cut this part and paste down below. And here we're going to provide the href path, and the path we want to redirect to this, let's say, what is the name we have called? So NFT detail. Okay, let's call it NFT nf/nft details, and we want to send the entire data which we have inside this element el. Okay, in this we have the entire data of this NFT. Save it, and this will work. So now if you click on this, here you have redirect to the detail page, and simply close this one, and here you will find everything's working fine. So all the data, everything's changed. You can come down and you can simply click on this and you will redirect to here. Okay, things are looking pretty good, and this component is very reusable. You can use wherever you want. Okay, so all you have to do is to plug this component and you can use in every single portion of your application. So I hope that now you know that how you can create loader in React or in application like this while fetching the data. So let's come back to the code one more, close all this thing, and let's close this one. And that's the thing I want to show you. Let's come back to the application. So far this is looking good. And this video is going to be a very advanced one, because in this video we're going to display the data of the creators, NFT creators. Not only that, we're going to calculate the entire worth of their NFTs and display, and we're going to build a robust systems and display that who are the exactly top creators of NFT on this marketplace. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, so here I have opened the project. Make sure you do that. So first thing we have to do is to create a folder, and make sure that you create this folder in a root directory. So click on this and create a folder, and we'll call it, let's say top creators. Okay, that's the name we're going to give, creators, and in that we're going to create a file, and this file we'll call it top creator.js. Okay, it's a JavaScript file, JS, not JSX. And in this we're going to build the system, and what this system will do, and this system is actually a part of data modeling, that how you can structure the data. Okay, and that's a very vast topic. Okay, so if you want to become a pro developer, you have to know that how you have to design a proper data modeling. Okay, so the logic here, what we're going to build is, we have the all NFTs, and we have the data, we have the information about the users who created that NFT and the price of that NFT. Okay, so one user can create multiple NFT. Okay, so the entire logic is going to be like this, that one user, if a user created 10 NFTs and each NFT cost $10, okay, sorry, 10 ether. So altogether that particular user have created 50 ethers of NFTs. Okay, so we're going to calculate the entire worth of NFT which is created by a single user. Okay, single creator. So that's the entire system we're going to build, and this is a part of a data structure. Okay, so I hope you will learn something new in this. So let's start working on it. So we're going to build a function, we'll export it, and we'll call it const, and we're going to call this function to get top creators, and this will receive an array. Okay, this will receive an array of creators, and We'll take this const and we'll call final creators empty array, and here we're going to take this const and we'll say final result, and here we're going to use the special function which is a reduce. Okay, so if you want to know more about this reduce function, you can simply go to MDM and you can find it out. Okay, so we'll call this reduce and it needs a callback function. So in this we're going to pass this index and we're going to pass the current value. Okay, current value. So we have the current value and it's going to be an arrow function, and in this what we're going to do is we're going to build a system. We'll take this index, we're going to pass this current value seller and equal to empty array. Okay, once we have that, we're going to push that entire data to this current value. Okay, simple logic. Let's come down. We're going to say return index and simply come down here, and it's going to be an empty object. Now here we're going to take this object dot entries, and in that we're going to take this final result. We're going to simply call this for each method and it's reads a callback function. We'll call it item. It's going to be an array function. In that we're going to take this const seller and it's going to be a first. Okay, we'll take another one, we'll call total. So the total sum of the NFTs, we'll call it NFT1, and we have that. Simply come down, we're going to loop over it. Okay, so we'll say item, let's say new item. Okay, let's call new item, and this new item will have this number. In that we're going to take this new item dot price. Okay, we are only, because this NFT array has all sort of properties like details about the owner, about the images, but we are only focusing on the price. Okay, so we have the price. On that we're going to call this reduce method and it's need a callback function. In that we're going to pass the previous value. Okay, so when this loop will run, it will remember the previous value and it will add to the coming value. Okay, so we'll have the previous value and here we're going to say current value and we're going to sum up this together. Okay, so simply come here and we're going to take this previous value plus current value and we're going to take this index as a 0. Okay, so when the loop will start for the very first time, it would be a 0, but as it goes on and on, the data would be keep updating. Okay, so I'm going this way, or okay, had value, providing the value, or you can do one thing, you can take it as a variable. Let's do that. Let's remove it. Okay, you can take it as a variable, but I'm just going in this way, I'm putting right straight away the value. Okay, so 0. And now we have to simply, once we have the data, we're going to simply return this. We're going to push this, the entire data, into this final creators and simply push this seller, and we have to push this total. Okay, so that's the data we are pushing into this, and now we're going to simply return the final data. Okay, so in this the data will get the creator, the address of the seller, and we get the total worth of ether they have in terms of NFTs. Okay, so that's working fine, looking pretty good. Now let's come here and we'll go to this index page, and here we have to send that data. Okay, so first we're going to import that function. So get topper, and that's coming from the, let's say, coming from top creators and top creators. So here we have that one. Now simply copy that and we'll come here. We're going to take creator listed list and const creators. We're going to call the function and we're going to pass the entire NFT data. Okay, so we have this in this. So this is how we're going to pass it. Now we're going to simply console log this, the entire data. Okay, so for the time being, let's do one thing, comment this one. Okay, so that's working fine. Now here we're going to pass the data, top creator in the top follower. Okay, we're going to pass that creator data and simply copy that and come here, and here we're going to receive that prop. So top creator, and let's come here and simply scroll down. This is the button we have, and here we are displaying. Okay, so here we have the all the data, all the follower components, and here we're going to do that. Okay, we're going to replace this card array with the actual data. Simply pass it and save it, and if we come up here and simply comment this portion. Okay, I'll just try to keep it. So just do what I'm doing. Okay, I know this is a quite advanced one. Okay, you have to know that how you have to deal with the algorithm, how you have to deal with the data structure. Okay, so just follow. If it not make sense, when you will see the result, everything will make sense. Okay, so that's working fine. Now let's come up here, go into this follower tab card, and here we have received this data, and that's the data we are passing up here. Okay, so here we have this user element.user, but right now we don't have any information about the any user images. Okay, so we'll just leave it like this. So we'll say okay, before we do that, let's come up here, and right now you can see top created list, we don't have anything here. Okay, so no information is displayed. Reload the browser, and you can see not this one we have to click on. You can see the other tabs are working fine because they have the demo data, but the popular tab in which we have attached that popular creator is not displaying. Okay, let's come back to, we're going to fix this one, and let's come here, and here we have the top creator, and actually we have to look at the data. Okay, so where here we have this function, and here we are passing that data, and okay, let's come back to this function we have created, top created list, and I made a silly mistake in this function. Okay, so I was stopped the recording and I was trying to find out that what is the problem happening. So this is the problem which I have created here. So here we're going to fix this one, simply equal to index, and we're going to say current value dot seller. Okay, and if you save, now everything would be working fine. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. Now let's come here, and here you can see we have the data. We have the two creators, and we have the address, and we have the price, the total worth of ether they have. Ether they have. Okay, so that's everything's working fine. Okay, so we have the seller, total price, total value of NFT, and now if we come here, and here you can see we have the two creators, and we are displaying this data. Okay, and here we're going to display the actual data. So let's come back here, and we'll simply close this one, come back to the follower tab, and go to this follower tab card component, and here we're going to display. So let's close all the tabs, and now let's come here. So here we are, and where we go, so this is the data we have here. Simply remove this one, and simply click on this follower tab, and go to this follower tab. Okay, click on this, and here we are into, you can see how we are utilizing this component in multiple places. I know it's become very nested, but you can see in this way you have to write very less code. Imagine that you have to write the same code over and over again for different places. Okay, in the different places in your application, but we are using this components. And now what we're going to do is simply we have the data in here, and we'll say first thing we have to display the, let's say, price. So element dot price, and if we have the price, then we want to display the price, but if we don't have the price, we have to display this 0. Okay, make sure it's not price, it's total. Okay, so change this to total, and here you can see we have the total price. Okay, so this user have created, no matter how many NFT he or she created, we're going to summing up all the NFT value and displaying that. Okay, so the first created contain 457 ether, so this is the amount, and this is the, like, it's really pretty huge. And here we're going to display the actual address instead of name. Right now we can't display the name because we don't have that. It's better to display the address. So we'll display the address, seller, and we'll use this slice method because we don't want to display the huge address, we want to display a part of it. So we'll call this slice method. Will start from, let's say, 0, and it will go all the way to 9. If we save that, you can see here we have the address looking perfect. It's looking perfect. Now let's do something about the images, because we don't have the images. So let's add a condition. So if we have the background image, then it's good, we have to display the background image. But if we don't have, then we want to display this demo. So let's import the images, all the images. So that's coming from the image folder, and simply copy, and that's what we're going to call it. We're going to say this hardcode value, save it. Here we have that one. Same thing we have to do is with the, let's say, user. Okay, 1. So for the time being we are going this way. Okay, let's bring it back to 1. So that's looking fine. Okay, we have the address, we have the calculated ether, and that's looking perfect. So if we come here, if we create, let's change the account. So this time we're going to create with account number 5. Okay, fresh account. Let's do this reset, and now let's create it quickly, and Let me give the name, and this time we are calling the price 231, sorry, 321. Okay, so just keep that price in mind. And now come here, confirm, and you can see this one is working fine. The data is loading. Here we come back here in the home page, and here you can see the data is arrived here and looking fine. And here we have the account ad, okay, 321. So this user created the NFT. Okay, so it's working fine. This looking good. Now let's come here and close all this one and come up here, and we're going to add the condition. We'll say creator length is equal to 0. Then we want to display this loader, else we want to display this component. Okay, so we are using this reloader component over and over again. And now things are looking perfect. You can see the data came and everything's working fine. We can come here, we can buy. I really like this to buy NFTs and just relist. And here you can see we are getting an error. Okay, and this error is happening in our author page. Okay, so we're gonna fix this bug, not a big deal. Simply close this, go back to the author page, and in the author page we have the component here, this follower component we are using. So here we have this follower component. Okay, so we have this follower component, and here we have this data, but in this we don't have the seller data. Okay, so we're going to create it. Okay, so let's come here, we'll create seller, and we'll give this random text because we don't have the address. Simply copy and do. It's working fine. Now let's close this one and come back and reload the page. Okay, we are still getting the error. I know why we are getting the error, because we are displaying the top creators down below, so where we have to provide this information as well. So it's happening in tab component. So let's come here and go to this author. You can see here we have to provide that. Okay, so let's click on this. So here we have the array in the author page, and here we have to provide that seller address. Let's give this random address for the time being. Copy and simply paste here. So looking so far so good. Okay, everything's working fine. Now save it, come back to the application, reload the browser, and here you can see everything's looking fine. Right now we have listed one NFT to the marketplace, and that's the one you can see right up here. This is the NFT, we own it. This is the NFT which we have listed. Okay, we're displaying for the time. Okay, and here we have the follower data. Okay, we can see that we have the address, but these are the demo address, so that's why they don't have any balance. Okay, and this is working fine. If you click on the follower, all the tabs are working fine and look beautiful. So everything's functionable and connected with the contract, smart contract, and that looks good. I really like to switch, and things are looking pretty good. Let's come back to the home page, and if you come down here, and here you can see this one is also working fine. This one is also working fine. Now, so let's come back here and close all these open folders. Close this one, close this one, close this open files. So with that, we are done with this video. Hope you guys have learned something new, how to work with the data. If you have still any confusion, any doubt, then do leave in the comment section. I do understand that this part is a little advanced to move your head around. Okay, so try to watch the code once again and try to understand that how the data is flowing. If you have still any confusion, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to help you. In this video, we're going to build a more sophisticated system which handle all the errors. So you have noticed sometime that when we are fetching the data from the API or from the smart contract, it's taking too much time, and because of that it's getting timeout and we are getting an error, and sometimes users are creating error while creating NFT. So we need to have a system in our application which can trigger that error messages and display to the user. So that's the system we're going to build in this video. So hope you will learn something new in this, to how to handle global error. Okay, so here I have opened the project. Make sure you to do that, and the first thing we have to do is to come up here in the components, and we have to create a folder. So we'll call it error. Okay, here we're going to build the error component, and in that we're going to create this error.jsx, and we have to create this css file for error as well. So let's create this. Nothing new, you guys already getting familiar with this. And here we have the css file. Close this one and come back to the error, type rafce, and let's come here, and here we're going to import couple of things. So let's come here and we need to import use state, we need to use effect and use context. We'll come down, we're going to import the image. So this is optional, but I would like to have an image, funny images, so that's why I'm displaying that. And we have to do the internal import. So here we're going to import the style file, and that's coming from the same directory. And now let's import the images, all the images which we have inside this image folder. Now let's come here, we're going to import the data from the context. So smart contract import context, and we'll call it NFT, and that's coming from this context. So what is the name we have given? Let's come back to the context and simply come up here, and this is what we have called NFT Marketplace context. Simply copy this one and come back and paste here. Okay, so this is our context. Now we have to use that context const error we need, and we need the set open error, and here we're going to pass this context. So don't need to worry, we haven't created this error or set open error. We're going to create that state. Okay, I'm just writing out down so I can know that what I have to create. So these are the data we're going to import from market context, NFT market context. Let's build this HTML. Okay, so we'll type this style.error, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style-error box, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called error-box info. In that we're going to have the image first, and we'll take this alt, and it will have an error. Width is going to be 200 and height is also going to be 200. Nothing fancy. Let's come down, we have to assign a class, and we'll say style error box info image. Okay, and object cover. And now let's add the image, and I remember I don't have the image, so let's come up here. I have already built that image, and that's the error image. Now I'm going to simply drag and drop here. You know the drill. Let's come here, and we're going to simply import the image error. We have the, let's call it error zip, and that's simply copy and paste here. So this is how we are exporting that image, and now we can utilize it. So that's the error component is ready. Now we have to display the actual error message. Okay, so let's pass the error. Right now we don't have this data, we're going to create it. Let's comment this out, and let's type this hardcode data error. Okay, so that's the entire JSX for this error component. Now let's come here and go to this index, component index, and we have to import that component. Okay, this is the structure what we are following, and simply copy and export here. So this is the error component. Simply close this one and close this one, and go back to the nav bar. Here we're going to attach this error component, okay, in the nav bar. So let's come here, let's come up here. Here we're going to import that error component. Okay, that's where we have it. Now let's close this one, and let's close this one, and let's go to this NFT marketplace context. Now we have to do all the setups, build the logic in the context, because this is the file we're going to catch all the errors, because here we are dealing with the entire functionality of this application. So let's come up here, and we're going to take this use. The first one is going to be, let's say, use state, and it's going to be an error, and that's what we are receiving in our error context, error component. Initially it will be empty, and now we have to take one more. We'll call it open error. Initially it would be false. Okay, so these are the two states we are taking. That's what we have here. Simply copy that one and come here, and here in the check if wallet is connected. So here we are here we are simply logging out the error message in the console, but we're going to display. Simply remove this one, take this dynamic block, we'll say set to true, and we'll simply remove this one. We'll call it, simply cut this and paste here. Okay, so we're going to set that error message. So that's what we have here. Simply save it. So we're going to set the true, and we're going to set the error message as well. So that's the thing you have to do. And now let's come back here, and here we have to do the same thing. So simply come here, and this is going to be set error, sorry, my bad, not error, set error. And here we going to do that, simply copy and simply paste here, and here you have to set error. So you know what you have to do. Wherever you are simply console log out there, that's all places you have to do the changes. So let me do it very quickly. So let me do this one as well. Simply remove this one, take this one, and we'll paste this one, and simply we're going to say this set error, and we're going to simply copy and paste here and remove this part. So that's the function for the connect wallet. We have to do the changes here as well, set error, and this one as well. Now let me do it very quickly. Okay, let me do it. And here we are getting a sort of error, so because of this extra comma I'm providing. So simply come and remove this commas and remove this one and close, and let's here remove it. So right now all the errors are gone. So make sure you do this changes, so things are looking good. And now let's keep continuing and changing that. Okay, so finally we are done with this. We are changed the entire, set the entire error message, and here we're going to send that as well. So okay, we'll send the set open error. Okay, so we are, so make sure you do all these changes whatever we have done, and now everything's looking fine. Let's come here and simply go back to this nav bar, where it is nav bar. Inside the nav bar we have this one, and here we're going to receive the data. Okay, so let's receive this open error, and that's what we're going to utilize it. Let's scroll all the way down, and here we're going to build a dynamic block. Okay, we'll say if open error is false, if open error is false, then we don't want to display, but if it's true, then we want to display this error component. Okay, so that's pretty good. If you come here, and here we are already receiving the error. So here you have two options. You can either receive directly, or you can send it as a prop. No problem in that. Okay, so that's the data we are passing here. Okay, and here we have this set open error, and that's what we're going to call it here. We'll call it on clicked, and we're going to call this set open error, and it's going to be a false. So that's looking pretty good. That's the only setup we have to do here. And to see things are looking placed, let's make it to true. So we'll do this true, and now we'll come back to the application, and here you can see we have this beautiful crying baby image and the error message. Reload the browser, and you can see we don't have an error. You can see this is the GIF emoji I have used. You can use whatever you want, it's totally optional, or you can simply display a simple error message, but I like to have images. So it's looking fine. Now let's get start styling this one, and since it's working fine, close all this one and close this one, and let's get back to the close this one, get back to the CSS file, and let's target the error. And first thing we have to do is to set the background color. So on the parent div I want to add some sort of overlay. Okay, so we're going to use this variable, but I remember that I don't have that color. So let's come back here and let's create that. Okay, let's go back to the style file and the global CSS style, and here we're going to create that. So we'll simply replicate this one, and we're going to call it, let's say, overlay, and we're going to decrease the opacity. So we'll bring this down, okay, little, save it, copy this one, and come here and paste here. And here we're going to say width is going to be 100%, and this will height be 100%. Position is going to be fixed, and z index is going to be, and top is going to be 0, and cursor pointer. So whenever someone will click on this overlay, and will turn the stage of the open error to false. Okay, and we'll close that pop-up. So we'll come down, we'll target the error box, and we'll have the top is 25%, and we'll have the, let's say, left is going to be 30%. We'll have the position is going to be absolute, background color is going to be var, and in this we're going to display what color. We're going to display this main BG color. Copy and simply paste here. Come back here, we're going to say padding is going to be 2 RAM and 5 RAM. We'll take this border radius 1 pixels, and we'll have this box shadow, and we're going to use this custom box shadow. Simply copy this one and simply paste here. So that's the box shadow we have. We'll say text align center, and we'll have width to 40%. Now if we save it, we'll come down, we'll target the, let's say, box info p, and we'll increase the font size to 1.3 ram, and let's say color is going to be our icon color. Simply copy and paste here and save it. Here we come and we'll take the media query, and we'll say on max with 35 em we want to simply change a couple of things. So top is going to be, let's say, 5%, left is going to be 5%, width is going to be 90%, and height is going to be, let's say, 90%. So this is the setup for the mobile device, looking fine. And let's say padding is going to be 2 ram, not more than that. If we come here, save it, and if we come here, you can see it's looking pretty good. It's right in the middle and looking fine. You can do whatever you want with this, okay? So it's totally up to you. And you can see we have this overlay, but when we are clicking on this, the event is not taking place, okay? So we have some problem here. So the close, it's not closing on click. Okay, let's come back here, and let's close this one, and go to this where we are. So here we are on the error. So here we are setting it to false, and we have this click function, but it's not working. Okay, not a big deal. So first thing we have to do is we have to get back where we are displaying the component. So let's go back to the navbar, and inside that navbar we have here, so okay, sorry, my bad, we have to simply remove this one, and now it will work. Simply save it, close this one. Right now we don't have it, it's looking fine. And to see things are working or not, let's come here, and we want to create an NFT without filling out all the details. Okay, so let's click on this upload function, and here you can see it's triggering up. Okay, so we have this hardcode value. What we can do is, it's working fine, you can see it's working fine. Now let's come here, and instead of this hardcode value, we want to display the actual error message. So let's come here, and here we're going to simply remove this portion, and we're going to make it active, this one, save it, and that's what we are getting here. If you click on this, here you can see data is missing. You can add some fancy text. I just added this simple data is missing. It's totally up to you. Okay, so that's looking fine. Everything is working fine. Okay, now whatever error will happen in this entire application, this pop-up will trigger, and it will display the error message. Now let's click on this NFT, and let's create a couple of NFTs. Okay, let's create this beautiful NFT, my NFT, and let's give the descriptions. I believe that you guys are enjoying this project. If you have still any questions, any query, do leave in the comment section. Okay, do leave it. And here we are, let's create that NFT, click on confirm, and here we are redirect. Our loader is also working fine, which we have built in the last video. If you haven't watched, make sure you watch it. And it's loading, and just do the inspect element and see what you can see. Here we have, and finally the data arrive, and this is the entire NFT we have created so far, and we have created one more. If you click on this, this is the NFT which we have created from this account, and it's loading. And here you can see, here we have one more error. Okay, so you can see it's good that this error is happening, so I can show you all the things. So we have this problem in our, let's say, in our search page, we have this problem. Okay, you can see we are getting the message error while fetching NFTs. So that's the problem we are happening. So I'm back to the code, and let's close this one. And now we have to go back to the search page, and let's come up here, and here we are calling that function. Okay, so we're going to wrap this function fetch NFT into a try and catch, so we can catch the error. So that's the data we have here. We're going to call this error, and we're going to say try and catch. We're going to cut this one and paste here, and here we're going to call it's set error, not only error, set error. Simply copy, and then we have to set the error message. So we'll say that please reload the browser. The reason why I'm adding this particular message, because the error is not happening in our code. This error is happening from when we are fetching the data from the contract from the IPFS, so it's taking too much time. On such scenario, we're going to have this error. So we'll allow the user to reload the browser. We'll tell the user to reload the browser so everybody can start from fresh. Okay, so that's the message we have, and now things are looking good. Okay, so that's the change you have to do. Now let's simply come here, and it's loading, and here finally the data arrive. Things are looking fine. You can click and you can navigate wherever you want. You can click on this and you can see that how many you have created, how many you own, followers, and following followers. Let's come back to the code homepage, and let's scroll down. You can see the top creators. We have this 3 creators with total ETH they have in there. Okay, and this is the data we are displaying. Now let's buy this NFT. I really like to buy and sell NFT. Okay, so let's come here and click on confirm, and here we have 2 NFT. Here we have bought this one. Okay, you can see this is the NFT we have bought. If we click on here, we can relist this NFT. Let's relist it. Let's type the price to, let's say, 2, 3, 4. Okay, something big. Save it, and let's make the confirm. Here we have redirected to the listed NFT section, and you can see the price got updated. And if you come back to the home, here you can see in the follower section the popular NFT creators, and you can see this data is also get updated. Okay, now he has this much ether of NFTs. It's looking fine, and this data is also working fine. So you can see all the data is displaying beautiful. Let's come here, and that's okay. Let's come down and close this one. With this, finally we are done with this entire project. We have built our smart contract, we have built our front-end application, we have connected the smart contract with the front-end applications, and now from the next videos we're going to start building the API. Okay, we're going to use the MongoDB as a backend server. Okay, so we're going to use MongoDB, and we're going to build a more robust API for this application. And you have seen that there is a lot of data is missing for the NFT. So in the NFT details page, we have a lot of data, and the smart contract we have written is very minimum. We're going to make it more advanced smart contract which can handle everything. Okay, so this application, this in that the entire NFT marketplace will have 2 versions. One version which is totally controlled by the smart contract, in that we don't need to have any backend API server. That entire thing would be controlled by the smart contract in terms of liking, follower, displaying the dynamic data, selling a transaction. Every single data would be controlled by the smart contract, and there would be another version where we're going to make the backend server for this particular application. Okay, so we're going to remodify the smart contract whatever we have built, because this smart contract is pretty simple. We're going to make it more advanced, which can suit this application. So that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you guys have enjoyed, and whatever we have worked so far, you have coded along with me. If you have still any confusion, any doubt, do leave in the comment section. Join the Discord server. If you have an error, post your queries there. Post the error. The user, the member of the Discord server will help you. If I will get a chance, I will help you too. Okay, so be a part of this community, help each other. If you know anything, if you have any idea, do leave the ideas in there. So we're going to include those functionality, those project in this amazing marketplace. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you guys have enjoyed this project. If you really enjoy this project, do hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot, and I would come back, motivate me a lot. And that's the only thing I want to tell you. And from the next video, or maybe from the next video, we'll start building the API backend part of this application. So let's move for that. Have a wonderful day.